Mm.
Good morning, audience. 5 minutes to go.
Who is there? Tuti.
Good morning, Mr. Abdul. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, 2 more minutes, 4 more minutes. So, Pankaj ji, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good, good. How are you?
Yeah. We're unable to see you. You're there. We
Yeah,
can
yeah.
see
Just
your.
1 minute. Let me. Just a minute.
Yeah. Take your time. Usually, the first session is something
You need to set up everything.
Yeah. First session. It will take 2-3 minutes to see.
No noise.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So, how is life?
Yes, sir. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit, Edition 4. So, thank you, participants. Welcome, Pankaj ji. Thank you very much for joining the session today. So, I hope
Thanks
you
to you.
can hear me. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah. It's clear.
Yeah, fantastic. So it's a first session of day 2. We had a fantastic day yesterday of 10 speakers giving lectures on 10 different topics. So very insightful and very encouraging. Okay. So just to give a quick introduction to a global supply chain excellence summit. So the main
No,
idea.
nothing has left for me to tell.
Yeah, no, I will. No, just give me a brief. I'll just like introduce and then you can take it up. Okay, so global supply chain excellence summit help organizations, individuals, and experts, practitioners to get connected with experts across the globe in supply chain domain and share the knowledge. So we, Frusi is passionate to help the community. That's the reason we are sponsoring the event. So thank you very much for all the support from expert speakers and participants and the organizers. So thank you very much. So welcome to day two. I usually it will take 2-3 minutes to Pankaj sir to people to join and settle. So let us do that introductory part. Okay, then things will catch up. So our keynote speaker for today's first session is Mr. Pankaj Srivastav. Very important topic. Today, the main theme of event is supply chain execution systems, which includes manufacturing execution, warehouse management, transportation and logistics management. Mainly, we talk about execution systems in place. So, Mr. Pankaj Srivastav, he is a visionary supply chain leader with over 24 years of experience across India and Middle East. He specialized in greenfield warehouse design, process engineering, and cost optimization. His leadership has delivered several millions of savings and the capacity growth, pallet capacity growth, and annual revenue uplift. So currently, he is a strategic consultant and guest faculty and board advisor for many organizations. Okay. So he is open to C-level roles like global consulting, training, and advisory. So, Mr. Pankaj Srivastav, the topic is warehousing in 2030, automation, robotics, and beyond. So, it is future uh, projected presentation, Mr. Pankaj Kumarji. So, thank you very much for joining the session and happy to hear you again. Thank you very much. Over to you, Pankaj.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul, for a nice introduction. And it's my pleasure to today with you to talk about Warehouse 2030. Yeah, I also heard yesterday's session. It was really a very nice, Mr. Rajiv and other speakers, well spoken on the topics and almost AI, automation, robotics, everything has been covered. So the people who have already heard, nothing is left to tell more about that. But yeah, yes, I will try to focus on only the warehouse. Okay. Technology is already developed. Now the things which is be different in 2030 is the usage of those technology, you know, how we are going to use, whether it is a robotics, whether it is a AI, whether it is a energy. So let's deep dive and start the presentation. So once again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I don't know which people are from which part of the world. Okay. I, Mr. Abdul has already
Yeah.
introduced me. Okay. So let's directly go to the presentation and take it from there. So I'm just sharing the position. Wait for a minute, please. Is the screen visible?
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul, for the confirmation. Warehousing 2030, automation, robotics, and beyond. This isn't just a forecast, it is a strategy roadmap. As Peter Drucker said, the best way to predict the future is it to create it. So let's explore how we can create the future together. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So today's agenda will be what we cover today is automation trend reshaping our warehouse, emerging technology which we need to watch, how robotics are transforming our workflows, integration with the broader supply chain, and the future challenge we must prepare for. So let's begin with why this matters right now. We are standing at a point where the next 5 years will change more than last 30 years combined. E-commerce, labor shortage, consumer expectations, they are rewriting the rules, isn't it? Warehouses are no longer just storage hubs. They are becoming the nerve center of our supply chain. And as we prepare for 2030, digital transformation is no longer luxury. It is our necessity. What is the global outlook today? You might have also gone through various reports, whether it is a logistic IQ report or modern intelligence or next move strategy consulting. Everybody is predicting huge growth in this sector. The global warehouse automation market is on track to exceed 50 billion, even some report claiming 60 billion by 2030, growing at the rate of 14% CAGR. What is fueling this? There are three words: e-commerce, urbanization, and resilience. As traditional labor pools shrink, automation isn't just helpful, it is essential. Why automation or future technology is required? Because of the challenge we are facing today. So what are the challenge? Severe labor shortage. Now labor is not available as it is because of the development of the people's lifestyle. Even they are available, they are becoming very costlier because of the so many revenue streams nowadays generating. So people don't want to go for a traditional workforce. They are looking for the work which is more helpful for them, more improve their lifestyles and easy to perform. Rising cost of energy and demand of those energies. Not only energy, uninterrupted energies. Space constraint. Even despite expansion, we are still finding there are a lot of demand, but supply is not available in many areas. Next, key challenges are demand volatility. Customers want speed, precision, and personalization, right? For example, nowadays, each and every things you wear or use has people are preferring to have the personalization on that. And a growing push towards sustainability. Now, ESG scores are going to be mandatory for each and every organization. So automation is no longer about speed, it's about survival. So these are the key trends which is driving automation. AI and machine learning, vision-guided robots, sustainability in logistics, and scalability and flexibility. We will talk more about in going forward slides. Warehousing has evolved from manual racks and paper logs to the barcode scanner and WMS, and now to AI-driven sensors, power ecosystem. We are entering an era of real-time touches in intelligent warehousing. Automation 2030. What is changing? Beyond efficiency, resilience, intelligence, and adaptability. Hyper-connected, data-driven ecosystem. Robots are everywhere, whether it is AGV or AMR, optimizing navigation, reduce fatigues. Cobot assist with repetitive tasks. Amazon and Ocado are the prime examples. Ocado has robotic, robotic picking and storage system that reduce labor cost by 40%. Amazon sorting system handle 24,000 pieces per hour with 99.7% uptime. Interesting, isn't it? There are three key robots categories. One is AMR, reduce optimization, minimal collisions. Second is robotic picking, which we use in our warehousing, vision-based, high accuracy, order picking. Best of both are the cobots. Human intelligence, robotic strength, the result, faster, safer, and more scalable operation. Smart storage solution. Let's talk about this. SRS, shuttle system, VLM, this offers space optimization. For example, Falcon Autotech reduce storage area by 60% using SRS and other such systems. Speed up to 65 units per hour. Real-time inventory visibility. When square meter are scare you, vertical is the way forward. In fact, it was started long back, but now it was practicing everywhere. Next thing is AI predictive analytics in warehousing. AI is a game changer. Forecasting, replacement, labor planning, everything can be done by AI. Predictive maintenance cuts downtime by 30 to 40%. Digital twin, many of the speakers already spoken yesterday. Simulate warehouse operation to identify bottlenecks. And AI-powered WS dynamic adapts workflow in real time. Nowadays, this predictive analysis is so powerful that even with your 1 year purchase data, system are picking the product and confirm 90% plus that whether you will buy this product when you're browsing that product or not. So that much of predictive analysis are possible nowadays by e-commerce companies. So when you're browsing the site, they know which product you are going to buy. So more than it's a complete mind mapping, I can say. Next thing is IoT and sensor. There is a huge scope of using IoTs and sensor in the warehousing. Smart warehouses thrives on data. Yesterday, Mr. Abdul said, data is the key, which is driving the entire world nowadays. IoT sensors track assets, conditions, inventory, even worker movement. Edge computing ensure that decision happens locally, even when networks lagging. This leads to higher safety, less downtime, and better performance visibility. Cloud-based WMS and platform. Today, WMS systems are cloud-based and integrated with ERP, TMS, FMS, YMS, offer live dashboard, agility, and remote accessibility. This enables multi-location coordination and near instant response time. Going forward, integrated with AI, now every management with the access, they can have a chatbot or WhatsApp, and in natural language, they whatever information they want, they can access those information on their fingertip. So they no need to ask finance how many billing has been done, how many outstanding is there, who has paid, who has not paid. They can ask in natural language these questions to their mobile and get the answer with details. So this kind of things are happening, but the percentage in the entire warehouse industries, this will increase very soon, very rapidly by 2030. Beyond automation, drones are no longer exceptional. Used for inventory scanning, when the work of the warehouse has been finished, drone start working their work. Everything is programmed in the night. They do the entire warehousing scanning, do the cycle count, and make your report prepared for next morning. Pilot programs in parcel delivery is already successful, and now many days people are using drone to deliver the parcels. Integrated with WMS gives a real-time accuracy, except drones to become standard in the large scale operations. Hyper automated fulfill center is no longer a imagination. It is happening right now. Blockchain. We heard a lot. Now we are practicing into our warehousing, which bring the transparency and the security. Blockchain ensure real-time tracking, authenticity, and reduce disputes. Smart contracts automate execution, cutting red tape and boosting efficiency. This is crucial for traceability and trust across stakeholders. Nowadays, even today, many companies has already started it. We are signing the agreement through blockchain. But 2030, you can imagine the percentage of usage of such technology, how large it would be, isn't it? as we are developing with the technology, with the comfort of lifestyle, we also need to take care of our environment. So sustainability trend is nowadays the main focus for each and every operations which we execute. It is not optional anymore. So we have to build green building. We have to use green energy, whether it is solar or even hydrogen made by solar energy, etc. We we are going for robots, but we at the same time we have to see how robots are energy efficient. We are using AI, as you know, AI is giving a very fast, accurate, and real-time information. But consumption of energy by AI is huge. So, what technology we should develop to reduce that energy consumption? CO2 natural operation will soon be compliance requirement. Automation helps meet ESG goals while boosting bottom lines profit. Human plus machine collaboration. Robots are not replacing human. They are augmenting them. New roles like robotic supervisory or data analytics and automation managers are emerging. This is about workforce evolution, not elimination. So now we don't have to manage the operation, we have to manage the robots. Safety innovation through automation. Automation isn't just productive, it is safer too, wherever and especially for human life. Earlier, we used to have a lot of incident at the warehouses. Now, with this automation, we can eliminate them. Wearables monitor our vitals. Collision prevention system avoid accident. Now, every forklifts are coming with collision prevention system. Going forward, there will be not a man-driven forklift. Now it's already started happening. Robots handle risky tasks. The result, fewer injuries and higher morale. Now, what are the skills and workforce for the future? The skills required in 2030 will be engineers, data scientists, automation experts. Reskilling is vital. This isn't just tech transformation, it's people transformation. Training and education need to keep pace with technology. Now, the question comes, what will be the capex and opex for this entire change? Cost is always a concern. Upfront capex can be high, but opex saving and ROI over 3 to 5 years are significant. Robotics as a service model are bringing the gap, especially for SMEs companies. Yesterday, Mr. Rajiv has also emphasis on that, and he said nowadays it's not a luxury item. The automation is start with a minimum capex and step by step too. So what will be the roadmap for 25-30? Our 5-step strategy could be: assess digital maturity, identify quick wins, deploy and scale strategically, align with key performance indicators, and continuously evolve the goal. The goal is not automate everything, but automate intelligently, where yesterday's speaker has also focused on these areas. And today's industry leaders setting the benchmark, whether it is Amazon, Alibaba, Ocado, etc. These companies show us what possible and remind us why staying ahead matters. There are lots of myths about automation. It kills job. Reality, it creates new one. It is only big for companies? No. SMEs are adapting too. And you have seen there are lots of startup has come up in nowadays, and they are adapting automation in their day-to-day businesses. And earlier, to become a unicorn was a long lead, you know game, but now people are becoming unicorn in 2-3 years of time. How? By adapting this automation. It is too expensive. Earlier it was, but now no. ROI often justifies investment under 3 years nowadays. So to summarize entire presentation, I have made a 3-4 minute video, which I will show now, how the warehouse would be in 2030. Let's switch my screen to the video. Can somebody confirm? Is my video screen visible?
Yeah, the video is, you can start it.
Okay, thank you.
To play.
1 minute.
That's probably year 23. What if we told you in 2050, what else podcasts about it? What a living organisms. No subjects, sorry. To launch the world town. No representatives. 21 operations happen before you building food is your country. Obviously, this is that summarizes the 100,000 square meters of scale and size. Coming with invisible intelligence. One of my favorite celebrates blue lights and colors. Thinking with an AI energy graph that decides which song you reach the most. Not before the full stop. Inside, inside. Actually, maybe. But I like it. Well, still good. There's what? How problems like small and sometimes it is actually. Whereas I did it once, long time, a lot of calls, Inventory isn't just slow, it's understood. Within 12 seconds, knowledge organizable, multiple drawings that don't budge. But applicators, and this is kind of skills that one actually speed. More than evidence, more regulation, the center of the knowledge system is the value system. Sensing that touch that all of it. What about sensory? It's not those anyone interpretations. Parts of amazing. We programs to learn about origins or concept. Extreme, but about the lives. The sense of gratitude is a number. What else good for the culture? Think about it as sensory factors. We have not transparency. They're all distinct. We have companies sometimes of character in subject. Sure. Nothing will go for stuff really but you. There are no flaws. Progress too has a soul. And the time stop. Sensors embedded with the joy can do fun with the clear list. First, we can see that other mistakes are blockage. Tells you what has correct that. One for permanent rules will be a long things to go. Legal, not one. Laws, the KBS, don't fill out levels, don't construct it. Don't fire it. It's hard. Energy usage is quickly, but everything prepares for the so, precedent. Questions will not have quality. Mentality. How do I say all most importantly of the day? What do you want them to do? What is the goal? What do you want to see? Dreamer, or student, becomes a filter, what's the goal? What's how money will companies?
So thank you, everybody. Now you have seen this video, how the warehouse would be look like in 2030 through my eyes. Hope you have some better version of it. Let's discuss on this platform today. Over to you, Mr. Abdul. Any questions?
I'm just trying to compile the things. First of all, this is very, very, very interesting and also very insightful. Sorry.
Thank you.
Very interesting and insightful lecture, Reggie. You just covered what are the key challenges to what are the required for future warehousing best practices. Now, as we also provide warehousing solution, warehouse management system, we talk to so many people. One of the key challenges is the put away process and picking process not optimized. Okay, so there are so many warehouses, still there is a poorly managed processes. So they will spend a lot of time. So it will create a problem of accuracy, the difficulty for the employees, and then extended hours, and then it create a big panic for them. So what is your advice? So how to improve these processes? Also, how to train and improve the staff, warehousing staff, for now and for future.
Yeah, there are many reasons of this put away and picking inaccuracy or delay in the operations. Okay, when the warehouse has started transforming from manual to WMS and now AI-driven operations. There are many tools available, and tools only helpful when properly trained on that. Okay, or when it is implemented properly. There are very few items, even long back, when we are implementing WMS into our warehouses. There are certain key aspects which need to be taken care, like location. Okay, when we do the labeling of the location, if I use letter I, O kind of things, which have a very difficult to understand whether it is I or L, O or 0, but manually, if we take care of this, many times picking get inaccurate because of this confusion or
Correct.
delay. Okay, instead of I, picker has reached to L aisles. Okay, or they have picked the wrong thing. So same thing, not only in the location mapping, but also when we do the serial number of products. In serial number where the font size is very small. Okay, and pickers have a difficulty to read the serial number and picking slip to match it. And many times I found this kind of, error while picking. So small spare parts warehouses suffer a lot such kind of picking. So those things. And of course, WMS and now AI empowered WMS is the key to get rid of this kind of things. But implementation and training of staff is more important than that.
Yeah. So I think the most important part is to realize that technology is the enabler. So it's the faster you realize that there is a chance that you spend time on it instead of doing rush. Then you educate. The digital transformation is not something an optional; it's a mandatory. Okay,
absolutely.
So you have to prepare yourself, invest in it from time and resources. Even the leadership. One more problem, Pankajji, what I have seen is when we do a warehouse management system implementation, management don't involve in the beginning. So they leave it to the warehouse managers who take care. Once we implement, when the senior leaders come into picture, at that time, there is a gap. What based on their expectations and their reality. Okay. So how to do that? The leadership have to take the charge and drive the initiative. Then everything will be, they can also appreciate their team who are doing a good job also. So what do you advise for the leaders?
Yeah, this is also a very common, challenge which you have highlighted. And especially we are doing a lot of consultancy, assignment also. And we are also facing the same kind of challenges where top management, they approve the necessity of the requirement, okay, but not get involved, right? Throughout the process, they leave it to on the manager level thing or even below the manager level people, where the management vision, soft floors, people's requirement understanding, they have the perspective of different level people have a different. I heard yesterday speaker was also talking about that when you implement digitalization or automation, the productivity will be lower in the beginning, and with time when people get used to of using the technology, then there will be a drastic change. But that period is very crucial, where top management has to understand and involve along with the people who are actually performing the task, executing the task, right? So approach is very simple. Before going for implementation, we need to convince the top management, bring it along with us while implementation. Instead of we tell, let them take the responsibility to tell to down the line the people how the system is going to benefit, what they are looking from it, and how their job. The most common thing is people start feeling that if digitalization is happening, automation is happening, their job is now into question mark, whether tomorrow they will be there or not, right? So instead of using the technology, they think how to avoid the technology. So that confidence can, if given by the top management, of course, down the line, people if feel that it is good for them, and through this, they are upgrading themselves for their better future, for their better prospect, for their promotions, for their raise. Then the implementation will be more successful, and the challenges which are talking about can be eliminated.
I'm fantastic way to explain the very important topic. One more question. So now, Pankajji, we all know that warehousing is a booming industry. Everything across the globe, and particularly in India and other developing countries, it's a booming economy. Okay, so
Right.
this industry is really good. Now the thing is, when you talk about warehouse operations, so there are manual operations and then there are automations. Now this automation, the fully automated warehouse, is a huge investment, right? I mean, like it needs a significant investment. Now, what do you see that uh, the big players like Amazon and other players, other large organizations, they automate the complete end-to-end warehouse processes. And
Right.
there comes the mid-size, the 3PL operators. Uh, the business is so uncertain and they create warehouses here and there, wherever they need. So how does that automation part is required for the very uncertain 3PL operators and also the investment thing, so they cannot invest so much investments on the rental warehouses kind of thing. So what do you foresee for next 2 3 years, 5 years, the trend, industry trend?
Trend, no doubt, there is a positive trend, and due to this, big people who are creating the benchmark, okay, others to follow, and the way the technology are evolving, and people also understanding the capex part, investment part, and nowadays, earlier, remember, we used to buy the software, okay. Nowadays, we no need to buy the software, we need to use the software. And the pricing mechanism is also changed. You also charge, per usage basis,
Hmm.
right? So these things making the people who have not yet, went for the automation or digitalization, their process is day by day, it is going to be easier and easier. And as we know, it is not nowadays not luxury, it is a essential things, okay. And with revolution of AI in last 2 years, I will say, and it has been evolved, it is much easier, much adaptable, and cost is also going day by day lower.
Fantastic, sir. So it's a very interesting trend going on in warehousing. So it's a booming economy for everywhere. And I wish you good luck and every warehouse managers and everybody. So there is a tremendous opportunity going to come future. So all the best to everybody. So thank you, sir, for insightful lecture, and
Thank
you
you.
shared us very interesting points, very insightful. So thank you, Pankaj-ji. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please
Thank you.
write to Mr. Pankaj-ji. So he will be answering it. Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and have a great time. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after a very insightful lecture from Mr. Pankaj-ji, so let us take it forward for day 2 of Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Just,
let me. Mhm.
sorry,
Sorry.
Mr. I'm just sharing my email ID on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure,
And
definitely.
note, and
So,
if they have any
all the
queries regarding the warehouse,
sure.
whether it is automation or digitalization or process
Sure.
improvement, they can
Yeah,
send.
yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please take a screenshot or so. Reach out, Pankaj. Okay,
Thank
so
you,
let
everybody.
okay, thank you, sir. So let me introduce our next speaker, Mr. Rajesh Selvam. Rajesh ji, hope you are there. So nice to see you again. Thank you very much. Good morning to you. Mr. Rajesh Selvam, he's talking about last mile transformation, the challenges, technologies, and solutions today. So Rajesh ji is an expert in supply chain with over 20 plus years of experience in 3PL logistics and distribution. He has led operations in Mahindra Logistics and Supreme SCS, driving large-scale transformations with strong expertise in project management and logistics optimizations. He built future-ready supply chains. So thank you, sir, for joining the session today. I'm very happy to see you again. Please go over to you.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. And Abdulji, thank you for the introduction. And thank you for giving this opportunity for me to address last mile transformation, challenges, technologies, and solutions. Let us understand first, everyone, what is last mile? Then we can go for the transformation, basically. Last mile, if you consider what it is a product to be delivered to a person, to a company, to a dealer, distributor for further usage or further marketing, further saleable things. That is what we consider as last mile delivery. If you go through in last mile deliveries, the variants are very, very high. You can understand the common nomenclature comes into place of B2B, B2C. And I would like to tell you in detail little bit so that we can go for the transformation, how it transformed, evolved, and it will ease our work to know. Correct? You can start the slides. So.
So you can share it from your side, Rajesh. You don't have? Very easy.
1 minute, because I'm traveling and I have connected through my mobile.
Is it? Okay. No problem. No problem.
Yeah.
Praveen, you can also.
I share to Jyoti.
No problem. Yeah.
1 minute, sir. I'm just sharing.
No problem.
Yeah, meantime, I would like to give an introduction because the introduction of last mile delivery is very, very clear because what it is, the last mile delivery, the stakeholders who all are involved is basically the service providers, retailers, customers, and the technology suppliers. This all the involvement is there in the last mile delivery, basically. And I would like to emphasize, because there are so many other elements are there. B2A, we should know, because B2A normally we don't use as an abbreviation for the last mile delivery. B2B, we know, business to business. B2C, we know, business to customer. That is very, very easier and other things. But B2A is also there in last mile delivery, which goes specially for the government departments. Government departments in the names of tenders and documentations in terms of which is to and fro from both the sides, from government to the agency, agency to the government or the service provider, and especially to the BMCs, municipal corporations, ministries, and the government officials. This is called as B2A in abbreviations, very clearly. B2B, we all know very well what is B2B, correct? B2B, in the sense, if you go through, this is business to business. In business to business, we know very well what we do at the moment and what we practice and see in the market currently, which is B2B. Very, very clearly, where we can specify how it goes to. Are you able to present? Hello? Abdulji, are you able to present from your side?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, Jyoti. So can you share me the presentation, Jyoti? I'll just manage it. Just share me the presentation. I'll manage.
Yes, I shared you, sir.
Okay,
Please
okay. Yeah. It is. 1 second. 1 second. Okay.
And B2C is basically business to customer. Business to customer in the sense, currently, if you go through the major juncture which is going is food deliveries, any product delivery which we are asking and that is coming directly to our home, that all are called as B2C. And B2D, which is directly to distributors, directly to dealers. And in a special case, I'll tell you, B2C comes in a form of software developers, according to the nomenclature. It directly goes to the software developer. Software developer means what all the involvement is there. Special involvements are for the delivery consideration of the software development, the software products, any software related items to the software developer people. Then B2E, if you go through, B2E is business to employees, which is again a soft code. This is not basically a sale product item, but I want to tell you the nomenclature. That's why I'm just explaining to you, because you can understand very well in detail. This is basically used from the HR for nurturing the team, the employees, basically for their things, and retainership they use for this. And B2F is especially for females, which is the business is very, very indicated one for females. Basically, what the materials are coming, that is fashion, healthcare, and beauty products normally comes into, which is called as B2F. And B2G, again, B2G, if you consider, this goes to directly government. The first one is B2A is government officials, that is ministries, courts, municipal corporation, that comes into, but B2G is to government, especially for the military and law enforcement areas. So these are the things which I thought, let me speak to you first that before we go to other elements of certain things. Next. This I already completed to them, because what is that and what are the stakeholders are involved have completed. Now, we have to understand how the development has been started. See, this is more important. The first development is a traditional courier which has started, very regular one, which started from, can we go to the development over decades? Historical, if you go through, see, if you go through the things, how it has started prior to this. The traditional courier started, local messenger started. See, in earlier stage, during the barter system and during the need of hours, how it has happened through horses, through food travel, people used to go sell their products, and which is available in a common place, which is a city may be there, a region may be there, where the transmission of products happens. Then local messengers started. There is a small development come into place into last mile delivery, where there is a people started to go through bicycles, through two-wheelers, by walking to certain places, by carrying the letters and the small packages, and they started delivering to the communities, which started through commerce. Next one, if you go through, then the development. If we go through the postal services growth, which is very tremendous and high, how it has developed in 1600, that is in 17th century, India started its postal from East India Company. So through that, the things have started, the movements of letters have started, and in 1854, it with uniforms. And in 1877, parcel services started. 1877, you can imagine where we are now today, 2025. So how it is evolved in 1877, and currently postal is covering almost 150,000 post offices. 150,000 post offices which they have, and they are covering entirely with the parcel services and everything. See, what are the services they have? If you go through, they evolved into post, which they carries up to 30 kg, register parcel, which they carry up to 20 kg, EMS, express mail service, which goes 100 countries with 35 kg services. So the involvement of postal services is very much appreciable, which we need to understand. And that is a pioneer one for e-com and last mile deliveries. But according to the need, according to the current way of working and the logistics requirement, they evolved very much, and they are covering at the moment 100 countries with 35 kg parcel services, which is called as EMS. And now we can go through the integration of transport network. So integration of transport network started from 2010 with the growth of startups, where the delivery, e-com express, shadow box, the people who came into place. And you can understand there are so many elements of food deliveries, Swiggy, Zomato, and other people who came into place. And there are business purposes compelled lot many innovations in the sectors. So you can understand so many things have started into place in e-com sector, which expanding to reach end to end. So that means everything can be delivered everywhere. That is what the transformation says in last mile delivery. Whatever you want, you can. And even in minutes, you can do the needful. The coverage is increasing day by day, day by day, day by day. And the involvement of transformation is very high in nature. Next, we go. Next slide. How the transformation trends are coming into place. See, we can go with the left side. The changes in customer expectation made the influence of delivery models. See how what the customer expects. The customer expects very keenly faster delivery, speeder delivery. I need accurate delivery. And my real-time tracking is most important. I want to know when it is going to arrive, when it is going to derive, where it is, where the person delivery boy stands for. Can I call him? So that speed came into place. And transparent communication and proof of delivery. Today, proof of delivery is must. You can know password has started, so password comes into, OTP comes into, and people are giving the OTPs so that it can be delivered and it can be concluded. And there are signages comes into in e-way methodology where you sign on the digital mode, which is confirming your things. Once the password or the code is completed, passcode is completed, then the delivery is completed. The passcode is known to whom? Only the person who is the recipient, who is ordered. So this all the changes in the customer expectation compelled in influencing of delivery models. So there where what it comes into innovative delivery models came into place. What is the innovative delivery models? Hyperlocal delivery, which is very, very keen at the moment. Hyperlocal deliveries are very high. Crowd-based deliveries are very high. Dark stores started. Micro fulfillment centers have started. You can order, check and collect. Drone deliveries have started. Reverse logistics have started. Temperature control deliveries have started. And things are there. Green deliveries have started. Small drop boxes and locker deliveries are started. So innovative delivery methods, what it compelled from the customer expectation as well as the transformation of need of research. Same day delivery, automated delivery, reshaping delivery. What it make end of the day? Customer satisfaction. If customer is satisfied, then the boom of e-commerce are going to increase a lot. That's why if you ask, according to the crowd, the e-com is having a good and brighter scope for your last mile delivery. So considering with this, there are so many transformations, so many companies are coming in place, so many working things are happening, and end-to-end transparency on real-time tracking, more reliable methodology. People are now don't go outside, they can sit into their place and they can order and they can deliver anywhere to anywhere. It doesn't mean it should come to your home, your place. You can deliver to anywhere. The presence are started in such a way, people doesn't go physically, they are not able to go physically, but they can do the present to the people. So this transformation of last mile delivery has reduced the gap of kilometers, reduced the gap of distance, and it made a pleasing personality of each and every human being to get connected with each other. Because the connection, individual connections are differing nowadays. Because earlier we used to physically meet, we used to connect, we used to share. Then next, phone started. Then video calls and mails and video calls have started. Then now a small packet of phone having all the sharings and elements. The e-commerce have developed and evolved in such a way, you can share your products also, whatever you wish to do, the needful from where to where, whatever according to the sourcings and availability of the things with the proper lead time. So lot of choices and chances are available at the moment in the basket. What you need to use and how you need to use. So the customer expectations are evolved and influenced the delivery models more and more, where the upcoming companies and the existing companies are dealing with mostly. Next is the challenges, basically, because the topic you know very well, last mile delivery transformation, challenges, innovations and solutions. We need to understand the challenges also. Even though all these evolvements have been happened and things are there in place, we can do, but then also customers are starting grumbling a little bit. My material is not reached on time. There are issues of some percentages. Yes, that makes the expectation problem, and that makes a problem into the things. And how and why it is happening. It's the next slide. So challenges into last mile deliveries, ask me, a traffic congestion that you should know very well. The traffic congestion is one of the major area where people are living and we need to reach to the last mile deliveries to give to them in hand, which is affecting entirely a time-bound deliveries. If I'm expecting to deliver by 11:30 some material, but unfortunately it got stuck and we get a message or we track and understand, oh, it may be delayed for half an hour, 1 hour. Sometimes it goes to 2-3 hours delay also. Unfortunately, sometimes it goes to next day because of traffic congestion, basically. And you are not able to satisfy the customer, or as a customer, we are not able to get satisfied with the services. Why? Because it's a huge problem is the traffic congestion, which makes a significant delays. And second one is the localization issues, the addressing and locational issues. Even though the Google makes a proper transformation of where we can reach and how to reach and other things, while going through the delivery boys are getting affected, how to reach and how to go. See, basically this comes into the areas where it is congested and the inner side. And we are not able to map, even though in the transformation of new technology also, the delivery boys do not able to locate the right spot, how to deliver and where to deliver. And the major affected areas are the boundaries of pin codes, where the segregation happens, or there are several road links to one location. This makes a huge issue in locating the address by the delivery boys. Then managing returns. The third one is the third challenges in the last minute deliveries, managing returns. So if you ask me how to manage the returns, the people sometimes, there are two elements here. Managing the returns, I will consider into two challenges. The challenges from the consumer, that is the customer, the challenges for the companies, those who are dealing into these products. So it should establish a proper streamline of processes required to collect. You know very well, currently, the same day you cannot return, with the same person you cannot return who is coming for delivery. His responsibility is to only deliver. He cannot collect even though he is not satisfied, or you might have received a wrong product, or you might have received a broken product. You are not satisfied with the product, but you cannot return to the same person. You have to again initiate in the system for delivery further, and you need to do the needful. Then the collections person will come and collect. And for the people, for the companies, if you ask me, they have to keep this inventory properly. They need to understand. And nowadays, there are certain companies, those who are complaining for the products of clothes and other things, groceries. People are using and they are returning without removing the label also. It may be in some percentage, but that is a concern or challenges for either side, which I'm telling you. And this give a negative impact to the customers also, because we don't collect, person doesn't come in to collect the things faster. And where customer gets an improper experience, customer wants to go out. There's a time-bound collection where customer is not available. So that the collection boys comes for reverse logistics where he knocks, but he's not able to collect the product. And this happens into B2C. B2C is very, very dangerous, and where you are reaching to a customer directly at his home. So the sentimental approaches are very much important. How to approach. And you may be having good training with your people also, to the last mile delivery people, where the people are approaching, how they behave, how they dress, how they look like. It differs upon customer to customer, how they are reacting. And there may be some customer who they need to understand to manage with. There may be a crisis management, because you might have reached delay for delivery. He may be shouting on you. Customer may be shouting on you, how politely you are going to respond, reply, and delivering the product with sign off. That is most important. Next. Next is impact on route delivery routes. See, even though we are improved much more in the urban, there is a huge delivery routes changes, which makes the path of delivery little bit dense to population area where we are not able to go and deliver properly. So which makes the customer dissatisfaction. And this one is the technical adoption. You may be making an explanation because here how it can be a technical adoption can be a challenges. See, we are growing. So we have accepted the technical. We have adopted the technology such as GPS, route planning, software, which enhance the things, but again, which reduces the delivery times because the route mapping comes into place. The route mapping, example, the route mapping, I'll tell you. A person starts from A location to deliver up to G location, which is in sequence. He will not be delivering first to A location. He will be delivering to G location first, as he has to come along with the non-delivered products and non-accepted products directly where the people are not there. So he has to come back to the A location also, to the origin. So he will not start from A location, he will start from G location. So if he starts from G location, in the backward, if he comes, the last delivery will be happening at A locations. Because he has to come with the return products also, which is not delivered, which is attempted but not delivered. So technology adoption has been done. Then there is a route mapping comes into place in the technology adoption. The route is mapped in such a way how your return back methodology comes into back to back. The next is environmental concerns. The environmental concern is again contributes to pollutions, traffic issues in the urban improvements. And if you go through, a lot of people are seeking for greener solutions. They need a sustainable solution, they need a greener solution, but there are two different challenges. The customer challenges as well as the challenges for the companies. The challenges for the companies, if you ask me very clearly, if you want to adopt a greener solution, the cost is going to be a little bit high than the regular one. Is the people are adopting the cost then? No. Cost they need day by day lower. But people want a greener solution. So there is a concern. There is an environmental issues comes into place, even though the companies have adopted greener solution and sustainable practices. Next. The major is here, the cost management. How to balance cost and efficiency. Because you want to do the speeder delivery, you want to do best delivery, you want to utilize your all the things. But to make the things, there is an investment comes into place into last mile deliveries, which optimizes your performances. Logistics performances very well. But you need to understand how to balance your cost and efficiency. Otherwise, what will happen? There are so many startups comes into place. Then in 2 years, 3 years, they are not available in the system or in the market. Why? Because they are adopting or they want to grab the market with a lower cost and their operational costs are very high and they are not able to sustain or manage in their future. The fund flow goes down and their margin goes down and they are not able to sustain themselves into the market. So balancing of cost is very, very important where there's a last mile delivery comes into. I am telling to you, this need to be understood by the customer also. Because unless otherwise, if a person is giving in a lesser amount, is he going to sustain forever? Won't be possible. It is just like a mushroom which comes out. It cannot long last. And as an entrepreneur, as a company, balancing cost and efficiency is much and much more important. Handling cash on delivery is again a problem, a concern. Because it is easier to say, no, I can give the cash when the things are delivered to me. Even though UPS systems are there, net bankings are there, RTGS are there, so many other elements of transaction completion is there for cost for your deliveries. But again, cash on delivery, which gives a run risk and operational complexities improve, makes more and more. Because if a person goes for collection, a cash, he has to come and he has to surrender to his origin area. Where again, from the origin, either the person has to deposit to the banker, or there is a collection agency comes and he collects the cash with tallying the things, and then they go to the company. So there is a complexity comes into places. There is a process, huge process comes into place for managing the transactions, and there is a requirement of customer trust is also there. So handling cash delivery, people are handling. I'm not telling it is not being handled, but again, it's as a complexities. Next is the technical advancements. So this is a solution you can understand, because even though all the things are there, how we have improved in last mile deliveries. Route optimization. Earlier, route optimization we used to do manually with our knowledge and purpose. Currently, if you go through, there is an algorithm and AI which determines most efficient deliveries, how a person can deliver, and which are the parcels to be given which delivery boys, which minimizes the maximum delays and reducing fuel consumption, which I told you the cost one, where there is a cost can be reduced more and more by the last mile delivery people. There where this plays a vital role. And by speedy deliveries. The second one is autonomous delivery system, which comes into through drones and which comes into without human intervention, which increases deliveries majorly, reduces labor cost, and the process is improved a lot into this autonomous deliveries. Next one. Next slide. The GPS and mapping technologies helped us a lot. If you go through, a common person who's having a normal mobile, what he makes into place immediately, even though the route optimization is not been done through AI, what he does with the GPS and the mapping technologies, he immediately moves into place. And as he moves into place, you can understand one thing. With the API and live tracking and live updates of the events, the customer as well as the company knows very well where my delivery person or where my delivery boxes or where my particular AWB boxes are available. And through this GPS mapping, you can we have improved a lot into route mapping and planning and delivery accuracy, like this. And the technology plays very vital role in customer notifications. Live events are updated from where it moved, now where it is, in which hub it is there available, and what time slot it can come into place. So there are customer notification comes into along with the OTP also. OTP comes into place, then the OTP can be shared and delivery is concluded. And which goes again with the SMS. See, this is here, and the email notification comes into either side. So API plays a vital role here. So that the event of each and every deliveries or each and every events can be really mapped and real time can be understood how the shipments are moving each and every time. Next one is, the next slide is integrated platforms with a better ERP, as Mr. Pankaj said in the earlier session. ERP, earlier ERP people used to buy. Now people used to use. There's a huge transformation. Each and every company started using, and even the customers started using. That is more reliable scenario where, see, enterprise resource planning, which is called as ERP in short form, streamlined the operation and integrated much and much more the business processes, which reduce the gap. And better data analytical comes into place. How much my RTOs are there? How much my rejections are there? How much my damages are there? How much fake attempts came into place? What are the complaints are coming into place? How much delay in deliveries happened? So all these elements are coming through the ERP solution. Now, the next one is collaborative ecosystem. Collaborative ecosystem is what? It is an API collaborative ecosystem which leverages the partner more and more to know different stakeholders. Everybody is involved and everybody can know in their mobile or in their app what is going on, what I am into, and where I am into. It is a mirror image for a person. For a delivery boy, it's a mirror image where I am, what I am into, how much I delivered. So how much is there? What is my time lag is there? Am I delayed? Am I proper? Even to the customer, it gives a mirror image. Even to the companies, it gives a mirror image. And to the service providers and everyone. That is why it says as different stakeholders. All separate people are involved into this and everybody is satisfied in this operational efficiencies. So this integrated platform played a very, very vital role and it makes a differentiations at the moment. So these are all the solutions, what I'm talking to. We have seen very clearly the challenges. Now we are thinking about and we are seeking about the solutions. What are the solutions are there where we can resolve the problems? Next one, next slide is solution for future outlook. Electric vehicles, yes, of course, which is very much important. Just a imagination. Every two-wheeler and every four-wheeler for the last mile deliveries have increased. So in this increased trend of people demanding the last mile delivery, the vehicles have increased. If all these vehicles are running through a regular fuel, which is diesel and petrol, what will be happening? There will be a CO2 issue in the air. So electric vehicles more important where our company is, our government company as well as the people have adopted more into electric vehicles. So that's why you may be seeing lot of different variety of electric vehicles, two-wheelers especially. And three-wheelers and four-wheelers have started coming into place with the different models and different shapes. Also, even the two-wheelers, we might be assuming in such a way, yeah, what type of vehicle this is running. So that way, the changes in electric vehicles have started. Through this, we can reduce a fuel dependency and we can deliver properly. Eco-friendly packaging. Eco-friendly packaging is important. So this is like how the materials of packaging can be utilized without plastic or without even paper boxes types, so that these packages can reduce the waste and environmental impact. That is more important, which we are things. And so that customer as well as people can be satisfied and the nation can be proper. Next slide. The innovation in the last mile deliveries. So if you go through, micro fulfillment centers have increased a lot. So that time-bound deliveries, 10 minutes delivery, 20 minutes deliveries have started from various companies because of micro fulfillment centers and dark stores, which has been giving so many things. See, if there is anything is required, it can be ordered and you will be getting delivery in faster mode. Crowdsourced deliveries, where the dark store plays a very vital role. So deliveries are happening through faster mode. Drone deliveries, I already spoken to you, how the drone deliveries are coming into place and how it is improving and transforming the logistics. These three are very, very important, where you can understand what is going to change the micro fulfillment centers and crowdsourced deliveries. Crowdsourced deliveries, you can know this Zepto, Zomato, and all the people, or even Flipkart and other people are also coming into place with time-bound deliveries. They are providing the time through the dark store. It delivers with the speed. Whatever you want, you will be delivering. They will be delivered. Okay. Next slide is how government and regulatory supports. That is the next one. How the government and things are supporting. Government initiatives. If you go through, government play a vital role, very, very crucial role in promoting such sustainable logistics things. Through electric vehicle adoption, giving greener subsidies and solutions, tax incentives for the things, and having a favorable infrastructure for green transportation. So government has started so many policies, so many things. So that's why industry standards and compliance are increasing a lot. And there are good safety regulation, sustainability, environment regulations have started. Operational efficiency comes into place through this. So delivery can be with the eco model system, and we can be happier. And through this, I'm ending my session. And I would like to understand, Mr. Abdul, if there is any question or any clarification, anything is needed. And with a smaller time of 45 minutes, I tried my level best to cover in a faster mode. Yeah, Abdul.
First of all, I was just watching the presentation so closely. You try to cover everything in a very nice explanation, especially the last mile strategies. Okay, so what you have explained very nicely. So, what do you think the next 6 months to 1 year, 2 years, how this last mile deliveries are going to transform especially in the Indian context? What do you see,
Sir.
Rajesh?
So green products, which is electric vehicle and other things, correct? That is B2B. If you ask me about B2C, which is basically directly goes to the customer, that is the one which is going to boom a lot. Boom a lot. So earlier there were 3 people were there on time-bound deliveries of 10 minutes delivery, 20 minutes delivery. If you ask me and if you surf and understand, and if you see at the localities, there are 9 to 12 people have started. I don't want to name it. So 9 to 12 people have already started into last mile deliveries, where there is a crowd-based delivery model, which we call as in our terminology, which comes through dark store. Through the dark store, they keep the product, the material, with an assumption this will go, this will sell off. Oh, that is the risk. Either side we have to think of. A risk of a person who is keeping is in such a way, thinking Rajesh and Mr. Rahul will purchase this. And today, there is a fast-moving item may not be going tomorrow. There is a lifestyle, there is a life cycle is there, and there is a change in modernization is there, so product need to be returned. So that will be there, and there will be little bit time lag in understanding people's need. But this is going to increase a lot. This is the modernization where going to play a very bigger and vital role in B2C, especially.
So, is it sustainable, like these last mile delivery approaches of crowd, the dark stores? Is it sustainable? Because it's going on. Everybody is using it, happy, and it is primarily now for the tier 1 cities. Maybe slowly it will go to the tier 2 cities as well. Okay, as we go on. Okay, I'm not sure whether is it a sustainable model and what is it? How
Sir, it is like,
maybe it will.
sir, it is,
Yeah.
it is with joking. It is like a picture chalega kya? It is like whether this movie will have a blockbuster. That is how it is. It is with the people, because how, see, end of the day, it is a choice of people.
Yeah. So
It
let's
is not,
hope,
I
let's
see,
hope.
nobody can compel them to adopt.
Yeah. And I think
That
it
is
will
the-
consolidate at certain level. It will consolidate, and then it will stabilize
Yes.
there. Yeah,
It
that's
will
what.
stabilize, but it will not wave off. It will not go out of
Well,
market.
yeah, no, it will be there.
Not go out.
People will be used to it, and
It
it will
may
be
transform
stabilized.
in different modes. It may
Different
transform
mode.
in different modes. Today we are talking of crowd-based delivery model in this way, dark store. Tomorrow this can make into some other meaning, other ways and means also. Who knows dark store
Yeah.
earlier?
Correct,
Nobody
correct.
knows.
And
But today everybody is talking about dark store.
it's not only about the product; it's even they are going for service also. Okay,
Correct,
so
correct.
people need something, need help. So in one way or other, either it could be a product or service or whatever, I think this
Correct.
will evolve as we go on. So those skilled resources, they can do some job.
Yeah.
I think
Correct.
they can sell their service no matter what they do. That's something which
Correct.
is great. So thank you, Rajesh, Selvam thank you very much for insightful lecture. And ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to Rajesh ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for joining into this session. And thank you, Abdul ji, once again for giving this opportunity to you and your entire team. And I am
Thank you very
very
much.
much obliged to.
Yeah,
Thank
ladies
you.
and gentlemen, if there is any question to Rajesh ji, please make sure you write in the chat. We try to connect Rajesh ji and make sure that your
Yeah. You
queries
can
get
connect.
answered.
Anyone
Yeah.
can connect through LinkedIn to me so that I can
Yeah.
give the response to them in the
Yeah,
message.
and we'll post all these videos into the portal and share in a couple of days. So if somebody missed it, yeah, they can always watch it or maybe rewatch it. Okay, thank you, Rajesh ji. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you once again to everyone.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are on time. I would like to invite our guest speaker, Faisal Ziauddin. So thank you, Faisal Saab. Nice to see you again. Welcome to
Same here,
Global.
same here.
Yeah, so Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit, Edition 4. Thank you very much for joining the session today. Let me give a
Same
quick round of introduction to Mr. Faisal. Mr. Faisal is talking about today a smart manufacturing, lean
I cannot hear you.
Abdul ji, you are on mute.
Sorry. Yeah. So sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think you can. I'll just try to introduce Mr. Faisal Saab again. Okay. So welcome, Mr. Faisal, to the show. So thank you very much. I'll try to introduce. The topic today is smart manufacturing, lean, agile, and connected operations. Okay. So Mr. Faisal has 30 plus years of a global experience, led many P&L operations across manufacturing sector in EMEA and beyond. An industrial engineer, he specialized in transformation, process excellence, and driving performance through focused problem solving. His cross-industry expertise spans oil and gas, packaging, telecom, engineering, and education. So I know Faisal Saab for quite long time in Indian Engineers Forum. I'm always amazed how he brings the energy to any discussion and so strong knowledge in the manufacturing and supply chain. So over to you, Faisal Saab. Happy to listen
Yes.
to you.
Yeah, just please make me the host and I will try to share it.
I think you can share it. You can share.
Okay.
Yeah, you can share it. Screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's visible.
Yes.
You can put in the slideshow mode just to show. Yeah,
Yeah, looks
perfect.
better.
Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, you can carry on. You can see
Yeah,
the screen.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Shah, for that wonderful introduction. We have a simple but complicated topic today, yeah. Especially when we talk about linking lean, agile, and connected operations to smart manufacturing. So why are we talking about smart manufacturing per se? Because to be successful in any segment growth, in terms of the classical volume and revenues is no longer sufficient. Yeah. So how for organizations to adopt quickly to change, seize a competitive edge is vital in implementing manufacturing practices, exceptional benefits of new age, and leverage the benefits of new age technologies to scale horizontally and vertically. On a lighter note, as a young industrial engineer, when I started my journey in 1990, when people told me to sell computers, as manufacturing was considered dirty, difficult, dull, demanding, and dangerous. We all heard it over the years. And from there, we are leading into talking about smart manufacturing today. My effort today is to make a strong case for smart manufacturing in tandem with lean and agile. And in this regard, I've set out an outline for the presentation as visible on your screens. Priorities, expectations, smart manufacturing, lean, agile, connected operations. Basically, I've broken down the topic into smaller modules of smart manufacturing, lean, connected operations. Try to see that where the organizations are today. So put up a scale there to evaluate ourselves, that on our journey of smart manufacturing, where we find ourselves today and what it will take for us to move to the next level. There are certain examples of global lighthouse networks, which were sort of coined by World Economic Forum. Lighthouses across the globe. Today, I'm talking about lighthouses primarily in India. And the lessons learned, a lot of lessons from adopting smart manufacturing, especially in India per se, and towards how do we move forward towards smart manufacturing. Basically, as we all understand by now, it's a journey. And we got to get the people on board, we got to get the leadership on board, we got to get the processes right, we got to eliminate waste, we got to be agile, quick in taking actions, moving from one project to another. While I was preparing this, when I got this topic from Sheikh Saab, I thought one thought came to me while preparing slides, that what are the Google trends relevant for this presentation. I found something very interesting. If you look at this slide, this is starting from 2004. You see a definite catch-up between lean and AI right throughout. So what it indicates is that lean has been a strong runner globally when it comes to organizational excellence journeys. And then all of a sudden, you see in January 2022, a sudden peak in the adoption of AI. And that is where it all adds a lot of color to our discussion today, that why it is imperative for organizations to adopt AI and leverage the technologies. What is Gartner saying about, and especially when we are talking about on a global supply chain summit, then it makes sense to integrate all of this discussion into how will all this add up into digital supply chain strategies. What is Gartner saying in their 21 report? Their 21 report is 86% of manufacturing leaders indicated that smart manufacturing was integral to their digital supply chain strategies. This is where the win-win, and this is where the crux of today's presentation is. Let me just frame the need, that how did we arrive to this, to contextualize our discussion, that how the industrial manufacturing has evolved since 1765 till today. We started with mechanization, we moved to mass production, you all know that, automated productions, and then we had new technologies today. On the other side, if you look at the periods and the trends of production volume to product variety, you will find that in 1800s, we were basically talking about craft production. So craft production is the production of exact product. The customers' hours are made up by simple general machines. Due to increasing market demands for achieving high production volume, a need arose for mass production. What entails under mass production is a single product without variation. And then in the 19th, you had the mass production. In the 1960s, we moved into customized production in the early 20th century by increasing the societal demand for customized products. We remember the initial cars, they said that you can get any car of any color as long as it is black. Yeah, this was the paradigm in the early 19th century when Ford was the market leader. And then came Toyota. So Toyota brought in the concept of customized production, and then it went. Today, we are talking about personalized production in the 21st century. The globalization creates extreme competition and higher volume of available products on the market due to customization. So what has happened in this, the trend from production volume to product variety, that the craft focusing on product to focusing on targeted market groups and back to individual customers. To encounter these transformations, revolution or evolution, companies must lean and agile enough to remain in the competitive industrial world. So this is how the, say, radar chart looks for the three scenarios: craft production, mass production, mass customization, where it is basically a buy-in between variety, cost, time, under the three scenarios. Let me share a short story. As a young engineering trainee, yeah, I remember for a period of over, in the early 90s, for a period of over 3 years, in a torch and dry cell manufacturing facility, we were tasked to carry out a re-engineering and modernization project for their batch job shop, where we built in a concept of cellular manufacturing, which was pretty early for those years. Basically, lean started to happen sometime in the mid of 80s, 85, 86 to be precise. And we were already talking about cellular manufacturing in the early 90s. So cellular manufacturing basically focused on grouping machines and work instructions, workstations into cells that produce specific part families, improving efficiencies, reducing setup times for those parts. This was basically the groundwork for organization to conveniently move to flexible manufacturing, more advanced, utilizing automated material handling and CNC machines to produce a wide variety of parts with minimal changeover times. This has been my initial experience with lean per se, and this is where it got me, into lean full time. So why lean in smart manufacturing? If you look at the depiction here, what has been the traditional thinking? It has been that you have a cost and you add a profit on top of it, and there is a price. This was the initial monopoly businesses, and then came globalization. So there was a strong need to build in lean and agile. So primarily what is lean? It's reducing the waste. Agile is basically adding speed. So what the competitive business environment gave us was that we got the market decides the price. Now, when the market decides the price, so what happens to the COGS, which is the cost of goods sold? So this is where organizations have to introspect, look internally, and see that what are all the ways that are happening. Yeah. What are the process improvement that can happen? How upskilling their people can add value and reduce the cost. So this is something which already a lot of organizations are doing it, but yes, in a very indifferent and a lazy manner. So this is something which organizations have to get serious about and look into their cogs. And personally, if you ask me, it's an extremely pragmatic and sensible route for all the MSMEs in India and elsewhere. Yeah, I have seen it personally when I was working in, like Sheikh Saab mentioned, in Riyadh. We were a monopoly business for instrumentation cables. Yeah, and this was early 98. And then within a span of 4 to 5 years, we saw everybody making instrumentation cables. And we were also getting cheaper instrumentation cables coming from outside of the kingdom. And that is where the whole COGS story hit us very hard. And when the salespeople came back and told, we cannot compete, we have higher prices, and we cannot compete with Chinese, we cannot compete with other people sitting in the market within Egypt, Jordan, UAE, and you name it. And then, because we organization get into the habit of wasting, yeah. They don't like Lean says, the 7 waste. They don't focus on inventories. They have no clue what is lying in the WIP, which is the work in progress. They have huge finished good inventories. Yeah, there is a lack of coordination between these sales orders and the commitment to the customer. So all of these pile up of inventories, raw material, finished goods, WIP, and this is where you are, unable. The organizations are unable to factor their cost, the COGS correctly. And this is also personally, if you ask me, lean should be the prefix to smart manufacturing. Organizations should tailor all their lean and the excellence journeys, because we are not supposed to build in waste in the data. Yeah, we are supposed to do away with all the waste, and yeah, that is happening within the organization. So just to share a very positive outlook of the priorities and expectations. Yeah, globally, the AI in manufacturing market is poised to grow from 4.1 billion in 2024 to more than 25 billion in 29. In India itself, yeah, AI adoption in manufacturing jumped from 8% to 22% in just 1 year. Which is like 157 million to $512 million in 2025. Now, what are the quick takeaways? We have direct cost savings. We have indirect cost savings. You can see the percentages. These are primarily coming from either BCG, Bain, the World Economic Forum. These are the sources for these data that are here. Improvement in customer experiences, reducing time to market, increased revenue. So once any concerned manufacturer will look at this, I don't see, like some of our friends were earlier saying, the buying of the leadership, yeah, will not be there. Basically, all leaderships are interested in looking at the numbers. Yeah, what do I gain out of it? What is there for me? So if we are able to, take a pilot project and see that such cost savings are visible to them, I think we will have a long-term association with the organizations which are interested in adopting smart manufacturing per se. Okay, now the first, I just make it break it down into, say, what is smart manufacturing? Smart manufacturing, the digital backbone, is a data-driven technology-enabled approach, where the integration of advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, and data analytics happen into the manufacturing processes to create more efficient, lean, agile, and connected operations. Okay, so I just tried to depict here that how the smart manufacturing 360 will look like. Yes, basically it leverages. Say if you look at the manufacturing process, which is appearing at the bottom, in the center of the slide. So this can be anything. This can be a single machine. This can be a factory. This can be an oil industry. This can be, you just name it. So, but all manufacturing processes, for that matter, will have data. Yes. So you need to put some kind of sensors and actuators and whatnot to leverage the data. Once you get the data, you got to contextualize it to transform into information, which can be further transformed into actionable insights, driving innovations across various sectors. The fourth industrial technologies like Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data enable real-time data collection analysis, which is then contextualized to provide meaningful information for decision making. And so what are we doing under sensing? Heavily on sensors. Sensing basically to gather data from physical world, capturing information about various parameters like temperature, pressure, location. What do we do with the data? It gets stored in large volume, forming a foundation for analysis and insights. The raw data is not valuable on its own, so there is a need for contextualize it, which understanding the meaning of the data in relation to the environment, purpose, and other relevant factors. For example, temperature data from a sensor is more meaningful when combined with information about the time of day, location, and other environmental conditions. Information per se can be used for optimization, automation, personalization, and even predictive maintenance. Potential equipment failures before they occur, minimizing downtime and cost. And finally, improve decision making, providing data-driven insight to support better decisions at all levels. So I just put lean and agile under manufacturing process here because as my understanding is that we got to fix the lean part per se prior to we start our journey on smart manufacturing. The agile will help us moving forward to speed up the processes of adopting smart manufacturing holistically. The key features of smart manufacturing: real-time data, advanced analytics and AI, connectivity, automation and robotics, cyber physical system, cloud computing, and edge processing. A twin, basically a digital twin is a virtual representation of a real-world object or a system used to stimulate, monitor, analyze its behavior in a digital environment. It essentially creates a digital replica that mirrors the physical counterpart, allowing for real-time data analysis, performance prediction, and optimization. And by now, all of us know that what are the advantages of putting your data on cloud instead of having your own servers. So the prevalent technologies that we primarily do under smart manufacturing: IoT, artificial digital twin, robotics, automation, cyber security, etc. Cyber security is the key in the Indian context and elsewhere. Benefits: increased productivity, uptime, predictive maintenance reduces breakdowns, greater agility to respond to demand changes, better resources, energy efficiency, real-time quality control and traceability. Now, doing lean before SM. If we are targeted to do lean, so what are the elements that will be necessary? Elimination of waste, just in time, continuous improvement, standard work, value stream mapping. So lean basically, the Google Trends have also shown us that it's something which remains timeless. And with the integration of smart technologies, their impact multiplies. Lean focuses on eliminating waste. Smart manufacturing lean can be enhanced by digital tools and data-driven decision-making. Value stream maps can now be created automatically from real-time data. This leads to faster decisions, less waste, and higher agility. So basically, what smart manufacturing does to lean is it creates a continuous, connected, and autonomous lean. So why do we need what advantages we have if we value stream an organization? The moment you create a value stream for an organization, you will be able to visually see that where are the waste happening. Is it the commitments at the time to the customer? Is it the delays in procuring the material? Is it the shop floor management thing, late arrival of materials, work in progress, pile up in work in progress, unaccounted defects, inventory is piling up. So value stream becomes important. And if you get that populated through smart manufacturing by real-time data, then I think it's a blessing for organizations to take decisions based on the waste management bit. When it comes to Kaizen, I'm working with an organization presently near Lucknow. And what we have done, it's a 1,000+ organization. And the idea was to lay out the foundation for lean in the organization so that they can gradually graduate into some serious smart manufacturing setups. So when you're talking about 1,000 people, the training and upskilling becomes extremely critical for all the people. Yeah. And when we are talking about training and skilling, then you cannot, inculcate all the problem-solving tools in the teams in one go. So what I had done, we had created Jamba teams, which wherein I have identified and shortlisted team leaders to the tune of around 30+. And then to set out the tone for problem solving, we have created cross-functional teams. So cross-functional teams on projects which are like low-hanging, which don't need much of CapEx, and where a lot of brainstorming, teamwork, mentorship, and cross-functional interaction. And the overarching thing about this CFT is that these are basically based on the principle of Kaizen. Kaizen primarily, if you know, is small incremental changes. So it's small incremental, when you talk about Kaizen in an organization, it basically is something which is easy for the middle management and down under to understand. The buy-in is easier. And when you are not getting into CapEx bit, the leadership is also willing to adopt something where they can see some serious change happening. So I will share some of the changes or improvement that has happened in the last slide. During the last, I've been with them for about 2 years now, 2+ years. So we have brought in some changes on maintenance side and the setup part of it. Yes, traditional in lean manufacturing. So why lean is important? Another slide on that. Individual piecework traditionally, individual teamwork or piecework. When I started my journey in 1990, there used to be a gentleman called Deepak. He was the solver for the organization. Say anything and everything that happened, the organization, the management used to go and call him. So over the years, I have understood that we need not one Deepak, we need many Deepaks across the organization, across all verticals, across all functions. Yeah, actively contributing and being on the same level of understanding as the best in class employee of the organization is. And that is where the pivot will be for the organizations to move from say level 1 or level 2 to level 3. Yeah, so the how comprehensively and how seriously the training bit is inculcated in the teams. So the next is detection, defective prevention. Yeah, quality, it comes to 100% prevention. The concept of lean when it comes to quality is inbuilt quality. Yeah, the machine operator is not supposed to pass on that piece of product to the next operation without ensuring that it is 100% quality approved. We do away with in-process quality inspections. Yeah, basically, if you look at from the lean window, in-process quality inspections are waste. They don't add any value. So this is where the quality bit maintenance, reactive run to failure, proactive TPM. I have also done an extensive seven or eight pillar TPM program for the organization, where we have highlighted the need for organizations to bring in the concept of autonomous maintenance within the engineering and O&M and maintenance crews, and see that why it is important to build in that mindset of autonomous maintenance. When we talk about autonomous maintenance, we also understand it that how 5S becomes important in autonomous maintenance, why single minute of exchange of dies become important in this concept. Yeah. Push batch, full one piece flow production. Now, this has been a very classical shift, and I think a lot of organizations are still, stuck up in push batch, yeah, which is like the job shop concept, because the primarily understanding of organization is that I have to utilize all my machines 100% all the time. So when you are utilizing all the machines 100% of the time, you will have long batch sizes. Long batch sizes basically entails that your customer orders will get indefinitely delayed. You will produce something it is very rightly captured in the 7 waste of lean: overproduction. Yeah. So overproduction happens when there is a lot of batch size and the lot sizes are big. And if you ask me, in an organization, the 7 waste, out of the 7 waste, the overproduction bit is the most serious one, because the moment you overproduce, the rest of all the other waste, which is transportation, movement, defect, all of that becomes activated. So this is one bit where the one piece flow, and it is also part of the TPS philosophy, which is practiced by Toyota, that why one piece flow is important. And one more metrics which constantly fails for small and medium organizations is OTIF, yeah, on time in full. So because you are following batch production, it's very hard to meet the customer delivery dates. which were at some point of time previously agreed and confirmed by the sales team. And then we have the complex, cumbersome processes, redundancies. I did a course from Japan in 1999 sometime, where that was the time when Hammer and Champy brought their book of re-engineering, and basically what they emphasized was that processes have a lot of duplication, a lot of redundancy. You will see in organization the plant manager, the production manager, the supervisor performing largely identical tasks. So if the entire team is doing and chasing and following up, issuing job cards to the shop floor, then where is the value addition actually happening? It's not happening at all. As I have understood in my later experiences in multinationals, as you grow in the organization, your value addition component of job should increase, say from 40% to 50% to 60%. Whereas in small and medium organizations, it is largely it just goes largely flat. The supervisor is doing the same thing. The middle management is doing identical thing. Maybe at a higher decibel, shouting out and all of that. And definitely the plant manager is not adding the desired value. And this is where I think training the entire crew under the plant manager or the unit head becomes crucial. This is if all the team, if say of all the 1,000 people under that leadership is trained on the same level, so you will have a lot of low-hanging increments happening in the organization, which boosts the morale of the team. It ensures employee engagement, and it gives a sense of belonging to all the employees, including the leadership, that I can sort of account on you when there is a crisis happening. So it is lean per se is a 360 thing for any organization of small, medium, and large size. Agile, and what is the role of Agile? Agile primarily talks about embracing change and delivering value at a faster rate. I will have to maybe move a little quicker here. Agility in action. Agile teams work in short cycles, gather feedback quickly, make decisions. This allows manufacturers to adopt. So Agile focuses on faster innovation cycles, real-time feedback, key principle, interactive development, production processes, integration of digital tools for adaptive decision-making. See, it's basically agility is a strategic characteristic that is becoming increasingly important for successful companies. As a result, the customer can be supplied with product tailored to the exact requirements in a significantly shorter period of time and higher quality. Connected operations are seamless integration of people, machine, system, processes across value chains. This enables proactive decisions, efficient maintenance, and seamless scaling of operations, key components, IoTs, edge, MES, manufacturing execution systems, digital twin, AI, ML, unified communication platforms. Benefit, reduce downtime, improve productivity, end-to-end visibility, faster response, autonomous remote operations, energy saving. This is the classical depiction of if you move from classical manufacturing practices to predictive maintenance. So how this will all add up. Classically, जब हम लोगों की गाड़ी टूट जाती है या खराब हो जाती है, that is the time when you go to the workshop and get it repaired. So the idea is to go to the doctor only once, just before we are not feeling well. Yeah. So predictive maintenance will entail that it will predict the failure and conduct maintenance in advance. So this is one of the quick wins which will happen under smart manufacturing. Digital lean during one of my previous working experience with a couple of MNCs, which is ABB and Graef. Graef basically is a rigid packaging MNC. We were tracking all the 32 plants in the EMEA region in real time. I could see the live overall equipment effectiveness, OEE, breakdown, defective products, shipments, what has been shipped, safety accident, besides customers order in hand, inventory, which is both raw material, finished good, for all the plants in real time. And this is basically coming on my laptop as a plant manager. Yeah. So this is the the knowledge, the information that can be shared and also create an competitive advantage within the group of companies. Yeah. Okay, now Lean Industry 4.0 expand the opportunity for operational excellence and revenue growth. So how does this happen? Flexibility, sensors and software enable more efficient changeovers, productivity, predictive algorithms, improve autonomous maintenance, speed, real-time data accelerates production management, quality, data-driven quality control, supports self-inspection, safety, sensors and training in virtual reality, improve working conditions. With an integrated approach, Lean and Industry 4.0 are mutually enabling. Yeah, basically promotes benefit beyond the typical limits of either the two approaches. For example, using sensors and data to provide full transparency into bottlenecks allows the company to sharpen the focus on its lean effort to improve OEE. The payback time for use cases that are properly implemented is less than 3 years. However, if we often see investment that exceed required levels, the benefits derived from Lean Industry 4.0 correlate with efficiency of the underlying process. The company might, avoid automating waste in the form of processes that include non-value adding and non-standardized activity. If a company invests in deploying robots before processes have been optimized, the robots will perform non-value added activities such as necessary movements that reduce the deployment of financial return. Now, this is where the crux of the entire presentation today is, that if a company invests in deploying robots before processes have been optimized, the robots will perform non-value adding activities such as unnecessary movement that reduce the deployment's financial results. Maturity assessment, this is just for an internal assessment for all the participants and whoever is interested, that where are you on your journey of maturity when it comes to computerization, connectivity, visibility, transparency, predictability, and adaptability. Global lighthouse is a concept which only I came to know while I was preparing for this. Thanks to Sheikh Saab for giving me this opportunity. Yeah, I did not know before this that there is something called Global Lighthouse Network, and what is a lighthouse and how they are helping. Lighthouse factories are the forefront adopting and implementing 4IR technology at scale. Now, this is the new lighthouses that has happened in the world. Yes, in 2024. We have lessons around lighthouse which involve frontline human capabilities, investment in workforce, holistic approach to sustainability, etc., etc. These are some of the positive emerging trends that has happened in the India network. CIAT, Hindustan Lever, Jubilant, Agrivia, Renew, Shipla, Reddy, Mondelez. Unilever use case has been discussed extensively in the business world in India. 20% reduction in unplanned downtime, 15% improvement in OE. This is the clip, which is like very recent, 16 July, Hindustan Zinc deploys AI system to automate chemical dosing in production. Hindustan Levers, the benefit they have derived out of it. This is the engagement I was talking, where I trained the 1,000 people, and the shutdown losses came down by 6.5%, and the shutdown hours 37%. So in conclusion, basically, we have to remind ourselves that do your lean bit before setting out for capturing the data, digitalization, automation, yeah. And then once you have that thing in place, it is easy and advisable to move into smart manufacturing. And nobody is saying that you cannot, you have to stop your lean once you get digitalized. This is an ongoing journey which has to happen for organizations and people. But yes, by the time you come to this, you will definitely have a mindset within the organization where people will be excited when you talk about lean and smart manufacturing. Indian government initiatives, national program, Smart Udyog, India AI mission, Centers for Excellence. So Indian government is there to help us out on a lot of fronts. It's a journey, and the part that really excites me, Sheikh Saab, is the point number 5. Yeah. So once and I can see that in your journey also, that you are somewhere around 5 when you are feeding the frenzy. Yes. And this definitely takes determination, patience, and lot of bringing a lot of people together. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I within limit or I exceeded. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's a couple of minutes, but so thank you, Faisal Saab. You gave a very nice overview of that very difficult concept, which can be understood by any executive. So that is number 1. And number 2, you touch very relevant points, which is very critical. One point I really liked is in the first point of lean, you said the price minus cost is profit. That is very, very simple concept, but you hit the point. Okay. So now the price, the cost plus profit is equals to price. That days are gone. So now you cannot do that anymore. So now you have to fix a price and then come back to the cost. Okay, that is fantastic explanation. You did it. Fantastic points. And the global lighthouse network is something which is very interesting. Yeah. Industry is going towards business networks. Okay, so they want to collaborate in one way or other. All these supply chains, it's a no more individual competition. It's a supply chain to supply chain. Okay, so the more you collaborate within the supply chain, the whole supply chain is very competitive. Okay, otherwise, you fight within the supply chain, your whole supply chain become incompetent. Okay? That's a trend. Now they are going a little more, especially in the pharma and the aviation industry. And I think it will be done everywhere across the globe. But it is not done haphazardly. It is done industry by industry, based on the organizations. That's something very nice. Okay. So any key insights, because you touch very complicated topics like smart manufacturing, lean, agile. So any key insights so that the mid-size manufacturing companies, startups can take away from this lecture, Faisal sir?
Journey per se. Yeah. If you look at the journey per se, this is not going to happen in a short term. So the broader the organization that I am working is an agri-based industry. Yes. So and this is a 50-year-old organization. So one of the lessons that I have learned from doing this transformation is that the need
which is critical to bring in all the people to the same level. Tell them about problem solving, tell them about lean concept, tell them about your business process. Many people are working in the organization, they don't know the difference between sales, production, warehouse. They are working in silos, strictly defined, and their immediate supervisors are not allowing them to deviate from the silos. So until unless all your 100,000, whatever number of people have a holistic view of the organization, and the management is transparent, that say a 1 ton of copper is scrapped on the shop floor, what is the cost of that copper? If that is not visible on the daily poster or the CCTV somewhere, that guys, what you have scrapped, this is the value of that. So that kind of interface, that kind of brainstorming is the need of the hour. The rest of the adding of the technologies, so the moment the organizations refine the process, like you asked me, and engage the people, the technologies will fall in place.
Fall in place. Yeah. Now, I think one most important point you mentioned is technology is there. Okay.
Yes.
So technology is there. Maybe it is there more than what you need. Okay. Now, it's a question of your readiness as an organization.
Correct.
Be ready. Take what is
Correct.
required. You don't have to take everything and then create a problem for yourself. Take what is required and go in a step. But only most important point is have a bigger view. So what you need it in a course of time, and then this will help you. Okay, now what I don't have, what is missing. Now how can I reach there in a step-by-step approach? So this way you don't lose the sight. At the same time, you don't create a problem for yourself by overloading of initiatives. Do it step by step, and then you achieve, and then become competitive. Instead of becoming obsolete. Otherwise, it will be a very big pain area to have a step improvement in the digital transformation. It will be a very big problem. Okay, so that is the great advice, Faisal sir.
Yeah, as a departing note, and thank you for that wonderful session. I think what you are doing is phenomenal, Sheikh Saab. But I think you got to attach that what improvements happen in the organization. How does the management see that on the financial side? Because I think that is a gray area, and that is where some of our friends have said that the leadership buy-in doesn't happen. So how quickly the management sees that financial aspect of it, that guys, we did this, and this is how this is added up, or we had a wrong shipment. This is the cost of the goods, or COQ that has added to this wrong shipment. So something that add value to the financials in real time.
Perfect, sir. Perfect. I think either you show how the revenue is going to be increased, or you show how it is affecting your cost, bottom line.
Correct.
So any one of these, if you touch, I think management will have a buy-in. Very good, great point. Very well said, Faisal sir. So thank you very much for wonderful lecture. As usual, you always inspire a team. So thank you, Faisal sir. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to Mr. Faisal. And if you have any questions to be asked to Mr. Faisal, don't get shy. Write a message to us. So we are all available. The whole organization team, organizing committee is available. So they can help you to reach your favorite speakers. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have done very important sessions. For today, 3 sessions. Now that we are jumping into 4th session, I would like to invite Ms. Sanita to the platform. So Anita, I hope you are there.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone.
So today's topic is Ms. Anita is going to talk about how to digitize your supply chain execution processes in VUCA environment. Okay. Ms. Anita is a seasoned supply chain professional with 9+ years of experience in product development, supply chain execution systems development and implementation. And she is helping multiple organizations to achieve supply chain excellence. Okay, so it's great to invite you, Anita. And she is our team member, colleague. So look forward to hear you, Anita. Thank you. Thank you for joining the session.
Thank you for the introduction. Okay, hope you can able to see my screen. I just shared
Yes,
it.
I can see the screen. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Thank you, sir, and good morning to everyone. So, here is my topic like supply chain execution systems in VUCA environment. Why we require supply chain execution systems? Okay, so let me just talk about VUCA. VUCA is like it's a word derived from the military. Okay, so it was like in late it was used by the military. So later on, no, like it was widely used in the business and technology. Okay, so here VUCA stands for like volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and the ambiguity. Okay, so why it was like a mainly the supply chain execution systems, okay, requirements like due to like a sudden changes in the demand prices, okay, and in the uncertainty like where all due to some pandemics or some other events, no, due to that changes, and there will be like a complexity in the form of global supply chain and multi suppliers. Okay, this way so and there will be also like ambiguity in terms of like we don't know exactly what is the cause and effect, like it is not derived accurately. With these ways we require the supply chain execution systems. I will tell briefly into that. Okay, instead of managing the supply chain execution systems, no, like what will be the cause and how what will be the effects, we can just go through that. Okay, let me just yeah, here we can see like what are the execution systems. Okay, supply chain execution system, here you can see some of the components we defined. Okay, so here like warehouse management, transportation management, order, likewise we have some of the components here. So, supply chain execution systems will help the organization to manage like right from the uh, order to the delivery. I mean, right from the manufacturing to the delivery to the customer. Okay, here there will be like a real-time operations. So, if we go for the traditional way of managing the supply chain execution, like, so to manage all these things, no, it is very difficult and it's not practical to manage every step. Okay, so in to avoid that, no, like we require all these supply chain execution systems here. Okay, where we can have some of the drawbacks if we are not using, like some kind of delays to the in terms of delivery, and there will be not tracking of exactly the operational cost and the loss and missing out the customers like due to lack of exact deliveries on time. Okay, and there will be no exact the tracking of all the supply chain nodes. Due to this, no, like supply chain execution systems will help uh, at every node how to track the individual operations. Okay, so it will help the organizations to track all individual nodes where the drawback is, okay, and where we need to optimize all these things. No, we can easily figure out from the execution systems. Okay, suppose here like here the supply chain execution system, before this, no, like supply chain planning. So supply chain planning helps like what we want to do. Supply chain execution systems will help the real time, like how we need to based on the plan, how we need to target it. Okay, So it is like a real-time data tracking of the execution, like execution things, like operational things. Okay, let me just go for the next slide. So here is like the Fruisi, what we do. Here you can see all the Fruisi supply chain stack. Here we have like a planning and the planning solutions, okay, which will help the all the execution systems. So, and we also have the ERP here, where it will cover all the departments of the supply chain. Like it is like an integrated ERP helps the individual departments wise data flow. Okay, so planning solution helps like planning of all the supply chain networks, what we need to do. And here is the execution systems. Okay, this is like an advanced system apart from the ERP. Okay, so here the Fruisi helps not only to digitize the organization, it also helps at every supply chain node, like to make it optimize and how to achieve the like good accuracy and the planning, like by using data analytics. No, we used to optimize and make it like a cost effective, and also like it's like a mainly to track at every supply chain node. No, it's a simple and easy way. Okay, let me just go to that so we can see the how the process, like a business, we are going to track every individual node. Here is the supply chain business network, where here you can see like a right from like all the tiers, like a supplier tier 1, tier 2. Okay, so how the materials transfer to one node to another node. So we are going to track in the way like a individual client or customer, we are going to track in this way the business process. Okay, so here we get to know all the nodes, like how it was connected. And in the next slide, you can see all the business processes, like how it was connected at every individual supply chain nodes. And against these processes, no, like we are going to connect the technology part, like the systems, execution systems, how we are going to connect against that individual process. So below the here you can see all the applications like WMS, MES, ERP, and how it will get connected. Let us go to the next slide. There we can see how the system, individual systems, execution systems will help. This is the flow, business flow of the warehouse management, right from the gate in and gate out. There will be like internal operations based on the customer business flow. Okay, so like how they were going to record here. Here the execution system will help not only just it's like not the manual entry, like how we are going to automate the at every node of the process. Okay, it is like integrated with all the hardware part and also the data points, whatever they require. Okay, it will help the customers in the in this flow, like instead of entering manual, no, they can make it automate by tracking all the details seamlessly without any interruption, right from the inward to the outward, managing their all the staff and all operational efficiencies will be taken care easily with this. Okay, let me just go to the next slide. Here you can see all the features what are available in the warehouse management. So here you can see operational features and the special features. In the operational features, you can see inbound. Okay, so where we have all the inward processes, like inward, there will be like a based on the industry, we will be having multiple inward orders. Okay, and how we are going to receive it and doing the put away process. Okay, and we are going to evaluate the performance reports also. And in the inventory manage, where we are going to take care the stock visibility. Okay, so there are like multiple ways to have the visibility of the stock. okay, in a form of customer wise or vendor wise, and there will be like a digital twin also. It is like a user friendly way where they can easily track all the in stock details and other operational details also. Okay, and here we go with like outward. It is like a delivery orders, so we can track all the delivery orders by the picking process. No, here the delivery picks like will be created based on different picking strategies. Okay, and there will be also like optimized picking optimization where it will help, and it will also see here it is used the AI models where we can have the picking optimization, pick route optimization as well. Okay, this way system will help the like easy pickup points to the executives. Okay, based on this, there will be all the deliveries. No, we will be having all the invoice billing as well for this. Okay, it was connected with all the hardwares also. Here are the special features where it will cover how the system is integrated with the other applications or other hardware solutions as well. Hardware like barcodes, RFIDs, and mobile apps, how it will get connected, and what are like based on AI, how the functionalities will work, and it will be connected easily with the ERP solutions, and there will be some user friendly warehouse layout will be displayed. Okay, this is like an overview of this. So here are the few the benefits of the warehouse Fruisi warehouse management, like how the pick time of reduced by 50%. Okay, easy visibility of to the customer. This system will help 3PL manufacturing and the in the different industries types. It will be like a configurable based on that. No, we will be configuring, and the benefits will be taken care accordingly. Okay, let me just go to the system and I will brief you the system overview, and we can get back to the other systems as well. Okay, here let me just log in. Okay, this is the homepage of warehouse management. Here you can see like there are like multiple warehouse and organizations. Okay, where we can manage multiple warehouses as well, and it is like configured based on the warehouse wise, and it's like permissions has given warehouse wise, and operations are managed warehouse wise. Okay, so let me just go for like the inbound process. Here we have all the inward processes like purchase orders creation, and here we can integrate with the ERP, get the orders, and we can also upload as well. Okay, there it was connected with all the hardware also in this. Okay, likewise, no, we have all the processes for the outbound for the deliveries and inventory tracking. Okay, and we have the planning solutions as well, and workforce where we can track all the employee tasks and performance of the things. Let me just go for this, like I can show how the employee data will get look like. So this way, no, like employee just log in and track their employee tasks. They can log in through the mobile, and they can directly scan it and complete the put away task instead of entering manual. This will help the accuracy of the data. Okay, and it can be done through the RFID also based on the requirement. No, we are going to enable that. Now currently I have enabled the barcode part, and we also have the bar like this way we can have all the visibilities here, and we have the layout like this is like a dynamic layout where we are going to have the visibility of the physical layout. Here you can see this is like a top view. Okay, here we have the complete stock of the warehouse. You can see wherever the like zone wise stock and this. Okay, as it is top view, no, like when we hover on it, we can see like a location name and the level names as well, and the products available in this. There are few options like going to expired products. Here are some of the color indications also, and we can also track the if it is like a warehouse is 3PL, no, we can also customer can also see the stock, their stock directly, and we have the option of searching from the product, and we can do put away and picking processes also here. And not only the stock details, here we have the information regarding to the space utilized and what is space available. So here you can see like the completely available, partial available, and usages. All this information, it will be helpful for the customers directly. They can log in and they can see instead of going into detail. There are like a multiple notification alerts also, where they can get alert regarding to the space or something. If it is like a food industry, they get alerts to that. Likewise, like there are like many options are available based on whenever we enable, no, automatically users get alerted regarding to that information. Okay, this is like a few overview. Okay, if there is any questions, no, I can tell that. Let me just go for the other system. Okay, so, and the next is like a manufacturing execution system. So this is the flow of the manufacturing, like how the production orders get created and production operations part, and they are connected with the quality. And if we are using the machines, no, we are going to have the energy management process, maintenance, and the time management of the machines. And we are also calculating the production costing for the operations. It is like in the ERP and the manufacturing execution system, the difference is like it is like in detail, and where we are going to evaluate all the individual point to point, like we are going to track it like all the operational level detailed. Okay, we are going to track mission wise all the efficiencies, okay, manpower, and we are going to take the exact data from the missions directly instead of manual input, where it will help the data accuracy, and there will be the time complexity reduction also into that. So in this system is like integrated friendly, like where we can have for the accounting purpose, no, we can send back to the ERP easily. And let me go for the next slide. Here you can see all the processes like in the manufacturing system available. Planning part. Here we have all the planning part like master production scheduling. Okay, and we have other types also into that based on the configuration. We can plan accordingly. Okay, so the planning part will take care of the all the resources like material, machine, man, all the it is included and it will be calculated easily. And the production processing, okay, and we have quality connected to the production process. Energy management, where we are going to take up the machine data and we are going to evaluate the energy management here. Maintenance part and master data configuration, and the performance reports regarding to resource and the production, all the ways we can track easily. Will show this in the system. It will easily understandable way there. And we have the technology enablers here, and the system is, so here we have some standard layouts also, where the protocols, we some of the protocols to connect the machines, no, like OPC, UA, all these protocols we are going to connect with the machines. Okay, and we are going to get the data directly to the MES system. It's like a middleware to the ERP and the machine to transfer the data easily. Okay, and let me just go for the
Because we
here.
have enough time, so you can take time. No, we have enough time. So it's up to 1:30. So
Yeah,
it's still 45 minutes are there, so you can take.
okay, fine. Okay, so so here you can see like how the MES integration takes place. So as here, no, we have the where Fruicy MES will takes place these protocols. I mean the process, like how the here at the top you can see these are the protocols and how the data will be taken, and the bottom, no, here how the data taken from the hardware and how the MES will take up the data and will be projected the next operational flows. Okay, and here you can see the protocol details, and here this is like a use cases we already done. Okay, and here are the few of the sensors mentioned. Okay, let me just go for the system demonstration. Okay, here I can explain in detail the manufacturing execution system. Let me just go to it. Okay, so this is the homepage of manufacturing execution system. Okay, so here we have, you can see like a plant name and the organization details. Okay, where we can manage all the plant wise operations. Okay, so we can so it is configured accordingly. Okay, if we have multiple plant, no, we can manage individual plant wise operations separately. So in the production, no, like we have the production processing. Okay, so in this process, no, we can manage order wise production process in this, and we also have the option of managing work center wise also. There is difference in this. So multiple production orders can be assigned to the work center wise. They where work center wise the config. I mean there will be like supervisors are like in charges where they were going to track easily instead of going with the production orders. Okay, so let me just go for the production order where you can see the details how it looks. So for every individual order, no, like there will be the planning method here, like a forward and backward planning, and we can connect the production lines here. And so with this, no, automatically system will schedule the productions. Okay, and there will be the generation of the barcode also for this, where it is like we have made this. It is like a use case we already delivered to the customer. They were easily doing with this instead of manual entry. No, we have eliminated the manual entry and we made this automate for them. So likewise, like the production order is created and material issue processing will be there. So it is also like a production line wise we are going to issue the materials, and the again as the warehouse. Okay, and we have the report operations. Like let me go for the manager view. This is like we are going to scan the production order, and we get all the information regarding to the production order, like what are the operations available in it and when it was planned, and all these details, no, we can easily see here. Okay, so and here you can see some of the options like this. So when we click on this, no, we get, let me just take other order. I think it was completed. Okay. Let me create a business. Yeah, I'm just trying to create so that I can show a few of the options there. Selecting the customer. So I'm assigning the production line as well. Just confirm the order now. So there will be the order. It will be in open. Okay. So now I just manually selected. Now we can do with the barcode directly. So here you can see the planned dates and all the information. So when I select, this is like employee details, like we can easily, so there will be like employee view also for the employee. They will just directly scan the, directly they were going to scan it. So they will get automatically recorded the timestamps automatically. And we are going to add up some shift times. It will help to track the operational cost. So instead of entering manual, no, it is like automated with the barcode, and we can use other ways also. This is one of the way, like we are tracking the operational cost now. Okay, and here you can see like a icon where we are going to track all the operational wise active hours. Okay, like and the basically like if we connect the machine, no, we will get the machine active hours also there. Okay. Likewise, all the operational hours, like a man wise and machine wise, okay, we are going to record automatically, and it will help to evaluate the operational cost and operational efficiencies easily. Okay. So, and let me just go for the costing here. We have the costing part. Okay, so here we can track all the operational cost, the operation wise. So we can define all the whatever we require to maintain the cost component types. Based on that, no, it will generate. Okay, and it will figure out. So I just shown like the manpower, how we are going to record, and the machine timestamps, also operational timestamps. With this, no, we have some of the features here, like energy management. So in the energy management, let me go for the energy consumption. Here you can see like machine wise how the energy consumption actual recorded, and this is the estimated one. So there will be some standard energy consumptions we are going to record, and the based on the operational timestamps, no, like against the machine. So we are going to add the actuals to compare, and we can see we can track easily where the whether it is like in a same, like based on it is like a estimated and the actual is same, or it's like slight differences, or it's if it is a major difference, no, to track the problems. It will be easy for the managers to, it will, this report will help the manager for the cause, and what will be the reason for the more consumptions. Okay, and there will be the energy by production also. So this in the energy consumption, it is like only mission wise we are going to track, and in the energy by production order, no, we can track easily production order wise consumptions. Let me just scroll it. Here you can see these are like a order wise, operation wise, what are the actual and estimated consumptions. And we can also track, we have the option of tracking. We can record the actual electricity billing also. There we get all the costing details on one page, and it will help the organization to track easily if there is any problem with the energy consumptions and the costings. Okay, and here we have the workforce here. Okay. Yeah, let me go into workforce. No, I just missed the OEE. So here is the efficiency, like we can evaluate the production wise efficiency and machine wise also. Here we have the machines option. We can select and we can generate. Here we have production order wise, day wise efficiencies we can calculate. Okay. This is the detailed one, and we have the option of dashboard also here. Let me just go to that. Okay, so here is the OEE. Okay, so let me just select few dates. So this is like a high level the dashboard. So the previous one is the detailed one, and here is the the high level. So here we can see like overall efficiency here. Okay, like this, and we can also track by machine work center wise as well in this. Okay, and for the energy we have seen the detailed one, and we have the energy dashboards also for that. So here we can see like what is the energy consumed cost, and by production or also, and we can compare with the yearly, monthly as well with this. Okay. Okay, and let me go for the workforce. Here we have the workforce where we can see all the mission tasks. Okay, we can have the visibility where it is like all the missions list we have here, and we can see the what are the missions, and here we can see all the details of like what task it is assigned. If there is more, no, we can see like this. Okay, and we can also track the employees also in this way, like employees assigned task and the details of it. Okay. Okay, and we have the maintenance also for the machines, like we have all the we can also do based on the schedules, and where directly we can also create the work orders. Here we are going doing the maintenance not only for the machine, we also have the tool option also. So we have tools modules separately. Okay, so here we have all the services types. We can easily do maintenance for the assets easily from here. And we have tooling module. Okay, so this is like a tools is like a to track tools, no, it is like a difficult part. So by this, no, we can easily track how much it was used and in which process it was used. Here you can see while issuing, no, we can easily record all the information against individual tool. Okay, and issued by and for whom it was issued. So if we can easily track with this module, and we can see the tool availability also easily from this. Okay, and we have quality module where we can have the complete the operations wise production material issues and finished items. We can easily do the quality inspections at the receiving level also. So wherever it require, no, we need to enable it, and it will help the to check the tests easily wherever it is required. And we have SOP, like to maintain all the machines SOP, no, instead of maintaining hard copy, so we can easily maintain here, and it will be helpful for the operator also to have the visibility. So up to now, I just shown like the complete full flow, like we need to go every screen and we need to do. Okay, but where we have one screen, like we can easily do all the processes like in one place only. So here, this is like a operator view. Here we have all the production order details, scheduling part, material issuing, okay, operation timestamps, recording, finished item receiving, and we can track the energy, and we get the OEE summary. And if you want to give any work instructions to the employee, no, we can give, and SOP also. This is like operator view, and we have the sorry, this one. Yeah, sorry. This is the single resource. This is like a employee. It's like employee where he can see only just record all the timestamps. It's like operational timestamps, and inputs can be given here. And multi resources for the manager where he can manage all the creating, and if there is any updates required, no, they can do from there. This is like a overview, and the integrations we have the integration processing, like we can connect easily with the machines, okay, PLC machines, and we also done the way integration for the way bridge attendance and all the schedulers we have managed, and we have done integrations with the ERPs also. Okay, so it will be helpful like a to make advanced like a manufacturing process, no, apart from the ERP, this system will help to track the detailed operational level from the system. Okay, let me just go back to the presentation. Okay, now like here we have the fleet management, okay, transportation fleet management. So it is like as I told, like a warehousing part where the storage, how we can take place there, and the production processing. And we require the delivery also. Delivery part also is a key in the supply chain, how we are going to track. Okay, so here are the features like how we can maintain the fleets and how we can process the deliveries from this. Okay, here you can see like orders, and we have the trip management here where we how we manage the resources, and how we are going to deliver it. And here we have vehicle management, driver management, and fuels. Okay, and if there is any 3PL, like if we want to have the buy the fleet, no, like we can also have the tender processing here. And we have maintenance processing for the vehicles. So, and we also have maintained some inventory module if you want to maintain some like a spare parts or kind of thing, no, instead of having ERP or some other systems. So we also enable some inventory management also. And statutory documentary part is very crucial one. for vehicle driver and all these things. And we have the billing for the 3PL as well. And to record the incidents and claims also, we have a module here, and the performances for all the ways like vehicle driver trips, okay, and billing wise, maintenance wise, we can record the performances. And we have integrations uh, and the process mining here, and we have connected with the AI as well. Okay. So, and let me go for the next slide. Here are the few benefits mentioned for the transportation management. So let me go for the system demonstration from here. Okay. Okay. So this is the home page, and here we can maintain like multiple organizations also. Okay, easily like organizations wise, we can manage the operations efficiently. So here the end-to-end operations, no, we can easily track with all these menus. So let me just go for the load. Okay, I think I need to just re-log in. Sorry. Let me try and anyway. Okay. Okay, sorry. So here we have the all the menus where it will cover all the end-to-end operations of logistics. So let me just go for the load management. Here you can see the load creation process and all these things. Okay, we have option here to create the load. Let me just go to the summary. So here you can see like how the uh, here we have all the load details, like what is source and destination details and customer shippers, and what are the items we need to ship, and the additional charges the here. Okay, and here we have the lorry receipt, okay, and invoice details. If there is any document, no, we can upload here. So in the load, like here we just upload here, and we have the trip creation and vehicle planning option also. Okay, so let me just go for the trip. In the trip, no, like we have like a end-to-end journey of the trip. Like, let me just go here. So this is the trip summary details. Okay, we have all the how many loads are there in this and how many items, and vehicle occupancy details at the below. Okay, and here we have allocation part. So all these steps, no, like based on the usage we are going to enable. If you want to eliminate, no, we can easily hide it based on the permissions. So in this is like a resource allocation part where we have all the vehicle, equipment, driver and cleaner. Okay. So we need to just confirm this. Okay. After that, automatically uh, the allocation will be done. And here we have the route display, like I think, okay, route display in this. So here, what will happen is, I think the route is not displayed properly. Let me just go for closed one. Okay. Yeah. Like this, the route will be displayed. If we have like multiple deliveries or multiple pickups, no, it can be easily done from this. So whenever we confirm the route, no, automatically whatever we have allocated the resources, no, it will be mail will be sent, or message or WhatsApp. We can easily send the location details and all the map details also to the driver, customer. and also the cleaner or the co-driver. So we can easily send the details to them, and based on their they can easily accept the trip, or they can reject it, and we also reallocate the processes. Okay, and we can we can record the advanced details also easily from here. If you want to record expenses required, no, we can record. Otherwise, we can just define it. Expenses is not required. Okay. Likewise, and what will be planned and what we have given total advance, we can easily record. And if there is any extra expenses, just no, we can just take it up to the next trips easily. And here, so after advance, no, like we will be having the shipment execution here. So this process we can do easily in the mobile app also. And here you can see the takeover. We can take up all the pictures before. Okay, and we can record all the details of loading timestamps. Okay, when it was at the time of placement at the gate, loading started and ended, and the gate out. It will be easy in the mobile app. Here we have detailed one. And the unloading part also, like we can record all the POD timestamps and time of settlement as well. And at the time of handover also, we can easily take up all the pictures from here. So with this, no, after completing the shipment execution, we will be having the trip sheet here where we can see all the status for it. Like when it was loaded and when it was in transit, all the timestamps we can easily record in the settlement screen. By from the odometer, no, we can directly take up all the how much distance traveled, and is there any like a time details also we can easily track here. If we want to have the billing also, no, we can easily take up from this settlement screen easily. I can show you that. So here we have the finance and statutory. Here we have billing module, all the PO details. I'm just trying to show already created PO here. So here we have different rate types. Okay, let me go for back. So here you can see here we have different rate types, and we can easily create the POs for the customers, and we also have the vendors as well. Likewise, let me go for like this. We can record different vehicle types and the rates easily. And in the invoice, no, we can easily generate the invoice based on the actual trips here.
Great, great. Anita, you can conclude in 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Then, yeah.
Okay, okay. So, and we have for the vendors also, we can easily do the billing from here. Okay, and this way, no, the load strips and the billing part will takes place in the vehicle management. We have all the vehicle availability details. Okay, and we can easily do the planning from here, creating trips, assigning vehicles. Okay, and we have the odometer connected. No, we can directly take the details of odometer by connecting the GPS and all these. Okay, based on the configuration. And we have drivers module where we can have all the see directly the driver availability. Okay, and all the drivers and vehicles, no, easily connected to the statutory here, and we can track the behavior of the drivers also. Okay, and we can represent based on that, we can easily track. And fuel details, and we have the fuel history details. Okay, fuel slips. If we want to upload any the fuel slips, no, we can upload from here. And we have the maintenance for the vehicles. So let me go for schedule. So we here also we have all the types, like we can go for the period and odometer. So we can easily schedule the vehicle maintenance, okay, easily. And we can also directly create the orders also. We have the flow like this, work order creations, and we have services here. What are the spare parts required? And if you want to generate the purchase request also, no, from here we can do that. And if it is like a meter reading, no, we get all the meter readings also into this. And we have the work order closure details. Okay, and test drive, we can record the test drive details. If whenever it is okay, no, then only it will get closed. And this is the status log where we can record the pictures of takeover and the handover easily. Okay. And this is like incidents and claims. Here we have major and minor incident types, and we can record all the incident details, claiming details, if there is any losses or replacements. So we can easily record and upload the pictures as well. Okay. Yeah, I think I just covered the execution systems. This way, no, like using all these systems, no, like a supply chain execution system, we can easily figure out the problems and cause and effects easily. Okay. So I think I'm done with this. Okay. Yeah, if there is any questions, no, like I can just answer. Yeah, hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah, one second. So thank you, Anita. Thank you for a wonderful lecture. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, have any questions? We got a couple of text messages. Anita, Farhan has asked for, can you hear me, right? Farhan has asked me for presentation. Yeah, you can share all the presentation. And yeah, so Imran Saab is ready. So exciting presentation. Thank you. So any questions, ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand, Sanita. So wonderful explanation, Anita. Thank you very much for lecture. Any questions? We are very happy to take it up. Okay. So actually there was some timing adjustment problem. So I would like to invite the next guest speaker, Muhammad Imran Ghani, for the show. Yeah. Thumbs up if you are available. Yeah. Can you bring
Yes, sir.
can you bring Imran Saab to the stage?
Are you hearing me, sir?
Imran Saab, are you there, right?
Yes, yes, I'm hearing you. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Bismillah. The first of all, thank you very much to inviting me for this session offline for the great event. And I begin in the name of Almighty God, who is the most merciful. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true privilege to be here today among such esteemed professional and global thought leaders. My name is Muhammad Imran Ghani, and I serve as a certified global supply chain strategy consultant with over 2 decades of experience advising multinational organizations across energy, industrial, logistics, and sustainability domains. Today, I stand before not just as a consultant, but as a strong advocate for a future where ESG principles are not just add-ons, but integral to supply chain operation and infrastructure planning. In the next few minutes, I'll be exploring how ESG is reshaping the global supply chain landscape, driving transparency, resilience, and long-term value. We will dive into practical framework, discuss evolving regulatory demand, and consider what it truly means to balance performance with the purpose. Let's begin this conversation with the understanding that sustainability is not a destination, it is a continuous journey of alignment, innovation, and accountability. The ESG imperative in supply chain and infrastructure. In today, interconnected global economy, ESG compliance is no longer optional. It is a strategic differentiator for the GCC, where logistic, energy, and industrial diversification are essential to economic transformation. Embedding ESG into supply chain ensure long-term competitiveness, risk mitigation, and stakeholder trust. Environmental stewardship with carbon neutrality ambitious Saudi Green Initiative. Companies must adopt low carbon logistics, circular economy models, and renewable energy integration in warehousing and transport. The social responsibility, ethical sourcing, labor welfare align with Saudi labor reform, and inclusive procurement strengthen supply chain resilience. Governance and transparency, robust ESG reporting framework, and anti-corruption measures enhance investor confidence in GCC market. Moving on to the second part, the supply chain modernization, a GCC priority. The Saudi Arabia National Industrial Strategy and National Transport and Logistics Strategy underscore the needs for agile tech-driven supply chain. Key focus area includes
You also have,
digitalization.
sorry, did you share any screen or something? All right.
Sorry?
Did you share your screen or something?
No, I didn't.
No, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Please
Yeah.
carry on.
Yeah. Yes.
Please carry on.
Digitalization, leveraging AI, blockchain, and IoT for the real-time tracking, predictive analytics, and ESG performance monitoring. NEOM and Smart City, the project, NEOM and Smart City project like the Oxygen and the Line redefine sustainability infrastructure with green port, automated logistic, and clean energy hubs. The regional collaboration, the GCC, geostrategic location, demand cross-border, ESG aligned trade corridor, enhancing supply chain diversification post-global disruption. The third section is that infrastructure development building back greener. The GCC is investing almost 1 trillion plus in infrastructure by 2030. To align with global ESG standards, project must prioritize green construction, LEED certified facilities, energy efficient warehouses, and sustainability urban planning, renewable energy integration, solar powered logistic parks, DHL Riyadh hub as well, and hydrogen ready transport network. Resilience planning, climate adaptive infrastructure to mitigate disruption risk from extreme weather and geopolitical shift. The number 4 is the call to the action leadership in sustainability supply chain, adopt ESG metrics, embed KPI like Scope 3 emission tracking, supplier ESG audit, and ethical sourcing into procurement. Leverage and green finance, utilize sustainability-linked loan and Islamic ESG bond to fund the multiple projects. Public-private partnership collaborate with the Saudi Exim Bank, SABIC, and global ESG leader to the scale innovation. I just would like to apologize for all of my participants and all of my team votes, especially Mr. Abdul Qadir. So as I mentioned to you by WhatsApp, I have a physical issue a little bit where I cannot sit in front of the computer due to this reason. So please accept my deep apology. And I don't want to disappoint it to my participants where we have already aligned our schedule for my presentation. So this is the reason I am going to conclude this presentation. So apologize me once again if you think that I have a very short presentation. Please apologize me. In the meantime, if someone or I'm going to send you this presentation via chat or by email, so you can distribute among our participants later on. Any question related to Saudi Arabia, related to global supply chain, especially ESG and supply chain strategic management, feel free to communicate with me at any time. I will be more than happy to serve you accordingly. And once again, I would like to say really, since yesterday I'm watching your session and it was a great event. Believe me, trust me, it is not only we think this is small people and there is no, I think maximum is 40 people, only the number of quantity. But today we are a number of quantity only 40. Inshallah, God willing, we will be soon with the 400,000 people in the some of the events. Okay, what is our faith? So we have to keep continued trust to our Almighty God. So keep continue with our efforts, struggle, and we will be in the millions of millions, inside the millions of millions professional. Inshallah, God willing, and wish you all the best, all of you, all of the participants. God bless to all of you, and thank you very much once again for your valuable time, whichever you have been spent it with us. God bless to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Apologize me once
Thank you.
again.
Thank you, sir. We would like to hear you a full lecture, but due to back pain or something, so
Yeah.
we all you. Okay. So next time, better luck. And then if there is anything share, concluding remarks, we always open. The session is there up to 6 p.m. If you feel comfortable, yeah, you can join back, sir, for 15-20 minutes to do.
Thank you very
conclude
much.
anytime. Okay, maybe after 2-3 hours. If you feel comfortable, please let me know. So you can give a concluding remarks.
Sure,
okay, so
sir.
thank you.
Sure, sir.
Thank you very much.
Right,
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you
Bye-bye,
very
Father, sir.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, we concluded this session very early due to some foreseen plan. So, Biju, are you there? Is it something yours is the next session? If it is possible for you to take up the
Hi,
session
sir.
and yeah, is it possible for you to take up the session? Okay.
Absolutely, sir. I can.
Yeah, we have time. Actually, we have time, so it's not a problem. So
Okay, sir.
we can take time. So half an hour early to you, but up to we can continue up to 30.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem,
So
sir. I'll
take your
let
time.
me start from laptop then.
Yeah,
One second.
take your time. Yeah. So I would like to invite Mr. Biju Anaputam. The topic what we are talking today is orchestrating end-to-end supply chain optimization using KPI strategy and execution intelligence. The speaker, Biju, is a global strategy and supply chain transformation expert. Basically, he is an industry expert in aviation. So he is founder of Aero Edison Consulting, where he helps business design high-impact KPI systems that align strategy with execution. The deep expertise in aviation, energy, and manufacturing sectors, Biju advises mid-sized firms and global corporations on performance-driven growth, digital transformation, operational excellence. So a fantastic to hear you, Mr. Biju.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so make sure your logistics are set up, your mic and everything.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Just joining.
Maybe you need to mute other one.
Yeah, hello, sir. Very good
Yeah,
afternoon to
yeah,
all.
great.
Am I audible? And
Yeah,
yes,
you are
sir.
audible. You can share your
Please
presentation.
let me know if my
Yeah, it is. It's coming up. Yeah, you
yes.
can see it. Yeah, you can return the presentation mode also.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, Mr. P, please.
Okay.
Yeah, take
Thank you
on.
so much for the opportunity, Abdul sir. I'm really thankful to you. Last year also you have given me this opportunity to talk about trends and challenges in the supply chain optimization in India. So good afternoon all. I'm Bijan Anukutan, as sir said. I'm from Bangalore, and I'm focusing on orchestrating end-to-end supply chain optimization. So how we are going to talk about KPIs and how KPI strategy helps us to, make a robust system for supply chain. So there is a key thing which I'm going to talk about is called as execution intelligence. So my focus is on how KPIs are important to identify, work on them, types of KPI, and how this execution intelligence model comes in. And we have an framework which I will discuss, which will help the industry a lot, not only aviation but other industries also. So let me start that. Yeah, already my introduction is given by sir. So let me start with this Global Aviation Outlook 2025. Mostly I'll be talking on the aviation industry as such, but to tell you how big is the aviation industry. So from the left side, you can imagine every year 5 billion people are traveling across globally in all the airlines, business jet, everything. And 40 million aircraft departures are there. Departures means every plane takeoffs is one departure. So 40 million is there in a year. And the growth, we call it as a revenue passenger per kilometer. That is the scale or the metric they track. All airlines track this, how much RPK are there. There are others also, but this is one critical. How many revenue per kilometer are they making or spending? So 5.8% is that number which they track. So any airline making above this is very good airlines, and they track that way. Then there is an air cargo market. That is also very important because all the key materials, medicines, everything, whatever cargo goes by air is air cargo market. So 70 million tons are there, and 70 million tons almost is a huge cargo thing. And cargo revenue is reducing because of COVID, because of other issues. But the forecast is it will touch 142 billion this year. Now, if you see the total civil aviation commercial business in the middle column, the financial highlights. So this is where all the airlines put together make a revenue. So almost $979 billion. It's a huge amount. And the profit is very less because airlines work very small profit. So that is why airlines are very, very, critical service. And they have to optimize their supply chain, their parts availability. Because if airline stops flying, it's a major issue. So the profitability is affected and very thin margins are there. So net profit is around 3.7 or 4%, you can say roughly. And net profit per passenger is $7.2. So it's very low. So you can imagine how airlines are competing with each other to get a passenger. And return on invested capital is even lesser than our bank, interest. So it's really tough. So airlines are really facing a tough trouble after COVID, but they are coming up, and there are different strategies they are employing to improve not only their revenue from airline services, but from ancillary services, what they offer, the internet, the basic services, the catering, everything else, on top of it. And that is where they are making money. For us, supply chain and operations are very big, and that is where a lot of operational issues and operational performance happens. So you can imagine 17,000 aircrafts are backlogged with Airbus, Bombardier, Boeing, and others. And you can see 30% aircraft deliveries are down. That means whatever 100 was allowed, only 70 has been delivered. And load factor is around 83%. Load factor is nothing but, let's say there are 100 seats in the aircraft and only 83 people are getting. So 17 seats are going waste. And that is the main reason why airlines struggle. And then fuel cost. Fuel cost is another big thing. It costs around 30 to 40% of your total operational cost. So fuel is something everyone wants to save and make savings there. And because the price is very volatile, it fluctuates a lot. So our focus in this discussion is supply and operations, especially aircraft deliveries, how that is affected, aircraft maintenance that is affected, and how supply chain metrics help to improve that. So I have few case studies also, whatever I'm going to speak today, some of the case studies from renowned companies that I will be quoting here. Yeah. So why this topic is very important, what happens is, everybody thinks you can do any transformation and it will work. No. According to McKinsey, 72% of supply chain transformation projects fail, and they fail because of many reasons. The key reasons is prioritization. There are a lot of things which KPIs, you have more than 100 plus 140 APIs in big companies, and they do not have a method to prioritize, and they do a lot of trial and error. So that is one reason McKinsey said that 72% is a failure rate. The KPIs, they measure activity but not progress. So you have KPIs in a dashboard, you will see so many things, but people don't know what to do with that. And that is why they don't know whether it is a lagging measure, or it's a leading measure, or is it how it is being defined, what will work on, and what will give an answer or a better result. So that is where KPIs become very important. So if for this execution intelligence is something which is needed, because you have a lot of good strategies from the top leadership, but at the down the performance doesn't come, because the teams which go lower level are the ones who affect their performance. So between strategy and performance there is a long gap or a big gap there, which needs to be addressed. So aviation and manufacturing are, they are going into a new maturity model, which I will discuss. How things from the olden times, from legacy times, when people used to write it, to today AI-driven models, the maturity model has come up. And this is where we have to understand, as progression is going on, there will always be a maturity model in every business and every technology, how the new things are coming up and improving things. So that is where we are going to talk about it. Now, what is the core problem? Now, this is a big question, why people think what is affecting our, supply chain. So there are major four things you can see. One is disconnected strategy. So you make beautiful strategies, McKinsey, Gartner, they all give beautiful strategy and metrics and all. But the problem is there are so many things and so many layers of, the leadership level, then the operational level, and then the vendor level. All three have different metrics and they are not interconnected. And that is what the biggest gap is. And that is the biggest pain point. If you don't do it, the results will not be there. Then KPI overload is there. So without insight. So any metric, it gives you a number, but what will you do with that number? What insights are you bringing in? How it is going to affect, or how it is going to better the process? That is where the other pain point is. And execution is reactive, means you are firefighting all the time. You had some problem in one part of the department, you solve that, and then you don't see whether it is connected, interconnected, how that will be. So it is not predictive. That is also a big pain point. And visibility, you see everything. Your teams from bottoms up, they give lot of metrics, but that metrics doesn't tell about any solid intelligence to act upon. And that is where we are focusing, how this intelligence is going to help us improve our process, improve our productivity. So ultimately, we should identify the problem. And once you identify the problem, it is easy to, give the solutions. So what are we going to do? How to get a solution? So in business transformation, we should have a plan and how we are going to do. So first, in the transformation plan, we should have a current state, estimated. So what is the current state? So if you see, the first is whatever the existing KPIs and processes are there, you should do clearly understand, list them. Second thing is KPI audit. So once you list them, you see you covered every department, every team, and whatever they are doing. And once you know the list of your metrics from top to bottom, then you do an audit, and that audit is very, very professional. You have to do very clearly what type of metrics are there, how do you qualify those metrics. So you have to eliminate noise. So there are so many things, but it doesn't give value to the business. So you avoid those metrics and focus only on the key metrics. So audit only helps you to prioritize the KPIs. Now, how you do it, we have a framework we called as Aero Loop. I'll be discussing coming slides, but it aligns everything. It chooses, it focuses, and then it helps you to bring the best of the best metrics, which will really impact your business. And that is where we focus. So once you have identified that metrics, the next step is to activate dashboards. So activate dashboards means you can have simple Excel type of things, or you can have business BI tools like Tableau, or any other tool which you can think can come. And there can be third party vendors who brings in very good solutions. And those dashboards gives you a very good information real time, and that real time information helps leadership or operational teams to take decisions. So it is more of data driven decision through KPI. So the journey goes from a KPI to a data driven decision making, which comes with an impact, which comes with a result, and that is what we are looking forward to. So frameworks always open minds, and tools open change. So always remember, you should have a framework where you have to work and give impact. Now, what is this framework about? So this framework is called as Aero Loop. It's a KPI model which we have developed. So Aero Loop is abbreviated as align, execute, and recalibrate and orchestrate. So first you have to align your KPIs, then you have to execute what type of processes you want to do it. You can recalibrate it, orchestrate it. Then you have to understand, if you understand everything, how to orchestrate, how to organize, how to plan, how to put things into process. So how you're going to see every KPI what they are doing. So you have to understand, learn, then you have to optimize, operationalize, and predict. So where optimize, operationalize, and predict comes, it all becomes more and more intelligent. So you have to use tools, you have to use AI, you have to build models which will do for you, you understand. So first thing is closed loop supply chain model. You have to make it. Then you have to align KPIs with business strategy. Now, business strategy is very important. Whatever you are doing, every KPI should be focusing with a business goal. So your leadership always will have a business goal. So you have to align that business goal. Let's say you want to increase the revenue, or you want to decrease the wastage, or you want whatever business goals are there. You focus there and see the key metrics, talking to the operational team and leadership, and then you align the KPIs. So once you have that, you create a dashboard. So dashboard also, you will take those metrics, which one is the regularly daily monitoring ones, then weekly or monthly monitoring one, and one is quarterly or annual monitoring ones. So then you have different types of metrics which you have to monitor, and different teams are given responsibility, which ones to focus and report back. Now you have to execute, you have to do it, then recalibrate. So recalibrate is when you're doing some metrics, you will understand that this process was not working. So what you do, you realign with the SMEs and teams, and you try to improve that with. And once you use this AI based models or AI things, it tries to help you out, and it takes all the data analytics and tells you like this processes were good and this is what we can improve, and you choose those. And there can be a SOPs related to that. You can improve on SOPs there. Now finally what happens is, once you have a very good model, you have to orchestrate with it. So orchestrate means whatever the insights which are coming from all the data and all the inputs coming from your sensors, from your teams, from your laptops, from your tabs in the field, in the systems, that you have to bring it to one level of insights, and that insights giving directions to leadership, what solutions are offered or what solutions are available. And that is how we see the thing. So you should understand one thing is, you have people who knows tools, but you should have also people who are motivated to do bring results to the leadership, and that is where this orchestration happens. Now, what is this maturity ladder? So maturity ladder is from the basic I told you is earlier people used to write in papers and that papers used to be signed and then goes department by department and then it reaches to the leadership. So there is a lagging metrics there. People, if you have 10 factories or 10 supply chains or, it becomes very difficult. And so the lagging metrics always comes late. So that is the first level, very basic level of understanding. Then measured and disconnected ones. So, teams are working in silos in one factory separately, one maintenance organization separately. And there are different KPIs they are monitoring and which are not connected also. They are in silos and that brings a major problem. Strategic alignment is another level and in which, you have to have different methods to track them. You have to balance them. Balance scorecard is there. You do so many things, so many tools are there, but they all come from different departments. So that is also a problem for everybody. How do you make a dashboard which has everything from every department? Then execution intelligence is there. So once you have all the database, all the inputs coming in from different sources, your system should have the capability to bring it in one dashboard, one critical space, and in which you can predict things. You can have different analytical models. Instead of predictive and prescriptive, you become more dynamic. So real-time analysis is done, real-time solutions is being offered. So that is very critical. And once you have there, so the fifth stage is orchestrated decisioning. So this is AI enabled decisioning. So once you have the system in place, you have readily alerts going in to the particular team, particular person. They know what decisions to be taken, how it is affecting your thing. You are having 3 color codes, red, yellow, and green, so that they know what message is coming and what directions they should take. And that is how it goes. So from level 4, 3, and 2, 1, you can see on the right side, execution intelligence come on the top. So if your company is working on these stages, you know what level of development you need. So if you're in level 1, you understand how evolved your system is, how much more you have done in terms of connecting every stakeholder, using the information and spreading the information so that you have right insights to the right person and he can take a decision. So maturity level always, go for monitored, then predictive, and then orchestrated. So you should identify where your organization is or where your department is, and then how you should progress. Now I'm giving you a case study, what has happened. So you can see about Lufthansa Technik. Lufthansa Technik is a MRO. MRO means maintenance, repair, and overall. So in aircrafts, when they are flying and they come down with some technical issues, they go to an MRO organization. It's like a workshop, you can say that, and they take care of every repair of your aircraft. So they stock the parts. They have the right tools to operate. They have the right licenses or STCs to improve your serviceability. Now the point is, big problem was this, that this company had a pooling issue. So pooling means you don't know how many parts will be used. So they used to keep 1%, 2% of the total aircrafts are there with them, and for them how much aircraft parts will be requiring, they will have a number and they have to put, and that used to be a big number, and the stock level used to go very high. So what they have done is, when they use this type of a model and AI analytics, they know what is their turnaround time. Turnaround time is like how much time it takes to repair the machine. For that repair the machine, what parts will come, how much time it will be there. So everything from starting to end, how much is the time it is going to take. Now the predictive repair cycle, they put it in such a way that they know the cycle metrics, and then according to that they started doing analysis, they did insights, and after that they came to know that if using these type of metrics and these processes, they can reduce, they can get benefited. And the results was 22% AOG. AOG means aircraft on ground. So when the aircraft is not flying and with any issues, if it is down, it is called as downtime. I mean, that means it is not flying. And 98% of parts availability. So anytime if any failure comes, if there is a part change, they 98.5 times they have the part available. So the time has been reduced. And if the aircraft is not flying, that means it is a loss to the airline. So airlines were very happy, and they did it. So there are different technology and frameworks they use. They call it digital MRO twin and KPI exceptional modeling. Digital twin I'm going to talk about, but you can see in the bottom reactive parts pooling, KPI evolution, digital MRO twin. So digital MRO twin is, um, assume your aircraft is there as a physical and there is a digital model of it. That means you have a machine which calculates how the aircraft will fly, how the aircraft parts will work, and how long its life is there, what issues it can come. And there is a thing called as aircraft health monitoring. So it tracks every sensors in the aircraft. It takes the data, bring it to the system. Now this data is being evaluated. So which part is going to fail? Maybe not now, maybe after 100 flights or 50 flights. So they give an alert or message to the supply chain and the market maintenance teams, and those people will be ready for that. So before failure happens, they are going and repairing that or servicing that. And once they have done it, they will keep monitoring the metrics. And once they know if anything is going wrong, even after repair, they can come back and see if everything is gone as per procedure. So always proactive parts availability is a critical issue, because each part is very costly. And to bring each part, they have to invest money. And that is where their profitability goes down, or capex goes down. So capex goes high, I mean to say, their capability is affected because of that. So it's a very capital intensive business. So that is why KPIs are very, very important. And for an MRO, which have very thin, even thinner margins than the airlines, so they have to be careful. Now, this is another example of the same thing, what they have done differently. Now, since I told you about the MRO, so when the aircraft goes there, they have, one second. Sir. So they have, yeah. So they have a software, they call it Aviator, and this is a platform which tracks every metric, every system. So they have different modules in that. But what matters is that if you use Aviator, they track all your processes. It creates alerts, and it gives you the real value or insights to the maintenance team or the leadership. So because of this, what has happened is 22% of AOG is down, 98% and 30% improve in first time fixed rate. First time fixed rate is means first time you attended and it has been solved. So that is very important, because sometimes even if you repaired, it will come back. And then the other thing what has happened is they even reduced the response time by 45% and improved on-time performance by 11%. So these are the metrics they were tracking, and this is improving the profitability of their customers, the airlines or the business jet owners. So whoever is there, they are actually benefited by that, and that benefited is being quantified, and that is what matters. Now, why this framework is so important, to understand the pyramid. So in the pyramid, there are, metrics which will be very, very important. So you have to identify that. So there are 3 levels on the right side, you can see. One is the strategic KPI. So you should always identify from your KPI list, which are the strategic ones. That is the leadership looking into it. What is impacting them? For example, like cost to serve or OTF or return on assessment. It is more of financial or the performance based thing. Second comes the tactical KPIs like cycle time, inventory turns, all those, terms which is on the regular tactical, areas KPI. So you have to identify that. And the third is operational ones, which is on the daily basis or every task basis it happens, like maintenance, TAT and all turnaround time. So you have to make a, segmentation of KPIs. Now, once you have done it, then you have to do a prioritization of these things. So whether it is high impact, strategic, is it operational or low impact. So when you do that, you will understand which metrics you have to focus and which team. So different teams may have different charts for their metrics, but every metric should be going up to the leadership. So it will be interconnected. So accordingly, you have to make your balance scorecard, or you have to make a metric pyramid sort of a thing on the left side. And this is very important. if you do that, it becomes very easy what steps you have to take next. So if you identify which metrics are impacting at a strategic level, at a tactical level, and an operational level, you know where to attack. So your solution is already there. You have sight on your solutions. Now, how to do that? Now, since you know it, now you have identified a KPIs, what are you going to do about it? So for that, you should have a clear 4-step model. So first you have the data. You have identified the data which is related to your KPIs. Then you have to create an alert system. And then you have to make that alerts going to the right people who will take correct decisions. That decisions could be either strategic or tactical or operational. So once they take that decision, there will be an impact. So you have to be giving the right insights, right data, right decision points so that the person who is responsible takes the right decision for the correct impact. So impact means it is either revenue, it is time saving, or it is efficiency, whatever the impact has been defined by your leadership, that has to come there. So now you can use in different way execution intelligence, either proactively making it. You can integrated dashboards. Dashboards can be made, in a multiple level also, but one for leadership and then for operational levels. The major third point is wherever you see anomaly detection, you should always identify that. And then you have to have a KPI storytelling. So whatever you have done 1, 2, 3, you will know which ones were successful, which didn't come up, which had issues. So whatever the gaps are there, and you should know that, and then you can work on again in a cyclic basis to improve that. And whenever a small win is there, you should have tell a KPI storytelling, that this metric has impacted us. Even if it is small, you should talk about in your weekly meetings, monthly meetings, or QBR, quarterly business reviews, so that everyone knows what is impacting, where should the leadership focus, which is changing your metrics at the highest level. And then you should automate things. You can bring in AI tools, you can bring in third party companies, and that will improve your supply chain efficiency. But unless until it is connected, the information is collected, or digital thread is made, it is very difficult for a leadership or a company to actively work and get results. Yeah. Now, how it happens is, as I explained, you should have a before, after, and results. So what is happening? So when you're doing a KPI improvement, so whatever you do in this 6 steps, so identifying the static monthly KPIs, delayed corrective actions, then implement real-time KPI signals. So signal is very important. You should identify which are noise signals and which are good signals. And this is where subject matter experts or the leadership, they always come into what is mattering to them. So once you have that signals, and then you do a root cause analysis or root cause alerts, this is going to happen. And the more you go into deeper and deeper, you will understand, by different methods like 5 eyes or root cause analysis, you will come to a point, you will know that real causes are different than what seems on the superficial level, and then you start addressing them. So then you will get a faster resolution, and results will come better. So once you have faster resolutions, then you have lower issues, or lower problem rates and stakeout rates, whatever you have in mind, which metrics are being affected. So this is the process of improvement. Now, why this is so important in terms of coming out from the old world to new world. This happens with everyone. Every good companies also have some processes which are old. They have KPI dashboard, monthly reviews, lagging indicators, manual escalation. This doesn't help them to become super efficient, doesn't help them to directly impact the business outcome. So what has changed then? First is data. The more data you have about your processes, about your systems, that is one thing. Then second thing is you should have really good, workflows, predictive analytics, continuous feedback loops, and then decision can be orchestrated. So continuous feedback loop is very important because you should have your monthly meetings, weekly meetings, and that should be focused on metrics. That really impacts the results or business outcome. Now, I'm giving another example of GE Aerospace where I have worked. in the past. So I have studied some of the case studies which was done by many other teams, and those have been published globally. Um, Digital twin, I explained you, this is the physical part of it, and the right side is the digital part of it. So they know which systems are working, which systems are not working. So which systems are not working, how they track it. So they have lot of sensors in the engines, and those sensors will give data on a real-time basis. From starting the engine to shutting off the engine, every part sensors data is available for analysis. And that is how they make their insights. Now, what has changed? They have used the digital twin, and with that digital twin they could identify what is the issues happening, and for that issues, whether it needs a part repair or a part change, they will send a signal to the maintenance engineer, the supply chain people, the company, the vendor, the MRO. The whole chain is being informed with alerts. And because of this actions and insights, they have taken very good processes, and they have improved it. And in this process they have reduced 20%, and that is a proof actually. So they have cross functional accountability also. Cross functional accountability is very important, because there are different departments, and they have their own metrics, but there has to be common metrics which affect all of them. They should be connected to that, either like a tree, either up, like a tree's root or a tree's fruits or anything. Any way you should be connected to that. Rolls-Royce, it is another engine manufacturer. They also have done similar, and they call it power by hour. So the moment it is fly by hour means if it is flying, there is different metric. So till that, how many hours it has flown, they will track the metric. They will see the parts, they will see everything, what has happened to each system, each components. And then based on that, they will do analytics. They use IoTs, they use sensors, they use a lot of things. And then with that, they have increased 40% fly by hour. So if it was 100 hours, the customer was flying, now they are flying 140 hours. So that is the impact they have given. So each hour flying is a profit for the airline. And 30% reduction in unplanned event costs. So you have seen many times, aircraft has to shut down. They say that there is an unplanned event and we need to repair, so flight will be delayed. So those are called unplanned events. And when that happens, it becomes very difficult. You have to identify which issue and where it is happening, what decision has to be taken, which teams has to go. So even it is a propulsion problem, the propulsion engineers will go. If it is an electric problem, the electrical engineers will go. So there are different ways, and that is how you have to identify what part or component is having an issue. Now for Singapore Airlines, this is another example I want to tell, because it is on the vendor side optimization. So delayed ground shipments were the disrupting MRO schedule. So if the parts are not reaching in time, what would they do? The aircraft has to sit, because without the correct part, it cannot fly. And that has impacted a lot of airlines. And so when this issue happens, or before happening, if we have the insight and we can send the message to the supply chain and saying we need this part, so the lead time would be around 2 weeks. So 2 weeks or before 2 weeks, we should give him a signal, okay, send that part to this MRO. This MRO may be in Singapore or maybe in Europe. So they have to tell which center it has to go. So what would be the cost? What would be the pricing? And they will calculate everything and say, okay, my aircraft is flying in Europe, so it will come to a Europe center, and please send it to Europe center. Though manufacturer will send to the Europe center, or parts manufacturer will send to the Europe center. So all this has to be orchestrated and made it so that you make it in a less time and less price. And this has improved, logistics cost. Sorry, it has reduced the logistics cost by 19%. And 95% of vendors within SLA by Q3 2024. So service level agreements. So there are different service levels there, and airlines, they make agreements with the MROs and supply chain partners. We will order you this much components, so you give us little less pricing or better services. So those type of agreements get better for airlines, the customers. Lifecycle KPI platform. So this is very important. So you have known instant KPIs where you impact with the thing. Now the lifecycle thing. So when a product is made and product is given for service, and at the end of the service, you complete whole thing, you track it, and that tracks is called as life cycle. Now, life cycle is very important, and I'm going to give you an example of Honeywell. Honeywell has 15,000 LRUs. LRU is line replaceable units, like small electronic parts, like boxes. So you can take out the boxes and come and repair with another. So you just fit it. So these electronic boxes are very, very important because they are tracking all your aircraft, all your electronics, all your sensors. So if anything happens to this, it's a big problem. So I can give you an example, when airplanes have a problem, pilots are talking in the cockpit. That is being recorded. So we have cockpit voice recorders. So there are flight data recorders. There are different systems in the aircraft. So all those should work 24/7. When the aircraft starts, it should be operationalized, and it should be in a good health. So there are systems, they place it so that they track the health of the system, and they will tell you if there is some issue, or it has to be repaired, or it has to be serviced, or it has to be, every year it has to be checked. So some equipment checked in 6 months, some equipments are checked in 2 years, some in one. So depending upon the regulations, they have to be checked on right time. Otherwise, plane will not fly. So LRUs are very, very important. And if you keep a track on the LRU KPIs, you can make it much more better, and you can reduce. So what is the benefit is 30% reduction in false removals. So sometimes we doubt and we take out the removals, and 20% increase in LRU service life. So you can reduce the service life, increase the service life, because if it is 100 days, you can have 120 days. So that means to say 20% of life has been increased because you're tracking them correctly, and that becomes very, very important. If you track your LRUs very correctly, your customers are benefited, because every time a false alarm goes, they have to take out the system, send it to a repair center. The cost burden goes on the airline, and that becomes very difficult. Now, last, how you want to transform, a business transformation or a thing. So first you have to audit your KPI. So if you don't know how to audit your KPIs and differentiating them, it becomes very difficult. So first step is to identify the KPIs, divide them into strategic, operational, tactical, all the three sides. And then you take out the noise from the KPIs and focus on the key ones, strategic ones. Then second thing is use the frameworks to identify, apply, and orchestrate that. So once you know how to apply these KPIs, how to improve the processes, increase the efficiencies, then you can use dashboards. So dashboards are like the representation of it, but it has to also give the correct picture to the leadership, to the stakeholders, and also give alerts to the right stakeholders at the right time. So if you're giving at the right time, but you cannot take a decision which will impact, is no point. So you should have models which can give prior ahead of time, so that he can take some decision. So that is where dashboards and alertness and active AI should be there. Now, key takeaways. As we discussed, there are a lot of vanity metrics. So many companies which I have studied, they have 100 to 150 metrics, and like big companies like GE and all, they have very, very big KPIs, and it was very difficult. So later they have worked with different methodologies, different frameworks, and either to have less than 10 KPIs to focus on, because if you have 10 KPIs to focus on, you have a very good track of it, and you can really help and take decisions. So you should have a mix of strategic, tactical, and operational indicators using KPI pyramid. So KPI pyramid helps you to identify these. And always remember, there is no point if your dashboards can give colorful charts and colorful this, it looks good, but exactly it should answer one question: what should I do now? If you see a dashboard, is it prompting you to do something? Yes. Even if it is telling you, okay, everything is going fine, stay alert. That's it. That is also a good thing. But you should know, what should I do now? So dashboard should be very, very interactive, very, very insight oriented. And when you're working on these, you have to see a lot of problems will come. There has to be a lot of resolutions. You have to make alerts. And then whatever you do, you will get either a, positive story or a negative story. So unless you have the iteration cycle till you make a positive stories, you should be keep, diligent on it. And once you have the positive story, you should always, take the stories like a small win, talk to people, share your responses, share your wins with the, audiences within your company. It's not an easy thing to tell a leadership that we want to do a KPI optimization or a dashboard. It takes money, it takes efforts, it takes teams to do it, experts to come in. But you should do something little to start with and, have quantified wins. So then leadership takes opportunities, takes the impact, and they try to help you out. And that is what you should focus on. Syncing goals, creating unified dashboards, these help in orchestration. So orchestration comes with different rules. Every company operates differently and their experts tells you different ways. There are mandates, there are rules. So once you know that, you can focus on that. Always remember, nothing is easy as such, but when you have a systematic process, you should know what is the maturity, the roadmaps, how you can go level up. So you can have different formats and different frameworks. So one framework which I normally use is sprint, 3S sprint. So start, scale, and sustain. So you start with small, you scale it slowly. How much the impact is it, team level, or is it department level, or it is business unit level, and then you sustain it. And once the leadership sees the value in it, they would love to sustain it and improve on it. Whatever it is, be positive, celebrate the wins. Even if it is small, it builds credibility, and it tells you that you have started right and you can carry on. And the most important thing is, you don't need a year to build an intelligence system. You need only 90 days if you focus. So 1 quarter is good enough. If you start diligently, if you start small, you can achieve, thing. And my last words would be, success is mindset plus metric plus mechanism. So if your mindset is correct, if you know what to start, where to start, the end correctly, then success is there. So KPI system always gives a value. And we have seen across the industry how we are learning from different industries and implementing it in aviation industry. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Very, very, very interesting. Sorry. Yeah, very interesting. You sent you couple of slides. I missed it. Uh, Let us say, Biju, if you have one
Yes, sir.
organization wants to venture into a performance culture, okay?
Okay.
So especially mid-size, tier one kind of manufacturers. So how do you advise them to step by step?
Yes,
So
sir.
can you explain? You have a slide that. Can you just
Yes, sir.
give this short brief
Absolutely.
on that?
Yeah. So any company, whether it is small or big, everyone has a current state, what they are doing now. So every company always evaluate themselves, with the revenue, what they have invested, what the operations they are doing, and what impact it is coming out, whether they are profitable or not. So in that operation part is where your KPIs becomes very, important. Um, if a company, like a small company, they know the processes very well, in that they have different metrics. If they can do an audit and see what processes they are executing, how good they are, if they make a red, green, and yellow sort of a signals there, and identify themselves, stating that I have 10 processes and there are 10 metrics or 20 metrics I'm tracking. And then for each processes, how changing that metrics is impacting them, how that metric is connected to a business goal. And once they see that this business goal is really impacting, like let's, for example, I'll give you an aircraft operations is petrol. So when the aviation petrol was going, or the ATF they call it, aircraft transport fuel, if that is going to go because of a war, it's a signal. So what
Mhm.
airlines used to do, they'll go for a fuel company and they will hedge the thing. Okay, for now, next 5 months or 6 months, I'm going to give you a bulk of money. You give me at present rate. Even if the rate increases, I will
Mhm.
be, safe. So those metrics you have to track. And
Mhm.
you have to work on your components, your parts, your material. Even if a small, fastener is there, if it is going to impact your steel fastener or a titanium fastener, that also you have to identify and work on it. So one is the audit part of it. And second, once you know the system, then you can have dashboards, system talking with the leadership, with the mid-level team. Mid-level team means in the medium organization, those will be the more powerful people, I feel, because they will implement as well as take decisions very straight. So I would say process remains same, sir. Only thing is how they implement.
Perfect. So now you see with the recent flight crash of Air India, okay. Uh, so now the tier one vendors and
Yes,
also the service providers are under deep pressure for the OEM,
correct,
for the main
correct, sir.
flight. So I think now it is not an option to have excellence as in place. It is mandatory. Okay. So in spite of all those readiness, still mistakes happen. Okay. So
Yes,
what
sir.
is your advice for tier one, maybe tier two vendors of the aviation industry?
Sir, I would say my advice would be, safety is the paramount thing. There is no alternative for safety. Safety, whatever present or, presently they are working on the regulations and the mandates and service bulletins. They all do. So aviation industry is working very, very tirelessly on that. So they know what they are doing. Unfortunate events happen because it's not 100% proof thing. So they have to improve their capabilities. They have to make alertness. They have to see their systems, monitoring. They have aircraft health monitoring a lot, but there is still to be done, things that can help to take decisions. And I would give an example of Airbus and Boeing. They have their own AI-based aircraft helpline thing. The point is, even those they have, there are gaps there. So until something bad happens, it becomes very difficult. It's not a foolproof science. And that is where everyone is on the learning curve. So
And the pressure is on
it's a
tier one
learning.
and tier two. Yeah.
Tier
It's
two,
very,
it is
very
there.
critical. Yes.
Very critical, very critical.
And then
But
the inventory management in the supply chain is paramount. Okay.
correct, sir. Correct.
It's not only about availability of the product, but also it's about the quality. Okay. So what are the steps they do it in aviation industry? Okay.
Sir, in the aviation industry, there is very stringent regulations. So I will tell you, like avionics base. So there are different FAA regulations are there. DGC have their own regulations. So whichever the avionics part is being manufactured, every component has undergoes crash testing, production, life cycle test. Everything is there. Then their quality checks are there. The quality checks are also very stringent because there are mandated regulations for that from FAA. And once they go through that, after that they will test it again. And before fitting also, there are a lot of pros and checks and balances also. When it has come, what is the service life of it? Even if they use the use part also, that life cycle is being tracked. So every component which goes has a life cycle tracked with them. A document is being done. And every operator, means every airline or a lease guy, he will always have a track from, we call it, at cradle to death. It will be like, they will track everything: when it was made, what time it was inducted, how it was made. So every trail is being there. So quality is very, very high in aviation. So still improve, can be improved with new technologies, innovations coming in. But the regulations is the most thing which drives this. So we cannot say that we are Honeywell or GE, what we bring is the best. No, regulation has to mandate it. So that is always comes from the mandates.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, so you talk about very nicely about the key takeaways. So one most important part is getting people ready in the supply chain and in manufacturing. So what is your advice for the aspirants? So who would like to
Yes.
practice supply chain and manufacturing domain as such? So what is your, because of this AI has bring a new dimension now. Okay, now this is so big that all other old assumptions are now not valid.
Absolutely,
Okay,
sir.
so it's an industrial revolution grade innovation. So what is your advice for the people part of it?
Yes, sir. Very good question. Sir, as you see, the industry is growing after COVID. So it is picking up very fast. As you can see, companies are really ramping up. So COVID time, they all had a very bad time. Supply chain was really affected. It is still affected. The after effects are still going on. But the industry is moving and there are a lot of opportunities coming. And you can see what is happening in India. A lot of American and European companies are coming into India and starting manufacturing here, starting supply chains here, and which is opening up doors for young kids here in India, engineers, not only engineers but supply chain from other logistics part of it. And today aviation, if they have special courses from IATA and other institutions, if they do that certification, those do that trainings, just get an idea or take an internship with an airlines or companies like GE, Airbus, Boeing, any avionics companies, they will give an idea about the industry so that they can become job ready. Rather than just a degree, they should take some internships, and that help them to get into the aviation companies. And most of the times when companies like these see a good talent, they give the offer letter there only. So when I was in
Mhm.
GE, I have seen many of my young interns coming in, and when we see good potential in them, we refer to HR, ask him to join us only. So I would say his best way is, if you're getting a job directly into the industry, well and good. If
That's
not, take
well
an
and good.
internship when you're in college. Yeah.
That's one of the best way to do it. Okay. So yep. So with that, any questions, participants, Biju will be very happy to answer. So going forward. So any final thoughts just to conclude the session, Biju?
No, I want to thank you and Data Labs a lot, because I've been part of you now for last 2 years. So thank you so much, and I look forward to work in this area with you all. Get insights, information, and any feedbacks and suggestions for me. Please, mail back. Thank you so
Sure.
much.
Yeah. So thank you, Biju. It's fantastic session. You always very organized, and your lecture is makes sense with a
Thank you,
rich
sir.
content. And ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to you for joining the session today. And if you have any questions, then definitely you can post it. So we'll make sure that these questions get answered. Okay, and then if somebody wants to get connected to you, please, we can support. Okay, so thank you, Vijay. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
a
Thank you, sir. Have a good
fantastic
rest.
session. Thank you.
Bye, sir.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, so we have next session. We have to little organize ourselves. We talk about cyber security in operational technology by Rizwan Anwar. So I think he's there. Session. Anwar, are you there? Hmm? Yeah. So let me check if you can unmute and
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
you're
Can you
there,
hear
right?
me?
Okay. Yeah,
Can you
yeah, I
hear me?
can hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
thank you.
So, Anwar. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I can hear you. Yeah. So, can you, Jyoti, can you make Anwar presenter also, so that
Yes, sir. I have added him as a presenter.
okay. So let me give a quick introduction to Rizwan. So Rizwan, he's a professional in the OT, the operational technology, especially the cybersecurity. So fortunately, during my last visit, I met Anwar in the flight, and then we had very interesting talk. Okay, so coincidentally, we share common interests. So we talk about MES, and he talk about the OT part of it, the sensors and the actuators, especially in the electrical engineering part kind of thing. So it was very insightful to talk to him. So I requested to give a quick insights for 30 minutes. So he humbly accepted my invite to join. So let me give a quick round of introduction to Anwar. Okay, so Anwar, Muhammad Rizwan Anwar is a systems architect in OT cybersecurity solutions. So he is an MBA graduate with power management from University of Petroleum and Minerals, Energy, Electrical Engineering, and his primary interest in OT cybersecurity. So ISA framework. So he is a member of ISA, member of CI, GRE, IAE, IEEE, Saudi Council of Engineers, and IEI, India. So he's very well into cybersecurity for OT. So I would like to hear you, Anwarji. So please feel comfortable, and then give us a brief. Now that the topic we are talking today is the supply chain and manufacturing part. So how does that help to connect the cybersecurity with all this AI revolution? So over to you, Rizwan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Abdul Qadir. Pleasure meeting you and give a brief introduction about me. And this is Rizwan Anwar here. I'm working in the OT field for about past 15 years, and I have worked with various customers in Middle East and India. So today my talk is briefly about how OT solutions are, and then how the manufacturing and execution systems are interconnected. And you see the digitization process now. And I will give you a brief introduction and explain you how we can make value out of this one, and then provide a better solution to our customers. So thank you for inviting me, Mr. Abdul Qadir, for this webinar. See my screen?
You can see your screen, yes.
Yeah, great. So when you are implementing, so actually if you see any manufacturing plant or any process plant or any company which is producing product, so they have a systems interconnected. So whenever the raw materials come in, the process takes place, and then the manufacturing systems will be implementing. All these systems are interconnected. And then when you see there is a supply chain connected to it, then all the implementation systems, and then you will have a final product. So when you try to implement an OT solution, so assist and secure those process for those OT systems, you see like any weakest point in this whole loop chain. So from sourcing of the material, products, process, and all this till the customer implementation solution. So you see whenever there is a weak point, any one of the weak points will be could be lead to your break in the process, production down, or all this. So systems are only secure up to their weakest point. So you can say that any OT system, any process plant, or any manufacturing plant will be secure, or the whole business continuity will be depend on their one of the weakest point. And then you have to implement security when you try to implement any OT security solution. So you should be well aware of the process. So what is the factory process? What is the manufacturing process? How the products move from one stage to another stage, and all this. So if you don't understand the process and try to implement this process for the manufacturing execution systems, so you don't understand the process, and then you don't catch the weak points. So you cannot have full-fledged implementation of security for the OT. Then physical access, and then you should have people who are trying to support. Any manufacturing plant will have access from their customers, or the product vendors, or the machine manufacturers try to support you for the breakdown. So all this should be recorded and processed. So over the period of time, you see this is the map showing different type of attacks happened on the process systems in different regions. So you see the ratings there. By the more red it is, like the more attacks were happened in these regions. So this is the attacks and the percentage of attacks prevented on all these regions by South Africa, Middle East, and this. So if you see here that Middle East got around 34% of penetration, like by hackers try to malicious inside, sometimes malicious insiders on all this process will be affecting the business continuity. So one of the attacks happened here in many regions, and try to implement countermeasures for those. So when you are trying to counter for any kind of process, so you should understand what are there different entities involved, what are the different process involved in the OT, so that you implement a proper design solution to prevent any kind of attack on those. So if you see here, should follow some kind of framework, right? So this is the NIST cybersecurity framework, which was defined by NIST, National Institute of Science and Technology in US, which defines that how to identify different systems in the process. So you should have identify. So you should identify your systems, protect those systems, and detect any malicious or detect any outsider access to your systems. So sometimes, many process plants, many manufacturing plants, due to competition, so they will try to implement all those systems, but they don't have any detection mechanisms inside their systems, so that what is going on in the process. And then you should also have a response. So how you implement your response plan. Something machine is broken down in your manufacturing process. So what is your mechanism to do a response and analysis and mitigation of that? And then after all this, sometimes even you try your best, but you cannot avoid some kind of breakdown in any area, in any process plant. So you should see how you use your recover plan. So NIST mainly defines about identify. First, you need to identify your process systems, had a proper governance, do a risk assessment, risk management strategy, and your supply chain risk management strategy. And then you should also have protection mechanism. So how you are protecting these assets. So you should have a physical security, then you have a cyber security implementation, and then what are the process systems? You should give access to only the people who have access. So give the right information and right access to the people who need. So give them the right information that as much they need. So least privilege. So you should give them the least privilege access. Don't give every access to the systems process for everyone. Then you have also have a detection mechanism, which is the process is identified and it is continuously monitoring the process. So in case if you can also use this system to do mitigations for your systems and future planning and like this. So in OT, many attacks happened over the years, as I showed you in the previous slide. So the attackers and the process is getting complex and complex, and then people who are managing these systems are having very less tools to defend it. So the attackers are evolving like every bad actors from sometimes it may be a competition or a nation state attack or anything. So process will be the offensive side, like the hackers or the people who are trying to affect your plant, are already continuously evolving techniques. So same side we have as who is defending the teams, the CISO, cybersecurity, OT security, and the OT people who process managements, and all these teams also should continuously evolve their knowledge on this process so that they have all the advanced knowledge on this. So as far as cybersecurity and AI and all these are getting implemented. So you should always evolve your team. So training and awareness very important for your internal resources. So when they are aware, so they will be taking the right actions and right time. And there is many systems getting implemented. So many initiatives by many governments. So NCA in Saudi and many countries, they are bringing now regulatory compliance for those implementing these systems. And you should also perform regular risk assessments on your process. And then you should have a SOC, like Security Operations Center, not for physical, but also for cyber. Then you have to have reports generation. So automatically how secure we are, what was the previous metrics, what was our milestone we reached, and then like this. Then also you should have a proper identity and access management inside your organization whenever who is accessing your factory process. So how to
sorry,
yeah.
Anwar.
Yeah.
So this training and awareness, I think
Yeah.
this is very, very important. Now, with everybody is using all kind of devices, and
Yeah.
it is exposed to the internet connectivities, and
Yeah.
everybody is open their browsers. Okay, and then you also have the security requirement for the servers. So how does that training take place usually? So how do you plan for the entire? Do you plan for the entire organization, or is it for the teams? How do you do that?
one of the main things which IEC 62443, I will explain about that standard coming, which defines about clear communication. So whenever there is any strategy, whenever there is any process change, so you should clearly communicate. So all of your team should be aware, and for the training and awareness, everyone should have a basic level of understanding how they are using these systems. So sometimes, some organizations have a policy that they don't allow any mobile devices. Some organizations, they don't allow internet access. So all this process which is going on in the company, everyone should have a basic level of training on the security minimum policy requirements. Then over that, specific training for each sector. So a manufacturing team should have a specific oriented training for there, and the IT team who is providing internet access, they should have a different level of training like this. So there is many courses, like basic thing is CompTIA Security Plus and Network Plus training for the IT team. And there is IEC 62443, the fundamentals of operational cyber security. This is also one of the trainings which is available in the market, which they can go for a process plants.
Yeah.
So
Please.
So here, if you see how is the implementation and what are the standards that govern implementing a process plant security. So NERCSIP. So NERCSIP is Northern American Reliability Corporation, which defines that critical infrastructure protection. So which has a regulation that there will be should be a must for the companies or the product manufacturing entities who are implementing like any mission or mission critical or nation state production. So NIST is another standard which is defines about cybersecurity framework. Just the previous slide which I described, the identify, protect, detect, discover. So NIST is also providing one of the basic guidelines for, as you ask, training and awareness. This is also one of the trainings they should be concentrate. So this is a must for everyone, NIST. And then there is Department of Homeland Security, which is advanced level of security for like banks and all these companies who are managing the financial transactions like this. And then IEC 61850 is mainly for the communication inside the electrical utility. And 62443 is the key standard that everyone in the process plant or manufacturing industry should have this. And recently there is one more European standard, NIS, National Information Security Directive 2 was released, and this is also required in European countries. So each regional and each country has different approach to implementing the cybersecurity for OT. So if you see, when you try to, if you see a process, an OT is very wide, right? You have a oil, you have electrical, you have a process PLC system, and you have all the chemical process which is going on, or in a factory which is producing products. So there is a chain of systems. So inside these systems, there is the systems architecture is very complex. So each process is interconnected, and then there is number of nodes. So many process PLCs devices are interconnected, and they are already interlinked to do an action. So if there is a process break or a step happen in one PLC or one step, then the next process will stop. So
Correct.
when you don't have any proper implementation, so there is a cascaded failure. And then all this access to those systems, and then how you can implement this solution is you have to divide the whole process plant, whole factory into zones. So first you have to divide which is your critical zone. So which are your crown jewels, like crown jewels in the terms of you have a process of any manufacturing company. So there is a critical process inside your whole process chain from raw material to the finished product. Okay. So when you should define, so what is your critical process, and I have to protect it. If it is broken down, so whole my manufacturing will be down. So you have to identify what are your critical assets and what are your non-critical assets. Based on that assets, you have to divide them into zones. So critical and non-critical zones. And if you see in OT, as OT is controlling the real world. So if you see a traffic signal, or if you see a manufacturing plant, so if it is broken or if it is down for a day, so huge loss in revenue. And in terms of process safety, like, so you are trying to get a drinkable water or a juice. So some chemicals composition is defined when in pharmaceutical industry or any food processing industry. So you define all chemical process, right? So if there is no safety in this, So it will have a disaster with the final finished product. So some kind of chemical may be increased in the drinks which they offer like this. So it is connected to the process, physical world.
Mhm.
So
Understood.
in general, if you see how IT and OT differ, so in IT, you see like
It's
availability.
very important,
Yeah,
Rizwan. So many people don't know about OT.
yeah.
Okay, I tell you honestly. Yes,
Yes,
especially those who are in supply chain and also to some extent manufacturing. They know OT, but they don't use the terminology. Okay,
yeah.
so they may call it sensors, they may call it an actuators,
Our
PLC,
process.
PCS. They know this, SCADA. They know this, but all these things which work on the shop floor to you to collect the data, manage the securities, to deliver the to control the production kind of thing. Whatever. So this
Yeah,
all things are called OT. Okay,
yeah,
and then these things can be integrated to the IT, which
yes,
is there is an integration layer, and from there the MES is get connected, and this MES work as a bridge between this OT and then your business systems like ERP. So many
yeah,
people don't know about this,
yeah,
and you are also a member of ISA. So I
yeah.
see that it's very important. So please, can you just brief as much as possible?
Sure, sure. So if you see an IT system, so IT is generally who are the people who are managing your servers, and you're managing your telephone communications, or managing your email servers. So for if you consider any organization, if there is a downside on in their email server, so it will not affect much of the company's process, right? So even email is down, so it will be up after half an hour or 1 hour. It has no impact, so still they can call someone and inform him. So in IT process, you see the CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So confidentiality is more important inside an IT side, so that what is going on in your email, so like this. And then availability is not much important for them. So for them, the confidentiality is important, then integrity of the data, and then availability. So these are the data and services the IT is taking care. But when it comes to the OT side, so if you have a process plant where the packaging things or the labeling things, or you are adding some kind of dosage of a chemical into a process, so for that the PLC or the logic which is running on that PLC, availability is more important in the OT than confidentiality and integrity. So the PLC should take an action on that step. So if it doesn't happen, and whole process will be down, or it will create a disaster for the manufacturing plant. So I will show you now, as Mr. Abdul Kader has pointed, very, very, very wise thing, that how they are interconnected. So all these systems. So OT in general, it is a process which is connected to the physical world. IT is like email servers or whatever you are communicating over the Zoom meeting. Like, so all these things are not is are important for our business critical needs, but it doesn't have a physical impact. But OT has a physical impact for the physical world. So I will show you, like as Mr. Abdul Kader has explained before. So how
Yeah,
you
this
mentioned
is
the layer. So this is the layer which you are talking about. So any manufacturing plant, you have a machines in the layer 1, level 0 and level 1, and which are controlled. The machines are the motors which are controlled by the PLC and the SCADA systems. And these SCADA systems will provide process information to MES. So what is the production order right now, how much production they need to make in this month, and all the information. And then again, it's interlinked to the ERPs like business systems. So Purdue level architecture. So this Purdue level architecture is very important to understand. This was developed by Purdue University. So that's why it's named as after that university as Purdue level architecture for ICS. So level, you have to identify that information exchange happens over these layers. So straight away, machines cannot communicate with the ERP systems. Whenever machines communicate with the ERP systems, you see that there could be an attack on that. So because machine will be connected to internet. So it should go through process, like machines will be communicate to PLCs, PLCs will communicate to MES, and MES will communicate. So all the process, the data flow is from down to up. If any layer bypasses the other layer, then you can understand that this will create an issue in the compliance issue with the process later. So this is brief, one use case I will explain here, like briefly how the MES. So MES is in the level 3 here. So how you
Yeah.
segment these layers? So process is at the level 0. So your machines, sensors, actuators, robots. So nowadays you see many of the industries are going to add robots instead of manual labor. So for accuracy and process timely actions. So machines are running 24/7. Nobody is monitoring them. So all these systems, when they produce, when they are interconnected and they are doing any actions on the process, so you see nobody is monitoring them. There are some factories last month, you heard about the news that the Tesla vehicle was straight away delivered from the factory to the owner. So there is no middleman, no sales. So the vehicle drove itself from the Tesla factory and then reached to the customer. So there is no middle in process. So this is now become more automatic process. So when you don't monitor this kind of OT systems, so the vehicle could be tampered, and then the communication can be tampered, then anyone can drive the vehicle. So all these systems nowadays, factories are getting automated. They are getting added by robots. AI is getting introduced. So when this process straight away is connected to internet, you will see that there could be a possible attack on those systems. So when you don't follow this Purdue level architecture, so the systems machines will talk to. Let me show my pointer here. Yeah. So here, if you see the process level machines should talk to the PLCs, and PLCs will talk to the HMI and the SCADA systems. And then there is an engineering access, so device management. The company right now, which I work for, Subnet, so they have device management solution for configuring all those, managing those devices. Then we have another layer, which is like all the process historian, and these systems is called demilitarized zone. At this layer, you segment the process from the IT systems by adding a DMZ layer, wherein any process from IT or enterprise system will pass through the DMZ and reach to the OT. So if enterprise level directly access the level 3, then you cannot control the process. So Purdue level architecture is clearly defines how you have zones, and then how you implement the conduits, and then how the process information will reach the business systems. If you bypass anything from level 4 to level 2 and level 4 to level 3 without DMZ, then you cannot have a control about the process. There can be, because IT systems are continuously connected to internet, but the factories are also getting connected nowadays, but should we implement this process and go by layers to provide the information to the IT, OT, and then IoT applications are getting up, and then AI.
It's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Can we stay here? So
Yes.
it's one important observation based on after talking to so many organizations. Okay.
Yeah.
So many organizations, they have fragmented level 0, level 1, and level 2. Okay. So they have control HMI and SCADA processes for a set of shop floor. And then there are standalone machines which have their own control, manual control. Okay, maybe it is controlled separate as a standalone individual. Okay, like CNC machine kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, these machines and then your PLCs are not connected each other. They are doing a standalone process. Now they have ERP in place, which is a business application. Now they expect that all these things will be connected automatically, and then they get the benefit of AI. Okay, so which is really not possible. Now here, the key point here is, now if you have a level 0 and level 1 things, now all these things should be connected to level 3, and then you need to get the benefit of level 4, which is DMZ. Okay, that's where you get the data readiness. Okay, so you get the data readiness for using it for AI or any other things. Okay, so without that, your data is not ready. Okay, so since if we don't have the data readiness, how can we apply AI for that? It's not possible. Okay, so that's very important point. What do you think? So the DMZ layer and level 3 are very important. Okay, so that they get the benefit for the level 5 and also for the other part of the business.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for pointing this out. So actually, if you see many process plant, you have standalone systems, because why they have a standalone system? Because any manufacturer of a machine component or a skid which they supply, they design the solution up to their process only. They don't care
Correct.
how this system is interconnected to other systems as a IT level, but at the process level, yes, they define how the packaged product will come into his, and then he will apply label, and then he will process to the next step. So they are very concentrated on the level 2 and level 3 layer only, but they will not concentrate how this system again will be connected to SAP or other process systems. So when there is a standalone systems also, again the organization should bring his all the experts to one table and then connect these integrated systems, and then to a DMZ. They should form a layer called DMZ layer. From that layer, they should provide access to any systems upper level, like level 4, to access the information. Then they can whatever information collected through DMZ, then they can apply the AI models, then they
AI
can apply any
models.
kind of learning mechanisms. So all this process info, if they just straight away involve IT or the AI process into the level 1 and level 3, then they will jeopardize the process itself, because each
Whole
process is not
process.
whole process get affected. So for standalone systems also, they can connect to the level 2 and level 3 side, then go send this information over this firewall, then provide access to the files are getting matured, so there is next generation fire. Even at the firewall level, there is an implementation of AI models now. So they are trying to understand each and every packet which is going up. So they understand the process nowadays. Previously, the firewalls were built for IT. Now they are building firewalls for OT, which understand the protocol, Modbus protocol, PLC, and like this.
So are you talking
uh,
about the protocol somewhere in the presentation? So if you are
Yeah,
talking
I
about
will
that,
talk
then it will be
about.
great. Fantastic. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, I will talk. So when you see critical system zones, so how you divide the system into different zones. So as you see, like if it was overall like a architecture, but here you will see the users. So you have a business users like supply chain team or procurement team. They are non-critical, but they don't have connection to they have connection to the process, but they are directly not involved on the production side. But they are the people who bring you the orders, the people who bring you the raw material, and but they don't have access to the production machines. The production users are critical users, the people who configure the PLCs, the people who configure the CNC, the people who manage this process are different from the people who are managing the business. So you have to isolate these systems from logical point of view, and then also through a next generation firewall. So you should define them in zones. So critical zone and non-critical zone. Because how you define a zone is like the people who are in the same, who apply same cyber security policy, you can apply similar policy for them, and the people who are in the critical zone are having a different set of policies. So this critical zone people not allowed to connect to internet. But the non-critical zone people are need access to the business email, need access to the portals, company portals, or SAP systems. But critical zone people are not needed to connect to business systems. And then you should have an implemented protocol detection system at the process level, which understands that which machine is communicating with which machine, which robot is now connected to another robot, or maybe some process plant have direct access to internet. So you don't want this. So you can detect this. Why you need this? Because if your IT systems is continuously internet connected to internet, the possibility of getting attack is chances are higher. But process plant you should isolate, okay, through a next generation firewall.
Perfect.
So there will be no lateral movement. Like if any user laptop gets hacked, the malware will not go to your process plant. So you segment those zones. So you have a firewall in middle here, a next generation firewall redundant. Then IT systems can go through this firewall only. And then you
Mhm.
have a detection system for your own OT, and you have a detection system in your IT side. So for any kind of malware, any external
Mhm.
access, so your process, so
Mhm.
your employees are working in one, but somebody can access your plant from remotely. So you can know from the detection system
Mhm.
that someone is and this system is isolated over a span. So you mirror the traffic. So how we implement this solution is the process network will have all the switches and PLCs connected. So you take the copy of the traffic and then you ingest the traffic into a detection sensor from different manufacturers like Nozomi, Forescout, Dragos, Tenable. So you implement this network injection into this, and then they have protocol level detection that which machine is supposed to communicate with which machine. So there is 4 robots in that any process plant, but you configure them to communicate for two robots, but 1 2 3 4 suddenly in middle of the night that robot 4 is communicating with robot 1, but you didn't
Mhm.
intend to communicate this, but this happened over middle of the night. This detection system can give you alert like why this robot is do connecting. So this meaning someone externally trying to configure it, maybe it's your
Mhm.
own engineer or maybe an external hacker trying to access this robot machine and then trying to jump over to the other robot.
So the
this
critical zone have to be separated.
separated.
You mean-
Yeah, the process plant is considered as a critical zone. Your business process, the people who are accessing the IT,
Office and
the
all.
portals, office, and the manufacturing systems should be isolated from the this one. So to why we do this one is mainly to break the lateral movement. So your IT got attacked so that your OT is still safe. It didn't affect your process plant, manufacturing plant. So zoning,
Perfect.
as I explained, this is very, very important. You have to define the systems into zones, and then communication, interzone communication. So how the interzone communication will happen, and each user will have a two-factor authentication at the IT level and a process level like this. So all this protocol. So if you see here, I can see intrusion prevention system. So when there is any communication going on from one PLC to other PLC, or one robot to other robot, or one system to another robot. So you see here, the packets will go from one system to the. Here we use 104 protocol in the energy side. So maybe in some of the manufacturing process use Modbus or Profinet or like this. Modbus and like this. So when there is a protocol level communication going on, so you understand the packet. So if you have a capture of the packet, what is going on, I can define that what this robot is giving a command to another system. So once they understand the system, so they can implement an easy way of brute force attack or a DDoS attack like this. So these next generation firewall or intrusion prevention systems have advantage. They can understand the process protocol itself. Is it a command, or is it an information, or is it only someone is trying to access the PLC like this? So they can understand deep packet inspection. They can do a deep packet inspection of the process and then give you an alarm so somebody can take action on that. So this is also another approach for prevention. So how you prevent? So the layer, this IPS is like here, the firewall, the DMZ firewall. So someone IT system is accessing OT system. So they have deep communication, deep packet inspection. So is it a legit communication, or it is someone unauthorized trying to access your process? So these are the next generation firewalls doing this one. So this is the next generation firewall trying to implement like on access to the OT systems. So why should we have a detection on OT? So OT, the process is not monitored mostly in many manufacturing plants now. There is automated process, or people who are aware of the managing these CMCs. Some manufacturing plants run 24/7. Okay, so you should have a 24/7 monitoring also. Who is accessing, from where they are accessing, what manipulation they are doing on the code, what is doing, what the machines are doing, and how is the production level going on. All this process in data should be ingested into a detection system, and this detection system can help you to identify is there any penetration. So this is a process plant architecture. So here, if you see, we are using 62850 protocol, and this is one of the solution from a vendor. There, they are collecting the traffic from the process. So IO and the PLC. From the process, they are connecting a mirrored traffic to a sensor. So they are collecting all the information, what is going on in the process, are ingested into a sensor. This sensor have AI and next generation modeling done so that they understand what is going on inside the process. And they are not connected actively. So if you see this dotted communication and this solid line, they are this is active communication, this is passive. This system cannot have any impact on that because there is algorithms running in this process on the data which is collected. So if you see, this is passively connecting, so it is not actively connected to the process because process is very critical. So if this gets system attacked, and then it gets attacked. So they are collecting the traffic and process by mirror traffic. They are completely mirroring the process. So you know now there is a concept of digital twin or the digital factory. So all the data of the factory is ingested to a sensor passively, and then they will analyze this data passively. So it will not have any impact on that. Then they can collect from multiple plants, like isolated plants. So sensor here, they ingest to a central, and then they can also have a sensor in the level 3, and all this information can be provided on a one dashboard for the user to all monitor out what's the process going on and intercommunications happening and alerts, and can be given for the process plant. So this is the layers. So what are the OT layers? As I explained, as a logical, physical wise, we saw 0, 1, level 1, level 2, level 3, DMZ. But this is as a logical process. So you should have an technology partner ecosystems at the OT level. Then you should have enforcement layer at the OT. Then you have a control orchestration. Then you have a policy from the top down can be implemented till the OT layer. This is one of the another process architecture which is like defining the same one which I showed you logically, that sensors are in the level 0, then you have PLCs and RTUs or whatever devices connected, then you have a SCADA HMI local, then you have an historian at level 3 and it jump server at DMZ, then you have IT and IT security getting implemented.
Perfect.
And one more important systems that is nowadays needed inside the OT is like the authentication, or the people who are accessing the systems should be, and people who are remotely engineering. So you bought a machine from any manufacturer is based in Europe or US, and then you are trying to give him the access to troubleshoot your machine breakdown like this, right? So you provide remote access to that machine, but the communication you are using is public media, right? So you are using internet, then he is using the internet in that country and trying to access. So during this process, so there is all the traffic, all the information about your machine will be going through the internet. So you give the access to the right people with right level of permissions. So there is LDAP, lightweight active directory, and then there is one more role-based access control. Even if you need to implement it in your inside your factory, so the users have right authentication, AAA authentication, authorization, and accounting. So you should implement this kind of access like fingerprint based or access card, or someone is trying to shut down your machine, someone is trying to change the configuration, that he have right permissions to access that device or no. Be it a SCADA engineer, be it a PLC, or be it a CNC engineer who is trying to configure those machines, should have privileged access, and you are monitoring and controlling their access. And at least if you are not controlling their access right now, but at least you have the data for monitoring. So somebody changed this in this day, so this affected the process. So you have a record, system of record for that. So another system that is very, very important is a SIEM solution, which is collecting all the data from your process plants and switches, routers, workstations, feeding into a system called SIEM, sequence of events, which is like event management. But all this information will be sent through this system, has a bigger picture. So what is the logs going on? All this. So this is like a syslog protocol, which is used for collecting all this information and feeding it to a central platform wherein you can have all logging when someone try to access this PLC, which date and what changes he did. All logs from that PLC can be pushed. So any switch is modified. So anyone enabled a new port on the switch, why he enabled, what was the reason, and if you can have all this record inside the same solution.
So is it like a CM is something like a now is there any standard for this?
Yeah, some of the solutions in the market is like this is a syslog standard. Syslog, the standard for that is a syslog. So coming slide, I will show you how the data is pushed into that. Like, so another way of providing security on the devices itself is like you have a system hardening. Like you implemented overall solution, but you put the password 123, or you put the password admin. So what is the purpose of implementing all these mission critical expensive systems, but the password inside Allen Bradley PLC is still Allen or admin or 123. So anyone who knows, he will try to access by default password or a very user friendly password for remembrance, but it has an impact on your process, right? So you should have a procedure for password management, network management, and you should implement these systems, because whatever process you consider, but the people are not aware. So who is trying to click a malicious link, or he's trying to keep the password admin like this. So you should give awareness to your people, so that at least they should have a complex passwords, and they should give access to the right people. And all these devices, even at the process level, should be hardened. So is there any switch which in the PLC which is open, so somebody can bring a laptop or bring a mobile phone and connect it to that switch and change the configuration. But because the reason was you didn't disable the port. There are 14 ports in that switch, but the process uses only 4 ports. Still, there is 10 ports, unused ports. So you should disable those ports by default. So this is system hardening. Then one more mechanism is like you should also have a patch management system, which is like continuously update your process or office systems. You should have an antivirus software, and then update the patch. So every time there is a new malware, new virus coming up, so in the market, so you have a patch management system which can be applied the patch to that right PLC, right switch, and like this. So you should have implemented a patch management system also. So you can have an automatic or a backup. You can do manual process, or you can do an automatic. But for OT, you have to have a critical validated. So you should have a production, and you should have a pre-production or a demo. Therein, you first apply that patch to that PLC, or that apply to that switch, test it its behavior, then apply in the production environment. So if you see of the structure which I am going through is like identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. So here till here you saw that it was all the process to prevent and detect. Now it is a respond and recover. So you should have a mechanism to implement backups of your process or PLCs. So HMI, straight away your process was configured, HMI was configured from some engineer. He came down the way from US or UK. You has configured PLCs, and all the process was implemented and then left. Then you don't have a backup. So this is one of the critical systems. You should have a backup in case of disaster recovery. So you should collect backups of your HMI, backup of your SCADA software. All this should be backup and put it in an external hard disk, so that whenever is there a breakdown, you can refer to that data. And then one more mechanism. So this is one of the PLCs. So you see PLCs got IOs, PLCs got output cards, and then they got communication cards. So all this hardware should have a defense in depth concept. So you see in a fortress will have like a level 1. You should cross level 1 security, then physical security, then you go by physical, like in the airport. So first you go to the air and in the airport you drop your baggage, then you have a physical security check. Then even after that physical security, your baggage will be checked. Then again your body will be scanned. Same way you should have a defense in depth concept. So system hardening, as I explained before, the ports are disabled, the unused ports are disabled, and the people who have access only. Then the people who have access are radius like role-based access are provided like based on his role. So somebody can from another process don't have access on this PLC, and he don't have access to the other process, other CNC machine. Then segmentation. Then you have encryption of the data going out. So you see the data coming out of PLC is going by layers and people who have access, and then you have an syslog, though you have monitoring, continuous monitoring of that device. So this is like defense in depth approach for any process PLC or HMI. All this should be implemented in the OT side. So this is one of the defense in depth. So first is the process plant security. Then you should have a network security. Then you see the system integrity in the core. So, and the boundary you see here is the physical security at the first. So anyone accessing the factory should have a physical security. So there is a barbed wire and physical process going on. Then once he entered the plant, he will go to only where he was allowed to go, not go everywhere of the process plant. Then you have a network security, how they are connected, and then you have system integrated at the core. So by this way, you can implement an proper OT implementation for any factory or any process plant. So this is the approach we have to follow in the defense in depth. It is same like a castle I explained. So you have a boundary wall, then inside wall, then you can reach to the core. So there is different mechanisms now. Many devices use Modbus parameterization, 61850 parameter system access, as I explained. So you should limit the access to the devices by web server. Nobody should give get access to a PLC by web server. Okay, we do it normally, but from now you should not have this practice. So the laptop he is trying to access got a virus. This virus is again jumped onto the process plant through any switch, and then it will propagate to the whole plant and you have a downtime.
Correct.
So IT is as a must. There is a certification for IT is ISO, but for OT devices it is IEC 62443. So the right people have access to the right devices, right process, and for right time only, not every time. So you give him the reach privilege. So he's supposed to access the system for 5 days. After 5 days, the process password, all this should be modified. So this is the standard which you mentioned, the same system which we're asking. This is the information which we push to the syslog. So there is any machine, any process, you got warning messages, alerts, critical informations, errors. All this information are accumulated in one same solution. So this you can correlate. So any process plant or factory has a downtime. Then what was the reason? So you can trace back what first error happened, then this warning happened, and then this step happened. So all this can be traced back in the system same through syslog protocol. Most of the PLCs, most of the process systems support this protocol. So this is the syslog process. So syslog messages will come from all the different systems and then will be accumulated in one place. So you can see the metrics. So how much time the machine was down, how much time the system was up, who was using it, who logged in. So I accessed the HMI application in the middle of the night. What was done by me? Then I logged out. Somebody else logged in. Then other user tried to log in and did something. Then suddenly process was broken. So you can see who logged in at what time, and all this process will be recorded in the same solution. So these are the well-known solutions. Splunk is one of the biggest solutions for syslog monitoring. So this doesn't has any impact on the process, but it collects all logs and monitoring information in single place. So this is like backing up how you should have your backup data files stored and then encrypted, and all this information should be done. So hope I covered most of my topic. So if you have any questions.
So I could not stop even for the 10 seconds your lecture.
Yeah.
Because actually I was looking for something like this to bring it. but maybe it's a coincidence that I got you. And okay, so thank you, Anwar, for joining and giving a wonderful lecture. And I really enjoyed session. I'm sure this is a action-packed session with the technology. Now we talked yesterday everything about AI, IoT, blockchain. We talk about supply chain optimizations, IIoT, and systems, automations. But everything is connected to cybersecurity. Okay, so
Yeah.
if you don't manage cybersecurity well, for both OT and IT systems, then you have a big problem. Okay, so that is the reason the cybersecurity as a domain. Okay, now it's a booming now actually. Okay, so even in the
Yeah.
engineering, so there is a specialty for computer science graduates for cybersecurity. It's a very important domain. Okay, and I think you did it very fantastic lecture, Anwar,
Thank you.
clarified many things. I hope the participants from all the channels, from Zoom, from you, from other, from LinkedIn, so all the channels, people get benefit of this. So thank you very much, Anwar. Would you like
Thank
to
you,
give any
Corey.
final thoughts, share about it? Anwar is an engineer, so if anybody wants to have a word with Anwar, anything related to booty and also secure cyber
Yeah, OT
security,
security. Yeah.
OT cyber security, then please feel free. Okay, so his information also will be posted in the portal. The video will be recorded and be shared. Okay. So, and if any questions, please feel free. Okay. So, any final thoughts, Anwar? So, can conclude.
Yeah, thank you for providing this opportunity to connect with you and giving a small brief about OT, what I do over years, and
Yeah.
it was really impressed, like what you are doing with Data Labs, and I'm appreciated to connected to Data Labs, and then how we can support all the people. So feel free to connect with me, and any kind of OT implementations you need or interconnections of process data to IT side to OT, it will be I will be ready to support. Thank you, Mr. Abdul
Fantastic.
Qadir, for
So,
your time.
thank you, Anwar. Thank you
Thank you,
very much.
everyone. Thank
Give
you.
a big round of applause to Anwar. So, thank you, Anwar, for joining the session and giving a wonderful lecture with a short notice, of course. So, it was due. I was supposed to ask you, but just coincidentally happened today. I really enjoyed the program.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
and have a good time. Thank
Have a
you.
good time. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we action-packed. We have an action-packed day. We miss Imran Saab little early. He was not well. So unfortunately, I would like to have another round of session with Muhammad Imran. But anyways, uh, this session was fantastic. No question about it. What we just finished from Anwar, that was amazing session. Very technology. I know in this summit of supply chain and manufacturing, why this highly technology things, but that is the value of it. So without cyber security, OTI cyber security, you will have a big problem. Okay, so you will end up in a big problem. So this is very important for any supply chain managers and also manufacturing executives to understand this. With this, let us go to the next topic. So we have a couple of sessions coming up. So at 4 o'clock, we have Naveen. He's in the call. So 4 o'clock to 5, Mr. Naveen will talk about ESG. And then at 5 o'clock, we get Hashim Khan, who will talk about logistics. Okay. So now, we have 45 minutes now. So let us talk about something little lighter topic, which is strategy management. Okay. So after heavy dose of OT cyber security, let us go to strategy management. Okay. So let me share. I'll just present it. Okay. So let me share my screen. Okay, so let me share the entire screen so that where is it? Okay. Okay, so introduction of strategy management to supply chain management. I hope you are able to see it. Okay, so let me put it in the yeah. So let me just adjust a little so that I can see you also. Yeah, fine. I don't see it myself, no problem. So let me know, Praveen, Jyoti, if there is something you want to just ask me something now. Okay. So, ladies
Everything
and
fine, sir. You
gentlemen,
can go ahead.
yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let us witness strategy management for supply chain managers very quickly. So we talk about that today. So brief introduction about myself. I'm CEO of Data Labs India Solutions. We have the products and the strategy management and also supply chain excellence. So this is the FUSI is the flagship product on supply chain excellence. So this is my contact details. If anybody wants to reach me, please feel free anytime. Okay. So now at the lighter note, just to relax a little. So what is strategy? Why strategy is important? So what happens if you don't have strategy? So strategy help you to clarify your purpose of the business and then the long-term goals. Okay, it help you to align all your people, systems, processes, and everything. Okay. So if you don't have strategy, what happens is you try to do whatever is looks good at that point of time, a reactive mode. Okay, and then maybe you do many things without knowledge, or maybe all the things looks good for you, you do it. Okay, so it's a resource waste. So with strategy, you focus. For example, let us take an example. If you are doing manufacturing or any other, let us take a little simpler. So if you are opening a restaurant, okay, so now this restaurant needs like a target customer. So you cannot have one type of restaurant and suitable for all kind of customers. No, some customers need privacy, so they are willing to pay the premium price. Some customers is a decent clean with a good food but affordable, reasonable price. And some is okay, we can accept other things, but we need the price to be little lower. So if you are if you are operating a restaurant, so you need to know who is your customer, what is the value you give to the customer, and what is the price he is going to pay to you. So this is where you need a strategy in place. And we always get confusion with the strategy versus plan versus execution. So strategy is what you're going to do, okay, to do win in the business or in life or whatever. Planning is how you are going to do it. So what are the things you do today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, next month, whatever. So this is the plan. But what you are going to do is defined by the strategy. How to do it, and then execution is just you implement it, you do it. Okay, so you do it. Let's say if you are targeting to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and then do a gym, this is your plan. Okay. Now, if you don't get up, then it's a problem. So that is the execution. Okay. So there is something called good strategy and bad strategy by Professor Richard Rummel. So this is a very important topic. Just to simplify, so good strategy means as an organization of a supply chain or manufacturing or something. Okay, so you need to have a clear problem. Okay, so you need to have a clear challenge. So if you clear this challenge, your business will grow, or you achieve whatever targets you want to have. So you need to know exactly what is the challenge for your business. This challenge could be getting a new customers, getting a new projects. This could be retaining the people. This could be asset procurement, or it could be funding, whatever. So good strategies gives you a very decent challenge to address, and then how to address that is an execution. Okay, so if you have a bad strategy, that means it is only on paper, like vision, mission, values, written on the board, posted in the wall, but nobody really understand what it is. So it does not help you. Okay, So likewise, so you need to identify, you need to have a good strategy for that. Okay, I skip that. And your strategy also, not one strategy fit for everything. So since if you're talking about restaurant business, okay, so if you're opening a restaurant in the center of the city, it has a complete different approach. If you are doing in outskirts, it's a different. And if you are in any tourist place, it is a completely different. So you need to really know what exactly you need to do it based on the strategy. So your strategy also needs a strategy. That's what. So one strategy is not fit for everybody. So don't copy if something is good for one company and then it will also fit for you. No. If something is good for company and your business is in the same line, then maybe you can just look at it and then modify it and use it. Something like that. Okay. So what we do, what we tell all the organizations is this. So basically, you need to analyze, you have the strategic analysis. If you want to do a strategy management in your company, so what we need to do is, we need to talk about strategy analysis. This strategy analysis is for external analysis, like you identify the external things, like your political, economical, and other opportunities and threats from the external side. You also do the internal assessment. So in the internal assessment, what you do is, what is your capabilities, what is your strengths, weaknesses, and all those stuff. So external and internal, then you come up with the scenarios. What are the things you are going to work? Okay, and you also can do some kind of assessment. So where we stand. Okay, so you can do assessment like ESG assessment, OHI assessment. So there are some assessments we can do. Now, once we have analyzed yourself, you know yourself, then you formulate the strategy. Strategy formulation means what is it you're going to do? Okay, so to win the battle of the business. So this is something called by guiding policies. So in the good strategy, bad strategy terminology, so this is guiding policy. So in the formulation strategy, so basically strategy is a choice. So there are plenty of choices available. So what kind of restaurant you want to open? There are choices. Now, what is it you choose? So if you choose, if you make a strategic choice, and then the moment you make a strategic choice, then what is the value you are going to give to customers? So you made a choice, you analyze everything, and then you come up with a value proposition. So you are going to give this something to the customer, and customer is willing to pay for this. So you have a value proposition with you. Now, once you understand what you need to give and what your customer will pay, then you need to know, to realize this, you need something, right? You need to have a capabilities. You need to, if you are a restaurant, you need a site, you need to build it, you need to get the people, cooks, everything. Okay? So you need to have a capabilities. So you need to list out all the capabilities required. And then what do you have currently and what is the gap? So now to close this gap is your strategy plan. So don't get confused with a plan like any other thing. Strategy plan means closing your capability gaps. Okay. So what is your required capabilities? What is available capabilities, and then closing the gap. So this gap closure could be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. So this is your strategy plan. Now, the moment you have plan on paper, so far we are in paper. So now we want to execute it. So align everything in the organization. Just like, okay, so align everything. Usually what happens is if you don't communicate strategy, so people will not get aligned. Not because they don't want, because they don't know what is it you are expecting. So people alignment, the business processes alignment, the projects get aligned. And then when you do alignment in the organization, there is something left unaligned. So that means almost always that is not required. Even though it is look good, attractive or everything, so this may not be required for you at all. So remove that. Okay. So align organizations. Once you have everything aligned, you have a strategy in place, then you execute it. Execution is like getting up, real time getting up in the morning, 5 o'clock and going to gym or walk or whatever. Okay. So if you don't execute, it does not matter whether whatever you do it will go. So execution will come through operations, day-to-day operations, and also projects. So you have projects or operations, you do them properly, okay? Then you get your strategy executed. So this is the enterprise strategy management what we talk about. So and then full strategy is our solution which help you to do all these things for all kind of organizations. Okay, and this is the details. I just skipped this. So this is a step-by-step approach how to do this. Okay, now you may say there are like standards like for anything. So for there is a standard also for the strategy management, which is the balanced scorecard approach. This is one of the main, most popular execution premium approach. So it has a 6-step approach, like developing a strategy, the first step. Translate strategy, make sure that your strategy is communicated to everybody and every project and everything is connected. And then make sure that it is aligned. Your organization is aligned. Okay, that means just everybody doing the same thing. For example, if you are doing something, a big project, so everybody have to be aligned to that. You plan operations and projects, then execute it. Reviews, if you are doing a strategy management, the reviews like on a monthly reviews or quarterly reviews are very critical. You review, and then if there is any corrections required, you correct it. So you don't, you have to checks and balance every month. You correct it, and then finally you go to the second loop. So this is the cycle which continue. Okay, and then if you are doing a multiple businesses, there will be like multiple approach, multiple cycles. Everybody will do it. Every business unit. So this is one very popular balanced execution premium approach. If somebody wants to know more about it, please let me know. We have some videos also to share free in our website. We can learn about this. We have some academy videos available. So what is balanced scorecard? Balanced scorecard means if you want to really check organization, only measuring financial outcomes is not enough. Sometimes your business is doing good financially, everything looks fine, and then finally you end up in a business closure because you did not look into other things. So what your customer is expecting and what you are giving to the customers, and what is your internal readiness for the internal processes to have all capable processes to support your customer objectives, and then finally every organization have to go through learning and growth. So here, this is where you train people, you put right systems in place. Now with the AI and other things, it is more critical now. Okay, so learning and growth. So this is a balanced scorecard. Okay. So when we talk about a strategy, so this is called strategy management, strategy map. So instead of writing in a text for multiple pages, so you can use the strategy map to clarify what you think. So when you think like this, so from financial side, each organization, what it is required, whatever required for you to achieve in finance, you can put it there. Okay? And to achieve these financial results, what is it you are giving to the customer? It is not necessary that you give everything to the customers. You select. So these are the most plausible things what you give. Pricing, quality, availability, selection, blah, blah, blah. So you don't have to give everything. You give whatever required to the customer, and other things that could be in a balanced way. Okay, so what you give to the customers, what the customer wants and what you give. So this is a customer perspective. And then to deliver this, so you need to have an internal processes. So process perspective, it could be your operations management, or it could be your customer processes, or it could be your innovation process, or it could be any regulatory or social. So when you talk about next session like ESG, so ESG objectives also could be part of it. In learning and growth, when you talk about, so you can have your people part, human capital. You can have your information capital, you can have organizational capital. Okay, so information capital, you talk about here, for example, your cyber security readiness. If you don't do all the things, you put your password as a password 123 or admin, then it's no use. Okay, so you need to protect all your information capital assets with the proper things. So likewise, this will give you a strategy translation. So what is expected in the finance? Okay, what is expected in the finance, and then what is it you are going to translate all the way. So with the cause and effects, each bubble here is called strategic objective. Okay, so that we talk about it. It could be like each bubble is a strategic objective. So that means like a goal. Okay, so this is a sample balance scorecard. So like finance, market, processes, and these are all strategic objectives, each bubble. Now, when you put a goal or objective, you need to know what you want to achieve through this. So you just, if it is not enough for you to select, for example, customer service level, customer service, give a very decent customer service is your objective. Okay, so what do you mean by decent customer service? Now we will measure it. So number of times customer has arrived and number of times he went happily. Let us say, so this is A by B, which is 100% kind of thing. Then you can have a target. So you can have a target like a 95% or 99% kind of thing. So you have strategic objectives. You have KPIs, we call it as a measures. So for this particular objective, and then you need to have a target for this. So you just have a KPI and then you leave it, nothing will happen. So you need to fix a target. And then once we fix the targets, to close this gap of current performance and then the required performance, you need to do something. It will not happen just like that. So that doing is your strategic initiative. So project. So you do something to optimize. For example, your capacity is not there to produce something. Now you want to achieve that capacity. So what you do, you need to include a new machine. So this is an initiative. Or same, you want to expand your business to another division, another market, setup. So setting up and running up marketing campaigns kind of thing is one initiative. Likewise, it could be an ERP system. It could be any other system. It could be people learning things. So introduce cybersecurity into the organization. All those things could be strategic initiatives. Okay, now when you talk about supply chain and manufacturing, and we don't talk about ERP model, then it is incomplete. So ERP model means you do here like a strategy. So strategy plan and business planning are outcome of your strategy. Okay, so this is an outcome. Then this will drive your business. Like how we had a wonderful session yesterday, 2 sessions, IBP. Okay, still it's an extended version of sales and operations planning. So you do the S&OP and then detailed planning, production scheduling, MRP, plant scheduling, vendor scheduling, all these things will happen and you execute it. So this is the ERP model, how we do that. So this is a one sample strategy map in a real-time case study where you can have a cause and effect to achieve your strategy. So as I just said, okay, so if you have a strategic objective, you need to measure it, you need to have a target. To close the gap, you need to have a strategic initiative. So likewise. And we have something called value gap. Value gap means, let us say we are expecting something to close. For example, you want to achieve revenues of 100 crores. And next year, we want to get 200 crores. Next year, we want to 300 crores. This 100 crores, okay? So gap, what you do, how you will close. So maybe with existing resources, maybe up to, you can go up like a 25 crores kind of thing. But this 75 crores still a gap. Now this 75 crores, you will close by particular organizational goals or particular strategic initiatives or projects. So how you close this is helpful for you. Likewise, you can have the gap. Then how you close this particular gap can be quantified. And this can be communicated. Guys, if you do this job, this gap will be closed and then our strategy gets executed. So likewise. So, and then we talk about in supply chain, manufacturing, when you talk about strategies and other things, they think that, okay, this is our senior managers don't have time, don't have enough things to do, so they are doing all these things. It's a waste of time. No, it's not like that. So strategy is required for the business, and operations also required for the business. So now how these things can be linked is the most important. Now this is one slide which talks about how to link strategy to operations. Okay, so you can have your internal perspectives, and then you all the way link to your business processes. I will show you in the coming slides how to link that more in detail. Okay, so let us say you are doing multiple projects in your organization. So multiple projects in the organization, if you do it, okay, so how these projects are aligned? Like these projects include, it could be strategy projects, because you have a strategy plan for next 3 to 5 years. You want to close the gaps. So strategic initiatives. Then you can have your other projects, like a capital expansion projects, operational expansion. Of course, these are also strategic in nature. And this could be strategic also, yeah. Okay, so then there are some compliance and all those stuff. So all these initiatives can be planned through PMO, the project management. If you have too many initiatives, you cannot manage. Okay, so you need to have a project management office or portfolio office or whatever you call it. So PMO is required to manage your governance of the projects and then sequence them. Now let us say you have 40 projects in the organization. Not all 40 projects should be completed in one time. So there is a sequence of things as an organization you want to link and achieve something to get the results. So how you sequence it, how you collaborate, how the individual projects and then operations people work, how to get the funding for this, how to get the resources, all these things are done by PM. Okay, so likewise, and here people performance, very important. Now, people performance means like individual performance, team performance, and then you also do a 360-degree assessments. So now when you are doing a people performance, now this has to be aligned to the strategy. Almost always when it comes to people performance part, either companies do a biased approach or maybe they just little easy. Okay, so if people performance and the strategy are not linked, then there is a chance that the people get motivated, demotivated, and then they don't know the value of what they are doing, or all sort of problems will be arising. So now, when you have a people performance culture aligned to the strategy, then you will get a fantastic. So you can have your incentives and variable pays connected to the strategy. Career growth can be connected, succession planning, career alignment, performance, and the competencies and everything. Okay. No, succession and career alignment. Almost always, what is the problem in the organization? Either the employee is doing his job, but he don't know what will be his plan. Okay. So I am interested in ABC, but I'm working in here. So how to get aligned? So the organization, if they know what he is working and what he is willing to work in, then if you get aligned, the people get the best for themselves, and then organization also gets for themselves. So likewise, imagine like we have all the people in the company, everybody is aligned, and and of course it's not 100% possible for to do everything, but at least you have a nice plan. Then what happens is there is an opportunity for everyone to get aligned. So likewise, and even now we talk about lean, we talk about Six Sigma, we talk about everything. So sometimes you do projects. What is the most important challenge is any Six Sigma project or any other lean project or whatever. So what is the most important problem is identifying the problem to improve. Okay, so you have to have a strategy in place, and you need to know what is more important for you. Then accordingly, you optimize the process, which is very important for the strategy. If there are two processes which can be improved, and one is not so important for the strategy, you can live with some kind of inefficiencies. and one is more important for the strategy. So you give this as a priority. Okay? So likewise, your processes should be aligned. IT systems, digital transformations. Now here we talk about IT, OT, IoT. Yeah. So if you take about everything, what is required for you in the organization to get aligned and investment. So in IT or something, it's not that fancy you take everything. No. IT and OT are expensive things. So it does not happen just like that. To get the proper funding or budgeting or kind of thing. So you need to really understand. So what is your strategy and what is your, how the IT add value to the business, and how IT will empower the business to do whatever they are doing, correct or right or wrong, whatever. Okay. And how this IT will help them to grow with all these technologies in place. So how it will help. So now this is where the most important part comes into picture. Okay. Now, the moment you understand from the strategic dimension, then everything get aligned. Okay. So you can choose right systems and right approaches. You get ready. Now, sometimes, you need to invest in some IT systems, but that IT system is not really urgent now. Okay. But if you don't do this now, next year, if there is any big improvement required, so you cannot do this. So this is like a enabler now for you. Okay? So next year you get a benefit of this. So how shall we plan if you don't do strategic alignment? So you identify strategy, you identify what is required for IT, and then you align. Even if you don't like it, just you need to implement it. So you have a next year something to do in a bigger way. Okay. So likewise, even the budgeting part. So when you are doing the operational expenses, capital expenses, your strategy expenses. So all these things should be aligned to the strategy. Now, many companies, what they do is they just copy last year budget, make some changes, and then make this year budget. Actually, in that scenario, budget is one of the process where just they do it because they have to do it. Really, it is not adding value much. So budgeting is not really required if you are just copying the last year budget and then doing some changes and then saying this is our budget. Because people don't, the management actually they don't believe in this budget. It is required for them. Okay, so it is not required. It does not add value. But if this budget is really aligned to the strategy, all your operational expenses are required to execute your strategy. All capital expenses required to execute your strategy. All your strategic expenses required to realize your strategy will be planned properly, and then make sure your funding is done. Okay, and then you execute it. Okay, so you achieve what you want. Otherwise, if you don't have funds, then you do all these plans. So in sometimes organization don't have budgets, but still they make a lot of plans. Then it's not going to be, it's a wish list. So you're not going to execute it. And then organizational alignment. Okay, so you need to align the whole organization on business units, the processes, the IT department, finance department, HR department, different business unit, corporate, everything need to align, including your customers and vendors on board. So this whole engagement of organizational alignment is very critical. Okay, so now there are other approaches called, so far whatever we talk about is the balanced scorecard approach. Now there are other things like called OKR. Okay, objectives and key results. Only problem, this is fantastic, but only problem is you need to know what is your objectives. If you don't know your objectives, then whatever improvement you do it, you are not sure whether this is helping your business success or not. Okay, so OKR is a good as a method, but only thing is you must need your strategic objectives. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. Okay, you will create a bigger problems. So likewise, and there are something called push country kind of thing. You might have a strategic dashboards kind of thing. Okay. Now I will stop here. Then I'll just help you to look at the system once. So let me open one strategy system and try to share with you. So let me share once again. So let me open it. Yeah. So whatever we just talk about, so there is a system to do it. So we have a strategy management system to do it. Okay. So what true strategy is a strategy management system. Whatever we just hear, so it will help you to achieve that. Okay. So here we do like a strategy analysis. We just talk about strategy analysis. We talk about organization structure, internal and external analysis. So when you do external strategy analysis, so we talk about the pestle kind of thing. Okay, so you talk about pestle. So you see all the analysis in place. So you talk about porters. So any strategy analysis which is required for you to conduct through strategy will do it. So one-stop shop for all your strategy needs, right from strategy analysis, strategy formulation, alignments, and then execution, and then transformation. Okay, so now you can do all whatever is required for the strategy analysis here, and then you can do strategy formulation. So in the strategy formulation, basically what we do, it's not hold. So here, very strange. Okay. Now when you do the strategy analysis and when you do positioning, this positioning, what you do is you strategic choices, and then you identify the problems to be solved and solutions to be delivered. Then you can manage all your strategic choices linked. Then you give value proposition to the organization. Okay, what is the capabilities required? Okay, then you have a capability gaps. So these are the capability gaps required for your company. Then close them, close the gaps. Okay, how you close the gap? By particular objectives, like for year 1, year 2, year 3. Okay, then you have a strategy, defined strategy. So likewise, so this is like creating a strategy for you. And then I just talk about the gap analysis in the revenue gap analysis. You can check this. So what is your year 1, year 2, year 3 gap values, and what are the gaps and how you close it. So this way, you know exactly what is it your revenues for next 3 to 5 years, how you close it, and what is causing you to close these gaps. So these are something which you can know. Then you can also do scenarios, because there is so many things changing in the world. You cannot have one scenario. Now, for example, you don't know what will happen to the United States. They impose tariffs. Maybe there is a new war, a pop-up. Maybe there is a COVID attack, whatever. So there are so many scenarios. So you need to be ready for that. Okay. So likewise, you need to be ready for all your scenarios. Then you have a balance scorecard to establish a mechanism to manage your strategy. So it could be like your strategic projects or balance scorecard, whatever, and then you manage them. Your month on month, you have to month on month. For example, I'll just talk about strategic objectives. So you have all your strategic objectives required for the organization. Okay, likewise, so you create them. Then each objective has a measure. So you also identify them. Okay, so you identify them. Then what happens is you have a complete structure for measuring it. So you have a strategic objectives or goals. You have measure and how you measure it. And to close the gaps, you have projects. Okay, so you can do that. So some projects, okay, like initiatives, the project management part. So you can have them, and then finally you can have a performance, so a monthly performance reviews. So you identify them. So I'll just show you one very simple strategy map to help you to understand what is that. So I'll show you one dashboard. Imagine a scenario. Okay, I will show two dashboards here. Imagine a scenario, you have a company, you have a business units, okay, and then you want to know the performance in one screen. You can see from here. Let us say I'm clicking floor mill division, and this you see here, scorecard, what is your score, so many objectives, initiatives. I click on I click, let us say I want to check the performance on this December month, okay, and then you can see what is the measure, what is objective. So you can see all of this. So this is like from one dashboard, your CEO can watch and see it here. Then if you have any questions, you can write a message, mail directly from. So likewise, what are the risks you have? You can see it. So what are the risks you have? You can see it. Likewise, what are the business processes, improvements you are trying to do? You can see it. So everything from one shot. And if you want more details, so there are some other details, your organization. Also, you can go on and do more work, directly engage your strategy activity from here directly. Okay, so likewise, I'll show you one more strategy map. Okay, so let me show you last year December one. So how to do that? Let's see. So now, if you see this, so this is a strategy map, very dynamic. Okay, so this is a strategy map, financial, customer, internal. Let us say I am increase production efficiency. I'm just clicking on it. Then what happens is you see the complete performance of this objective can be seen here. What is the measures? What are the initiatives? What are the risks? And then who are the people connected to this? Who are the teams? What are the business processes? And everything connected. Now, if you want to know more detail about it, also you can double click, and then the system will open and another window where it will show you the overall process of that project. Okay, so I'll just keep it open. So likewise, so this is one way to know the progress. And then even if it is a scorecard, like a balance scorecard, if you want to see your balance scorecard, for example, okay, so you can say your, let us say for January, generate it. So you can see the balance scorecard, correct? So all these things can be instantly available. You don't need any dashboards kind of thing. Okay, so you don't need. So this is a screen called objective story. When you are talking about a goal in the organization, so what is it? How it is performing? You can see it. Okay, so everything is connected in the organization can be seen. So this is very helpful for the managers to manage what is going on. So likewise, I'll just close this. So you have plenty of dashboards, and then you also have assessments. Like we are going to talk about ESG assessment in file. So there is a ESG assessment we can do. You can create all your requirements. You can set it up. What is the criteria? How you want to measure, kind of thing. What is the ESG versions you want to have it? So it's set up. Who is the one who can do the assessments, kind of thing. Finally, you can do the assessments. So ESG assessments can be done. Okay, likewise, you have questions. Somebody can answer it. You can give the scoring, and then finally, it can give you the overall assessment summary and whatever needed. Likewise, you can see fantastic graphs, and you can see the users whoever have participated in the system. So likewise, you can see it, and then there are some plenty of data. Likewise, so we have organizational health index assessments, and then we can do the budgeting part. So capital expenditure, operational expenditure, strategy. Then you have risk and compliance. So you can do risk management and compliance management. Kind of thing. Okay. You can do business process. So all these business processes can be linked here. Identify them. Identify the methodology, how you want to Six Sigma, BPR, whatever, That's a TPM. So value stream mapping, performance and reports. Okay, I'll just show one report just to talk about business process. Let us say you have business processes. So you have like your strategic business processes, and then you have strategic objectives. So if you see, so this particular business process is connected to this. This is a dark color, that means it is very well connected to this process. Light color means it is not so much affecting this, but it's very important. Likewise, you can know exactly what is it, what is the weightage, and then you can also see how each methodology is applied and what is the overall results. So likewise, you can connect the business processes, the people performance. This is one of the very important part. So individual performance, team performance, 360-degree. Weighted average of these three will give performance. 9-box model for the current performance, also capability. So when you are evaluating one employee, it is not that you don't see only current performance. You see what is his capability, what is his potential. Okay, so 9-box model will help. And then finally, competency management. So competency management used to identify what is the competencies required, what are the roles, what are the training programs. Okay, all those things are required, and all these modules are powered by AI, by the way. Okay, so AI is embedded in that everywhere. So there is a AI icon. So the moment you do it AI part, so there is very serious, and due to the time constraint, I may not be able to go it. But if somebody wants to know more about AI part of strategy, then we will talk about it. Now here we have enterprise PMO. Okay, so project management, you define portfolios, programs, kind of thing. And then it is a multilingual. So you can translate into any language, like for example, Turkish, you can translate it, it will get translated, it will get French. Some of our customers are now in French and Turkish, so they can do that. Okay, and it's an Arabic also, by the way. Arabic also it can be translated. So you can do that, and whatnot. So there are some industry KPIs, what is required, then performance, and it is very well connected to multiple systems in place. It can be integrated to SAP or any other ERP. It can work as a standalone. Okay, and and most important is it is connected to a Power BI free version of the dashboard. So those things can be used for you. So if you install this, and it is we make it very convenient for you to use this in India. So we are giving a special price kind of thing for India. I think this is the thing what I would like to talk about today, strategy management. And if I have something to conclude, okay, maybe I have something to conclude in this. So I will just stick to this slide. So this is exactly what we do. Okay. So this is the summary, overall summary of this. This is the summary of this. So through strategy, through strategy analysis, formulation, aligning the organization, executing strategies, and transformation will help you. All those stuff. So I'll just stop screen share. If there is any questions, if you feel free, please let me know. If you are I hope you are able to enjoy the session. I know it's a completely different topic compared to strategy, supply chain management and manufacturing, but it is very important. It is very important to connect to the business. Okay, so I think that's any questions. Please feel free, raise your hands. If somebody wants to talk, please feel free. So if you have any questions, please feel free. Otherwise, we take this as an opportunity to go to the next speaker. Naveen, you're available?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Naveen. Excellent. Nice to see you again for a long time. And I see a lot of YouTube programs, and then you are socially connected for so many things. So I'm really happy to see you. Okay, I follow some of, maybe you can introduce yourself a little. So prior to that, let me give a quick round of introduction to Naveen Samala. So Naveen, he's talking about ESG in supply chain and operations and infrastructure today. So he's a TEDx speaker, award-winning podcast host, supply chain excellence champion with deep expertise in master black belt, and he's a GE alumnus. He drives global business transformations. Okay, and he has a podcast, Guiding Voice. I really liked it. Okay, so if you could brief your activities, Naveen, I will be very happy to hear
Yeah,
you. Okay, so
sure.
please over to you, Naveen. Yeah, thank you.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much, first of all, for giving me this opportunity to talk here in such a wonderful forum. I've been hopping in and hopping off for last 1.5 day, and I'm finding all the sessions so insightful. And kudos to you and the entire team for stitching this together. It is not easy to bring in diverse set of folks from across the globe and covering spectrum of topics across supply chain excellence and all. So let me introduce myself. So this is Naveen Samala. Guys, I'm based out of Hyderabad, and I work as a business transformation leader for a connected commerce company. We sell ATM machines and point of sales terminals. And as Abdulji mentioned, I'm a certified master black belt in Lean Six Sigma. So Lean Six Sigma is gaining momentum finally. Okay, so I've been an ardent believer in Lean Six Sigma. That's why I have done the highest level certification in Lean Six Sigma. And in fact, I got the flavor and taste of Six Sigma when I worked with General Electric. And in that company, I was able to do up to black belt level certification internally. And later on, my next company sponsored me for my master black belt certification in Lean Six Sigma from Indian Statistical Institute, Bangalore. So I drive some strategic programs, and I'm part of supply chain excellence organization within my current company. And apart from driving some strategic programs, I'm also responsible for championing the business resiliency and corporate sustainability reporting directive initiatives within my organization. So this is all my day job. Apart from that, I'm also a guest faculty at BITS Pilani. I teach management and technology related topics to MTech students, and I've been doing that for last 10 years because teaching is my biggest passion. And continuing on that, I've started my podcast called The Guiding Voice, which has evolved into a quintilingual podcast, which means it is available in five languages: Hindi, English, Telugu, Kannada, and Marathi. And I am the host on three languages, and rest of the two languages are maintained by my friends. And the goal of my podcast is to ensure that we shape the careers and lives of millions across the globe. So we drive some conversations with renowned guests across the globe in order to make sure that our listeners or our audience get gist of personal transformation related insights or career oriented or leadership oriented topics and all. So my guest range include 9-year-old world's youngest storyteller to 90-year-old US based film director. I've interacted with Olympians, mountaineers, Padma Bhushan recipients, and authors, life coaches, breast cancer survivors, and many more. So it has been 5 years that I started my podcasting journey, and it's been quite enriching from personal perspective. And apart from that, I was able to impact many careers and lives. One example I can tell you is one person from a remote place who was not able to speak English and who was hesitant to talk to me about 3 years ago when he came across the platform and I had a chance to interact with him. And fast forward 3 years, he's pursuing his masters in US. So likewise, our platform has transformed many lives and many careers. So I'll stop boasting about it, and you can feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Okay, and feel free to tune into the Guiding Voice. Okay, which is available on YouTube, Spotify, and wherever you find podcasts. And if you know Telugu, you just search for TGV Telugu. If you know Hindi, just search for TGV Hindi. Okay, that's about me. And before I share my presentation and all, I have a quick question. Okay, and I want this session to be interactive. Okay, so how many of you have changed your mobile device because the screen got damaged? Or maybe the repair technician said, in case if you want to get it repaired, it costs about 5,000, whereas if you put another 5,000, you get a brand new mobile phone. Were you in that particular situation? Or maybe TV at your home got damaged, and maybe the repair cost is coming to around 7,000. However, you can get a brand new television in 12,000 or 15,000 or maybe upwards depending on the size of the screen that you want. You can unmute yourself and speak, or you can use chat window. But have you come across this kind of situation before? Okay, I don't see any responses so far.
Sorry, I just in mute. Yep. Sorry, I
Okay.
just step out.
Okay. Yeah. No, my question is, have you ever replaced a device like mobile phone wherein screen got damaged or there is some problem with the any of the components, and the repair technician said it would cost about 5,000 to get the phone repaired, whereas in 10,000 rupees you can buy a new one. Or same is the case with television, wherein television has undergone some problem and it takes about 7,000 to repair the television, whereas you can get a new one in 15,000 or 20,000 and upwards depending on the size of the screen.
Correct. Yeah, I recently had this problem. Our kid has thrown the ball to the TV. I think the TV cost around 30,000 or so.
Okay.
Then the screen broke up. Okay. So when we called technician, he said we will pay 500 rupees for this. So when I want to, so when you want to repair this, it will cost us to like a 20,000 rupees. So we said we thrown it, then got new one. Yeah,
You got a
recently
new one.
happened. Yeah, recently, very recently.
Unfortunately, that is the era in which we are living, wherein companies are getting greedy in terms of not producing components at a cheaper price. And second thing is reusability and recyclability has come down. Right, I'll tell you one more. I have come across these both scenarios, okay, wherein once my wife's phone was damaged, and recently one of my neighbors' television got damaged, and they have to get a new one. But personally, I bought a Lenovo laptop, okay, about 7 years ago, and that was a touchscreen laptop, and I spent about 55,000 at that time, and it worked very well in the first few months. And after that, suddenly the performance has gone down for whatever reason, though I have installed antivirus and all other stuff. And I took to the service center and I asked him, hey, right now the RAM is just 4 GB. Can you expand it to 12 GB or the highest possible thing? And to my surprise, I got to know that the RAM slot is sealed. So which means you cannot expand the RAM, which means you have to live with that device or you go and upgrade. Right. So this also kind of bothered me because it is not about us spending money from the pocket, but think about various components that go into making that particular laptop. Right. If I'm discarding it, right, how much of environmental damage it is going to cause. Right. So likewise, there are so many situations that we come across in our day-to-day life, wherein we are happy replacing products but not caring about the environment. In one of the sessions yesterday, a speaker mentioned, right, leave the planet, okay, in a way, in a state where our parents and our grandparents and have given it to us, right? But unfortunately, the kind of damage our generation and our previous generation and the next generation are creating, right? It is completely devastating. And I'll tell you one more thing. Recently, I interviewed a guest and I asked him, hey, what do you think about aliens? He made a profound statement saying that, Naveen, when I think about aliens, I always have a feeling that aliens must be laughing looking at people on Earth, the kind of damage that we are all doing to our Mother Earth. We have only one planet, right? And we don't have a planet B. That's why one of the apparel brands says there is no planet B, and even IBM has also come up with a similar slogan and all. But why am I talking about all these things? Because these are all very, very important topics related to environment, social, and governance, and they are going to play a critical role when you are part of a supply chain organization. And it is the company's responsibility to make sure that companies are protecting the environment and leave the world in the way it was handed over to us, right? And I've been to Europe in the beginning of this year, and I was truly amazed with the kind of infrastructure that Europeans are building. Okay, first and foremost thing is they are focusing mostly on the renewable energy sources, like be it solar power and be it windmills installation in the remotest part, not even the big cities or the large cities as such, right? And in fact, to be honest, country like India, which is tropical, where we have abundant sunlight, how many solar panels are we looking at, and how many solar power plants are we really having in a country as big as India, right? And second thing is, we tend to once you buy the car, we tend to discard our two-wheelers and forget about cycling, forget about walking, right? We tend to go by four-wheeler. But if you look at European countries, right, they are encouraging citizens to take the bicycles, and all the cities are being built to be bicycle friendly and all. So those are certain
Correct.
observations as a normal citizen, but we got to be little responsible.
Correct.
And yeah, my intent of bringing all these things, right? 1 hour that I'm going to spend along with the 20 people in the room, right? So it is a cumulative effort of 21 hours. That is how I measure our efforts, and as long
There
as we are
are
able to
other
bring
channels
change,
also open, Naveen. There are many in
yeah,
YouTube and there are many on LinkedIn. Yeah.
right. So in that case, probably that might go to up to 100 hours of investment,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
What will be the return on investment after spending this 100 plus hours? Even if one person can change and bring that particular positive impact to the world, right? That will make my day. Okay. On that note, I'll bring the formal presentation. And if you guys are okay with my pace, or if you want me to reduce my tone or pace, do let me know.
Perfect. It's
And I
perfect.
would,
Yeah.
yeah, I would
Perfect.
strongly recommend you guys to interact, because that is how, yeah, I'll also get to know whether you are all able to cover, understand what I'm covering, or else it will become monotonous. Okay, so please try to speak if possible. And on that note, let me bring up the presentation, guys. I'll start sharing my screen. And all right, so I'll go to the presentation. So I'm
Yeah, it's
sure
visible.
some of the elements of the, yeah, yeah, Abdulji, I think you are able to see my screen,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
I can.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. So the role of ESG. So first few slides are going to be a refresher for most of you who might already be familiar with EHS, okay, which is environment, health, safety teams that we have in our corporate organizations and all, right? So today I'm going to, first part of my presentation will be more on the basics of ESG, following which I will talk about the regulatory requirements globally in terms of what various legislations are recommending companies to do, right? So we'll begin with ESG definition and why ESG matters in supply chain, and then dive deep into each of these three elements: the environment, social, governance, and then we'll proceed with the benefits of integrating ESG in supply chain. Because supply chain organization has got a lot of precedence these days. One speaker said, right, from shop floor to top floor, like we got promoted from shop floor to top floor. So that is a very powerful statement, and I completely echo with that. So it is very, very important for us, being supply chain professionals, understand the intricacies of ESG, because ESG is going to shape the future of the world, not just the country where we are belonging to, not just the company that we are working for, but the entire world, the entire planet. So we'll also understand the challenges and risks, and then talk about the strategies for integrating these ESG initiatives. And I've heard a few speakers talk about the metrics and reporting. Of course, I do a little bit of data analytics as part of my job, and in fact, I have some fair idea of CSRD requirements in terms of what kind of KPIs and metrics are expected by the organizations that have presence in the European Union. I'll try to share as much as I can. And not la, la, and last but not the least, I would also like to talk about few companies who are doing really well in terms of contributing to the environment positively. Have you heard about Infosys Bengaluru campus or Mysuru campus and all? So Infosys is one of the large
Largest,
multinational, yeah,
largest,
corporations.
largest. There's so
Yeah,
many
Net.
people. I don't know the number, but it's the largest campus.
Yeah, it is the largest campus, and one thing that not many people are aware of is it is carbon negative company. Like
Wow.
they have They have almost zero electricity consumed, which is going to emit scope 1 emissions or something, and they have built their campus in such a way that everything is recyclable, and they are relying on renewable energy sources, in fact. So there is a lot to learn from companies like that. And I'll also talk about the future of ESG in the supply chain. And towards the end, I will focus more on the global regulatory regulations. One thing with regard to global regulatory regulations, right? People here in the room might have heard about the GDPR, Global Data Protection Regulation, right? Similar to GDPR, European Union has come up with something called as CSRD, which is Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. But do you think CSRD is the new one? No, it is not a new requirement. It is an enhanced version of NFRD. Likewise, every country is trying to put in some stringent rules so that the corporations will become more responsible in terms of saving the environment and all. If you talk about US, you have Security and Exchange Commission. SEC has come up with certain regulations. Similarly, California Act. And fortunately or unfortunately, I did not come across any specific act drafted by Indian government as such. But
Yes.
that should not send us a message that we are overlooking. That might be in the making, or maybe my ignorance. But Abdulji, if you are aware of anything, do let me know.
It is coming up. I think it's in the pipeline. They're working on it.
Yeah. So the thing is, when GDPR came, right, people thought of it, okay, oh my God, it is going to have a lot of burden on the IT employees and all. But if you understand the root cause and the reason why Europe has come up with that particular initiative, right, they protect the interest of their citizens. They protect the interest of the data which is being generated belonging to their country that should stay within them, right? So they are always pioneers in terms of creating that regulatory legislations, and not just creating but implementing them. So CSRD has a bright future, and for those of you who want to have long-term career aspirations within supply chain domain or within ESG space, I think CSRD, mastering the CSRD requirements and coming up with some solutions would be a great opportunity. Okay. So any questions so far?
No, fine.
All right. So we'll move ahead. I'm not going to talk more about this ESG because everybody knows what it stands for: environment, society, and governance. So why do you think there is a lot of emphasis on ESG? Why do you think California Act has come or CSRD Act has come? There is a rationale, right? Because if you look at the investor landscape and the venture capitalists nowadays, right, they're thinking long term. Like if at all you are running a startup in the sustainability space, or if it is environment friendly, then you will have maximum chances for getting the funding, right? So which means there is a growing demand within or amongst the investor community saying that, okay, we wanted to encourage the companies which are contributing to the environment positively. And that also is coming from the regulatory pressures like CSRD, California Act, and the upcoming Indian environment related acts and all. And last but not the least, even consumers, right, have become aware about, okay, what is the damage that is being caused, okay, by each one of us. Most of the times, right, if you happen to go to shopping mall, right, I tend to make sure that I'm carrying some shopping bags along with me. Okay, not
Correct.
just because I have to spend 10 rupees for a bag which is sold by them, but to be conscious about the environment. Likewise, I've seen some people doing that, but if more and more people do that, it would be amazing. And I'll tell you guys, when I went to Slovakia in the month of February, I was amazed at a shopping mall, okay, wherein people came to the shopping mall and they were trying to parcel, okay, they pack some food home and all there to go, and they brought their own tiffin boxes. But in India, if you happen to visit a meat store or anywhere, right, are we really carrying tiffin boxes? I have seen at least my parents carrying tiffin boxes during my childhood, right? We think, okay, it is a shame to carry something and all, but we overlook on the negative impact that these plastic bags are going to cause, right? But I wish more and more consumers get aware and start focusing on that. Then ultimately change can be driven. And most last but not the least, there is a lot of expectation on the transparency part. And CSRD, California Act, these are going to bring that particular transparency in terms of how a particular product is produced, right? If it is food, right, we call it as farm to plate. So what are all different steps that are involved in terms of getting the food onto a plate? Similarly, a product, right? Right from the concept to the manufacturing, sourcing raw materials and all. So who are all involved? Are they really environmentally friendly or not? So those are the things which these regulatory standards are going to focus on. And so why ESG matters in supply chain? Because supply chain is one of the key functions within the manufacturing part. Because supply chain is not just limited to internal supply chain, which means it is external as well. Sometimes we have to procure raw materials. Beyond raw materials, we have to procure certain parts or components which go into making of a telephone or a mobile phone or a laptop. Do you think if Apple is selling this MacBook, okay, do you think entire components are made by Apple? Not really. There are certain parts which are provided or sourced by the vendors. Now the focus is like whether those vendors are practicing the sustainability manufacturing practices or not, right? So ESG matters very, very much because all the supply chains are inherently global, which means, for example, to build a Mac device kind of thing, do you think only vendors are sourced from a single country? Not really. They are spread across the globe. Some might come from Asia, some might come from Europe, because if not every country will have the specialization to produce certain things, right? So likewise. And ESG issues within supply chain can have significant reputational, financial, and operational impacts on the focal company. So for those of you who are aware of these PCI guidelines, payment card industry guidelines, right? Earlier, okay, before these PCI guidelines were provided or were formulated, you know, companies had left, right, center access to credit cards, and that credit card data was misused by some employees who had access to them. Then what PCI standard has come up into the market, and it has forced the companies not to retain any of the credit card or financially sensitive information, and that got deleted. And today, if at all companies storing your CVV number, it has to come with your consent. And apart from that, there is a OTP, second level authentication, that is taking place. Likewise, change is being put in place. It takes time. Similarly, I'm expecting similar kind of reforms happening in the ESG space as well, given that the damage that all the companies and all we as consumers are causing to the Mother Earth. So when it comes to the risk part, right? So there is climate change. Like it's been raining for last 3 days in Hyderabad, and we cannot really predict the weather, right? Last time, if we look at the climatic conditions in Hyderabad, we hardly had any rainfall. And this year, summer was kind of staggered. To be honest, this year summer was really good. But before last year, the temperature has gone up to 48 degrees Celsius, being in Hyderabad and surrounding areas and all. So, which means all the glaciers are melting. Why? Because of greenhouse gas emissions, because of pollution, because of all the climatic change. This is the important risk which needs to be addressed. Next is the social risk, labor abuses, human right violations, unsafe working conditions, or even child labor being employed. Those are all certain things. And human trafficking, right? In case if you are not socially responsible and not believing in diverse talent, so maybe not employing people from other communities who do not identify themselves as male and female. And these days we are hearing a lot about neurodiversity, right? So which means equal justice to everybody. Make sure that all humans are treated equally. Just that somebody is visually impaired, it doesn't mean that they are not eligible to work anywhere. They can work, provided you identify their talent and give the work related to their talent. And last but not the least, the governance risk, corruption, bribery, lack of transparency. These are all burning issues, especially in a country like India. Okay, the corruption and bribery are at the top, right? Especially when you are dealing with governmental organizations and all, it is not that easy. Even for a private organization to be set up, right? In terms of getting all the registration and paperwork done, at least 1 or 2 departments will be there who will be putting their hand under the table, right? But overall, this ESG is going to play a critical role, and it gives us an opportunity for value creation. In case if you are environmentally friendly, right, you'll say that the brand reputation of the company increases. You might have seen advertisements from Coca-Cola company. They say that, okay, we recycle more than 90% of the water we consume, and we generate about 2 times of the water that we consume and all. How are they doing that, and why are they doing that? Because they want it to be environmentally friendly, and that will also be a kind of USP for them, right? And apart from that, operational efficiency can be achieved. For example, if you are focusing on the environment, okay, and let's assume you are sourcing a product from China, and I found a similar product within India, hypothetically. Okay, if you are environmentally conscious, you might try to source the product directly from India rather than getting it from China. Because if it is coming from China, you have to pay for the, it has to be routed, it has to be shipped through air or water or any other transport means, again, which is leading to carbon emissions. Whereas here also, if it is local, still carbon emissions are there, but not to the scale wherein you are sourcing it from other countries, right? So that is why if you are focusing on ESG, it will improve your operational efficiency, and you'll also be able to enter new markets, and you'll attract right talent, because all the Gen Zs and Centennials, right, these guys are focusing on environment because they have been taught about environment as part of the school curriculum. Most of them are studying about environment and the impact, and these guys are sensitive, right? So which is good thing. So it is very, very important for us to focus on ESG. And with regard to the environment, we have discussed many. One thing which I want to highlight is circular economy. Going back to my laptop example, if my laptop had an extensible RAM, I would have not upgraded to MacBook. In simple terms, I would have saved money. I would have saved some carbon footprint also, right? So recycling, reuse, remanufacturing, this is very, very important, and it is going to take the front seat in the coming years. Product life cycle management. Unfortunately, we are in an era wherein we are replacing everything, right? And good thing is some e-commerce companies are trying to recycle their products by accepting the returns of the material, return of the old phones or something. But we should understand, are they really refurbishing and selling them, or are they scrapping it? Right? That needs to be paid attention to. And another important aspect is preventing the pollution, reducing the air, water, soil pollution from manufacturing and transportation. This is also another important aspect. Any questions? All right.
Perfect. Yes.
Yeah. I'll take that silence as no, and thanks, Abdulji,
Yeah.
for the acknowledgement. Now, you might have heard about scope 1, 2, 3. I want to spend a minute or two to explain you what is this. Yeah, I can hear you. So, scope 1, 2, 3 emissions, right? Okay, how many of you have seen a auto rickshaw in front of you, which is emitting lot of
The
fume
black
and
smoke,
all particular smoke, right?
it's almost always that is an issue
It's
for
almost
everybody.
always. Why are they doing? They're greedy. They want to save money, right? They wanted to mix some kerosene or something else, and they run that old vehicle, okay, which though it has reached the end of life, still they wanted to use it, right? But in the developed countries, there is a strong regulatory, okay, compliance in place, which will ensure that if the vehicle reaches its end of life, it has to be scrapped or recycled and all. But going back to the scope 1 emissions, right? For example, we are using refrigerators and air conditioners. Okay, they do not come for free. Of course, I'm not referring to nobody is giving us for free, but the amount of electricity that they consume, first thing. Second thing is the amount of hydrofluorocarbons that they are going to emit. Right, it is going to damage the ozone layer. And I've been to US couple of times, and the sky in the US is completely different from sky in India, sky in Europe. The sky in US, right? It exposes the UV rays directly because those guys have consumed so much of electricity, and they have too much of what you call refrigeration and air conditioning, HVAC systems in place and all. But in case if you do not correct that, right, it is going to damage or deplete the ozone layer further. So anything that is got to do with refrigerant fugitive emissions, right? Those are the direct scope 1 emissions. Next one is scope 2 emissions, purchase electricity for own use, which means, see, to produce electricity, right, there are two modes that primarily we depend on. One is water and the other one is by burning coal, right? Okay, water is okay, but when it comes to burning coal, don't you think it is emitting some gases and it is impacting the environment? So what scope 2 emissions talk about is, if you're purchasing electricity, why don't you purchase electricity from the renewable sources? Means these days I have seen certain people, okay, who are installing solar panels on the rooftop and trying to produce the electricity which they wanted to consume, right? More of those things should happen. So as part of scope 2, we'll see, okay, what is the source of the electricity that you are using? Focus on renewable electricity. And scope 3 emissions talk about production of purchased raw materials. One simplest thing I will tell you guys, how many of you take metro or public transport to commute to office? And how many of you go to office alone in a car, right? So even that employee commuting, right, it is also going to emit the pollution. Of course, public transport also does emit the pollution with regard to buses and all, but metro is something which is kind of environmentally friendly in one way. And second thing is, imagine if you are traveling alone by car by yourself versus if you are taking 4 or 5 friends along with you, right? You can reduce the number of vehicles that are plying on the road, right? So that is one aspect of scope 3 emission. And apart from that, newspaper, ink, water, and then office equipment, and then paper mill, right? IT services, catering, waste disposal, all these kind of things will fall under your scope 3 emissions. So we got to focus on all these three. And if your company is producing any products and all, make sure that you reduce these scope 1, 2, 3 emissions as much as possible. Specifically, if you are using electricity, if possible, try to get the electricity from the renewable energy sources. Or if you have a large campus within your organization, set up the solar panels and produce the electricity by yourself, right? Moving ahead. So relevance, I told about it, diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? Which means promoting diverse suppliers, including hiring practices within the supply chain. When I say inclusive hiring practices, when I talk about diversity, people think only it is about having 35% or 33% women reservation. Guys, we have gone beyond that. It's not just about having women in the workforce. It is about having people, okay, of different caste, religion, race, different physical abilities, different mental abilities. Give them an opportunity. And I'm fortunate to have interviewed a lady named Meera Shenai, who runs Youth for Jobs organization. And her organization focuses on empowering people with disabilities so that they become employable. And nowadays there is a mandate by the government to hire at least 2% or 3% of people from disabled communities, right? So it is also very, very important. Do not overlook somebody. That's why these days we are seeing certain posts, right? It says people with neurodiverse, or people who are visually impaired, or people with hearing impaired, right? They are being employed. In certain organizations, if you go to a shopping mall like Lifestyle or any other shopping mall, you find a salesperson, if he is deaf and mute, right? There is a badge out here. This person cannot speak. But that person is good at folding clothes, or good at understanding, good at billing, or something of that sort. We need to identify the talent and link them to appropriate job which they can excel. And Meera Shenai ji has mentioned some great things. So whoever, even autism patients, like recently you might have watched this movie Sitare Zamin Par, right? So one of the characters, that person who works in the uh, hotel as a cleaner, right? That guy is good at repetitive work. Whereas if you are a normal human being, okay, like me, I hate to do repetitive job. That's why I do so many things. I hate to do a single thing again and again, right? Whereas people with autism or people with some special abilities, right, they don't get bored. They find joy in repetitive tasks and all. So it is good to have them on board. Health and safety, ensuring safe environment for all workers, which means companies should not take lightly when there are some hazardous situations in the organization, and companies should keep a track of, okay, how many accidents have been reported in a particular workplace and what are they doing to prevent them, right? It is not just limited to factory floor. it extends to logistics, it extends to every place, even their customer experience center where customers walk in, right? And product safety and quality, which means the product should be safe and meet the quality standards throughout the supply chain, not just at the manufacturing level. So that's why it is very, very important to focus on the social part as well. And next is the third pillar is your governance. It's having the internal controls and practices. Again, so when it comes to governance, people think, okay, I'll put up a PowerPoint presentation, or I'll print a flexi board with all the regulatory requirements and the rules that the employees have to follow. Remember one thing, guys. It is not enough just to practice by letter, but it is important to practice both by spirit and letter. I'll tell you one simple example. When helmet rule was imposed in India, right? I think it happened about 10, 15 years ago, if I remember correctly. You know, government enforced all the automotive dealers, saying that, hey, if you're selling a bike or something, you need to either give that helmet for free, or make sure that helmet is purchased by the customer. You know what I've seen most of the times in those days is, even police officers also, the cops, the traffic cops also, they did not stop people as long as they're carrying the helmet, not wearing the helmet. Okay, so the thing is, if you want to go by just by letter, right, you are carrying the helmet, not wearing the helmet. But if you follow the spirit, you will wear the helmet no matter whether there is cop or not, because it is for your safety, your family's safety, and all. That's why whenever we are talking about governance, it has to be followed by spirit and letter. And in the supply chains part, right, make sure that you are not trying to do any favors to somebody, okay, from your family member, since they are manufacturing so and so, let them be the onboard, let us onboard them as vendors, and all that is also treated as a bribery or conflicts of interest. And we need to make sure that the supplier compliance is assessed, and along with all the ESG standards that are put in place. And data privacy and cyber security, I've seen some beautiful presentations today, right? How cyber security teams are at the forefront in terms of protecting the sensitive supply chain data, right? And stakeholder engagement. Make sure that there is regular communication with suppliers. So one thing what I have seen, right? Some of the companies, not most companies, they treat suppliers as suppliers and customers as customers. They don't think that there is a human behind supplier. They don't think that there is human behind customer, and they don't think that employee is also human, right? Understand the human element, establish that particular connection. You know, one of the major aspects, okay, why you need to have that particular relations with people across the spectrum of suppliers, customers, and across the value chain system is, in case if government is mandating for you to come up with certain metrics reporting as part of your annual reporting and all, who is going to provide you the data? Suppliers. And if it is supplier related data, they are going to provide the data. And if you are not treating them with humanly respect, and if you don't display that particular empathy, you will not be able to communicate with them effectively. So stakeholder engagement is very, very important. And especially when it comes to implementing these regulatory compliances and all, don't wait till the last minute. The moment you come across a law, engage your supplier saying that, hey guys, please make a note. This particular act is coming, which means we might demand more data from you. You are expected to provide these details. Be ready. Then only you will be successful. Because do you think suppliers are directly providing the parts or components to you? You never know. They might be relying on some other person, and that person might be relating on some other company. That is a chain reaction which might happen, right? But if you want timely reporting of data and all, it is essential for you to establish that particular rapport and make sure that you're engaging the stakeholders in a right way. Next is supplier code of conduct. Clear expectations. Okay, for example, our company, we do every year we conduct something called as supplier day. All the suppliers are brought to our customer experience center, about 300 suppliers or 200 suppliers across the globe, and there is a representative from each of the supplier, and we tell them about our company strategy, and we tell them about any data requirements, or if they are having any challenges, all those things. That way, that particular connect is being established. And at the same time, expectation setting is also happening. For example, in the recent supplier day, we spoke about CSRD requirements. When supplier said, yes, we'll do the groundwork, we will let you know what all data we have already in place, what all data we do not have. If so, what do you want? Then what we did is we took the help of a consulting company, and that consulting company was onboarded, and they came up with all the detailed requirements related to CSRD, for example. So CSRD assessment was done initially to see where we are versus what the expectation is. The gap assessment was done. And we found that, okay, certain data is not yet reported in the organization, and that data has dependency with these suppliers. Immediately communicate with them rather than, for example, your CSRD reporting is due next month. If you wait till last week, you're not going to achieve success. You have to start on day one itself. Then only you'll be able to at least get some metrics. I'm telling you, you'll not be able to get 100% of the data because I'm going through that particular path already, right? So it is very, very important. The governance part is also very, very important in the supply chain world. So benefits, again, I told about brand reputation, reduced operational costs, risk management, because nowadays certain organizations have ventured into uh, assessment of suppliers. So which means similar to how Gartner performs the hype cycle in terms of reviewing the technology, whether the technology is going to sustain for next 5 years or whether it will be a laggard or so on and so forth. Certain companies are assessing various manufacturers to see if they're following ethical practices and what is their vision, and they're giving a risk assessment score. For example, okay, I want some resources from uh, related to database developers, hypothetically. What I'll do is, instead of I approaching to the vendors directly, I will log into this tool to see, okay, who are all the vendors in that particular database management resourcing, out of which each company, means each consulting firm, will have a rating, and basis which, okay, these are all good, following ethical practices and all, let me shortlist these three, and I'll send the RFP only to them, right? This is the future. And innovation and new opportunities, like, drives the product and process innovation. And last but not the least, you can be proactively engage and approach and formulate steps that are required in order to be adherent to ESG laws. So these are all the benefits of integrating ESG in the supply chain. Challenges, again, as I said earlier, transparency and data, and most importantly, large corporations, they have data scattered across different systems, and they have some legacy systems, and the data is imperfect. In a way, data has anomalies, data is incomplete, and data is uh, inaccurate as well, right? And especially companies which have undergone acquisitions and mergers, their story is further bad, further worse, because, okay, as and when a company undergoes acquisition or something, right, consolidation of systems should take place, consolidation of data should take place. But unfortunately, that is not taken as a priority. People focus on the status quo in terms of running the businesses and all, and they continue using the two old systems like that only. And if you look at the data dictionary and the layout of various fields and all, there is a real mismatch, and it will get difficult when you wanted to report the metrics. So this is another challenge. And sometimes suppliers may not be convinced, saying that, hey, my job is to sell the products. Why should I give you data? How does it matter whether I have produced using sustainable practices or not? Because it is not pinching them. It is not your headache. Unless they also fall under the ambit of CSRD or any other regulations, they will never ever care for you. That is the biggest challenge which we need to be careful and wary about. And then cost of implementation. It is not easy to implement this. You might have to invest in technologies. You must have to invest in training. You might have to invest in audit. And the next important thing is greenwashing concern. You might have heard about uh, what do you call there is an analogy, right? If at all government is trying to act on fixing particular thing, right? If it is done for the name's sake versus if it is done with the true spirit and letter. Similarly, certain organizations are trying to pretend as if they are ESG compliant and all by doing this greenwashing efforts and all. That is not going to help. If at all companies trying to tamper the metrics and all, it is going to fire back. So that's why it is very, very important to ensure genuine commitment is there. If you're putting in superficial effort, right, it is not going to lead you anywhere and it will have negative repercussions. And people also have difficulty in terms of measuring the impact. What are the tangible benefits of ESG initiatives? And resistance to change. Yeah, whenever there is change, right? People love change, but they don't want to be part of it. And there might be resistance. And resistance might be due to different things. Okay, different things in the sense there is a resistance called I won't and I can't. If it is I can't, it can be fixed because they lack that particular knowledge. I can train them and I can get. But I won't is a behavioral stuff, which means I'm limited to this. I don't want to change. That is the attitude which may or may not be changed. So you need to be equipped to deal with the change resistors. So these are the challenges and risks. And moving forward, how do you implement this ESG? Okay, how do you integrate this, right? First and foremost, you need to have a clear goal and policy. And again, that goal and policy, Abdulji, are you trying to speak? Okay. So we need to make sure that the companies align with overall business strategy, and when the suppliers are onboarded, they need to understand the ESG criteria during the supplier selection itself. Let's assume, okay, when it comes to information technology, right? We know these ISO standards and all. If a particular company is ISO certified, then it is easy for you to onboard because they know how to erase the data, how to dispose the data and all. Similarly, in the ESG space also, if somebody is already using renewable energy sources and they are disposing the waste materials properly and they're not causing any damage to the mother earth and all, even if they are costing $1 or $2 extra, that's fine, you onboard them so that you will be future proof, right? And map your supply chain, understand various tiers and identify high risk areas, implement robust due diligence, which is nothing but regular audits, monitoring, and leverage technology, like I think we mentioned about Tableau, Power BI. Okay, connect your reporting tools with the data warehouses and data lakes, whatever you have, and try to establish the KPIs and dashboards, right? And make sure that all the process is automated and no tampering is being done. And when it comes to tampering, right, probably if possible, try to leverage the technologies like blockchain, which is tamper proof, and foster a culture of sustainability. So when I say, see, sustainability, as I've been telling, right, it should be implemented by spirit and letter. Don't do it for the namesake, right? So make sure people understand the why behind it. If they understand the why behind it, then it will be easy for the companies to get the support of the stakeholders. And last but not the least, set the measurable KPIs. Okay, both focus on both the leading indicators, lagging indicators, which are going to talk about the impact, and make sure that these metrics are communicated to the employees from time to time, so that they also see the visible progress, right? And give some incentives to people who are coming up with initiatives related to ESG. So these are some strategies with regard to that. And technologies like I spoke about blockchain and then Internet of Things, real-time data on energy consumption. Like you can integrate sensors to see if a big machine is running in the factory or on the factory floor or the shop floor, right? Be wary of how much energy it is consuming and how much time it is idle. Can it be shut down, okay, for some time in between, so on and so forth. Likewise, so my thought here, right, in case if you want to come up with some improvement ideas and all, from my process improvement expert, from my master black belt hat, what I tell is empower your employees. Tell them your vision is to cut down so and so emissions or something. Then employees will come up with wonderful ideas. And once the ideas come, right, don't belittle them. Even if it is a bad idea, listen to them and don't shed those ideas. Because if you give a lending ear and if you tell them, okay, yes, we have done this thing so far in a not so positive way and similar ideas have been implemented, but last time situation was different, then employees will start questioning the status quo because the processes that are designed today dates long back and the situations, circumstances, people responsible, everything was different from what we are today. So always question the status quo. Can it be done differently or not? And for that to happen, management should be very open and transparent. In companies where I worked for, right? I have been very successful in terms of implementing the idea box and all. Because the way I have driven those idea boxes is, it is not an namesake. If I've received 40 ideas, I've reviewed them one by one, and if I felt some idea is not so good, I still had a conversation with that employee and told that employee why we are not going with this one. And if I liked a particular idea, then I have onboarded that employee and asked them, hey, what can be done? And provided the resources. Likewise, every month we used to publish the dashboard. This month, X number of ideas have come, out of which some point X% of them were scrapped, and some 50% of them are in progress, and 2 are complete, or whatever it is. That will encourage employees. Supply chain mapping tools. See, this is again goes back to process mapping, coming up with value stream mapping. That goes a long way, because once you start documenting the whole process, you'll understand the inefficiencies that are existing today. Because as I told earlier, the processes that we are using may not have been devised in the recent past. They might have been carried as a legacy. And the requirements at that point in time when these processes were designed are completely different from where we are today. Right? Sensor technology is another thing which can also be leveraged, like you have monitoring and environmental conditions for product integrity. So with that, let's go to the frameworks part. Okay, and before I talk about framework, I want to acknowledge few companies like Patagonia, okay, who are focusing on ethical sourcing, fair labor, circular economy. What do you mean by circular economy? Anyone has any idea of what is circular economy? Have you heard
So
about
now
it?
we hear that the circular economy, especially example, like when you do
Yeah.
mobile, then you use the reuse the whole process instead of spending. So there is one example of circular supply chain. Instead of this one company in Europe, so they are not producing and selling it. They are giving the mobile phones on rental. So you use it
Yeah.
and then give it back. So they recycle it and
Yeah.
then they do that. So
Yeah.
so this way the wastage, residual wastage, it gets minimized, and then
Yeah.
the resource availability for everybody, it's maximizes.
Yeah. Yeah. Great one. So on that note, I would like to extend the mobile phone use case.
I would like to.
Earlier,
I would
yeah,
like
please.
to. What is it?
Yeah,
This is
Hassan, please.
same thing which we used to have.
Sorry. Yeah.
Please go ahead, Ashim.
Yeah, one participant got unmuted.
Got dropped? Okay.
You can continue.
So, okay, I'd like to take the case of Apple, right? Apple, I'm an Apple fan, and at the same time, I'm an Apple critic also. Because these are the guys who implemented this non-removable battery and non-expandable memory and all. Of course, what they say is Apple devices are something completely decomposable, right? In 5-10 years, once you put it under, once you put it under the earth, in the sense if you bury it, right? But slowly this practice has been adapted by other organizations, other mobile vendors also. Because if you remember the basic phone model like Nokia and all, we used to have removable battery, and if there is a problem with the battery, somebody can go buy and get a new one. And also some of the mobile phone vendors, they give you expandable storage capacity and all. But if you are going with the sealed stuff, right, it is again forcing somebody to really buy a new one, which means it is a non-circular thing, right? So try to implement circular economy, means try to put this into practice, wherein I always wonder, like, if my smartphone, my smart TV is, I have a 65-inch smart TV today, and it has a processor, right? It has a inbuilt storage and all. Can that not be expandable so that I don't have to buy a new television after 2 years or 3 years, right? Similarly, mobile phones, can we not have the expandable memory slots? Can we have removable processor, storage slot, and so on? We have to think in those directions, right? One thing, what Tesla, one of the reasons why Tesla is so successful as a company, right? The software upgrade, right? Irrespective of the version of car that you buy, you can always be on the latest one. You don't have to fear saying that I'm getting obsolete and I need to buy a new one, right? Next is Unilever, like sustainable living plan, responsible sourcing of palm oil, water stewardship. These are some initiatives that they have come up with. And Maersk, decarbonization efforts in shipping. Sustainable fuel, right? I think I don't remember the country name exactly, but they came up with with a vehicle that runs completely on hydrogen, okay, which is going to emit oxygen and water as the output instead of carbon monoxide. So research has to be done in those spaces wherein alternate fuels can be done, implemented. Apple, supply responsibility, clean energy programs in manufacturing. Right. So likewise, there are numerous examples. These are some companies which stand out from crowd. That's why I've listed them here. But if you guys have any other examples related to companies which are doing very well from the ESG perspective, you can share them as well. Okay. So future of ESG, right? Increased regulation, more and more stringent reporting requirements will come, and digital transformation, right? Which means the dependency or reliance on technology, okay, will increase further to be able to promote transparency and efficiency, and moving beyond linear take, make, dispose. No, take, make, reuse. That will be the new mantra. And deeper collaborations across tiers of the supply chain and also with competitors. Greater focus on worker well-being and community impact. So if somebody gets injured at work, right, it is not just enough to give them paid paid leave and take care of hospital expenses. It is impossible. It is important for the company to make sure that those kind of incidents won't repeat in future, right? Make sure the environment is conducive to the employees to function well and perform better, right? And in ESG risk becoming fully integrated into enterprise risk management, value chain transformation, because ESG is becoming a core driver of business strategy. As I said, it is no longer a tick box exercise. It has taken the prime or the center stage. Okay, so Abdulji, I know we are running out of time. We just left with 4 minutes. Is it okay if I extend by 10 more minutes?
Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, because I want to cover the regulatory requirement.
Please.
Yeah. All right. So corporate sustainability reporting, similar to GDPR for data, this is GDPR for ESG in the European Union in simple terms. So initially they wanted to come up with the phased implementation starting 2024. However, the timelines have staggered. Now, the reporting year is 2027, which means companies have to start doing their groundwork starting next year. And who all falling under the scope of this one? Okay, there are around 50,000 plus companies across European Union and non-European companies, okay, which have significant European Union presence. They have mandatory sustainable reporting, okay, within the third-party assurance. That is the whole essence of this corporate sustainability reporting. So what are they focusing on, right? They're focusing on emissions reporting. I told you about scope 1, 2, 3. And apart from that, the focus is on double materiality assessment. What do you mean by double materiality assessment? It is focusing on impact and finance. Impact is nothing but company's effort on people and planet, which means if I am producing a product, is it causing any damage to the mother earth, or is it causing damage to the consumers, or is it causing damage to the employees? So this is an inside out. And the other one is financial materiality, which means government has drafted a new regulation, and by implementing that, am I going to spend additional money? So sustainability issues which are affecting company performance. This is the outside in. So these are the two focus areas within the CSRD. So it is very, very important to maintain the supply, the value chain due diligence also. Means focus on human rights, focus on environment impacts, focus on governance across the entire gamut of supply chain, right? And when it comes to data reporting, right, again, some sort of compliance has to be followed here as well. So make it machine readable XBRL, which stands for Extensible Business Reporting Language, and using the European Sustainable Reporting Standard, which means you need to enable automated data processing and comparison. No, zero manual efforts. Everything should be automatic. Which means imagine a system, okay, wherein from sourcing to manufacturing, if everything is captured in the form of a data, and if you are able to get the real-time insights without manual intervention, then that is the dream of every company to get to mature to that particular level. Right? If they implement these standards, then they will be compliant from the CSRD perspective. Now, before we move forward, I wanted to give you a glimpse into the predecessor of CSRD, right? CSRD ka chota bhai, right? It is NFRD, Non-Financial Reporting Directive. Okay, this was already in place. Companies started implementing, but the consortium felt all the requirements with regard to ISO 26000, OECD, these are not enough. So that's why they revised it and they came up with a new version, which is extending the requirements which are already covered on NFRD. So which means it is an enhanced version of NFRD. So that this is the difference between CSRD versus NFRD. Now, I mentioned about the double materiality. Means you are combining both impact as well as the financial materiality. So impact means, okay, you are producing a product, that's good. But are you following ethical practices? How much greenhouse gas emissions are you emitting? Right? How much damage are you causing to Mother Earth? On the other side, climate and sustainable factor. Okay, because of some changing regulation. Okay, because there is a disruption. Okay, because of extreme weather, because of global warming or something, maybe I have to replace my operations, which means I have to lift and shift my operations elsewhere. That will impact your finance part. So both these aspects have to be assessed, and the reporting will happen across these two pillars, which is impact materiality and financial materiality. So should you be aware of all these things? In case if you are a small startup producing, small company producing some products by yourself, and if you are in India, operating to India, you don't have to worry about it until Indian regulation comes. But if you have more than 500 employees, and which are already coming under the umbrella of NFRD, right? Then you have to adhere to CSRD requirements, right? And this is a phased approach. As I said, initially they wanted to start in 2024. Now it's staggered by 3 years, right? So 2027 onwards, it will be mandated for all the companies within the European Union. And any company which has more than 250 employees, which has 50 million euros annual turnover or 25 million euros as assets, they must comply, right? And with regard to small and medium enterprises, right, they must comply with, they should also comply with a subset of the requirements, which are simpler in nature. And 2028, the new date is 2031, where non-European Union companies with significant European Union operations, they should also start complying. Right, so these are the effective dates. And next topic is California climate legislation. You know, California state, right? California is a state or a city?
It's a state.
Okay, California state. So they have also come up with their own legislation, saying that because in the among the 50 US states, right, these are the pioneers in terms of coming up with climate action. Okay, so they are the leading state. So SB 253, what they say is Climate Corporate Data Accountability Act, which means it is mandatory for the organizations to report their scope 1, 2, 3 emissions. And as per SB 261, they are saying climate risk disclosure requirements are to be covered. And who all should report? Any company with over $1 billion annual revenue who are doing business in California, it is applicable to them. Now you might wonder, I have presence in Europe, I have presence in California. Which rule should I follow? Honestly, okay, if you cover CSRD is a superset compared to California and rest of SCC and rest of the legislations in place. So if at all I were to approach this as at a corporate level, I would look at a framework which has comprehensive reporting and requirement. I will comply to that, so that in future, if some other country also implements it, it will be within the subset of the major implementation. However, we should not neglect. Okay, you might never know. There will be one or two requirements which are not already covered in CSRD but are imposed by California. That's why it is essential for us to get in touch with some consulting organizations and get at least the impact assessment done, or leverage their services instead of reinventing the wheel, provided you have budget, or else you will get delayed. As simple as it. Supply chain implications like upstream purchased goods. I told you about purchased goods, employee transportation, and downstream product use, end of life. Okay, what am I doing? Let's assume, okay, my TV screen got damaged. I'm giving it for exchange. Okay, boss. What are you doing after the exchange? What is that fellow doing? Is he simply depositing it in the landfill? Or is he extracting the components so that which can be reused? Or is she extracting all the raw materials and sending it to somebody? We need to be wary about all these things. So third-party verification is required from 2030, which means some audit organization needs to be employed. Similar to companies, right? If they are filing the financial statements and all, they need to get the audit done by certified chartered accountants or something who are qualified, right? Similarly, audit needs to be done by third party so that they give a certificate saying that yes, this company is following all the supply chain requirements, all the ESG requirements or CSRD requirements. Excellent. And annual public disclosure. Where do they disclose this? Probably in their annual reports, right? So if you are seeking some funding, okay, from the global investors and all, right? If your company is focusing on ESG initiatives and is compliant to CSRD and all, then you'll highly likelihood there is a chance that you will get funding easily compared to when you are not compliant, right? So with regard to California Act, the implementation timeline is given here like 2026. You have first scope 1 and 2 reports due, and 2027 scope 3 reports due, and 2030 onward third party assurance. And in case if they are not complying, the penalties are huge, $500,000 and more. So global ripple effect. California's economy size, right? 5th largest globally, means these requirements effectively become global standards for multinational companies, which means it will create pressure on the supply chain partners in order to improve the ESG practices, which is good. One caveat for the end user is the prices of the products are going to up, but it is okay because companies will start implementing ESG practices, which will save Mother Earth. So these are all, and one other thing which we haven't covered so far is the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission. Again, they also said scope 1 and 2 emissions must be reported by all public companies, and scope 3 for large accelerated filers. And next important one is the UK Modern Slavery Act. This is another important thing, like, annual slavery, human trafficking statements, due diligence. So here, companies, okay, with over 36 million euros annual turnover, they come under this Modern Slavery Act, right? And Supplier Diligence Act. And Germany has its own supply chain act. It is called as LKSG. Unfortunately, I'll not be able to pronounce this. All German names are a little tough. But one thing I want to highlight with regard to human rights and all. If you want to work overseas, try to get into a German company and go to Germany, because their workers' council is so strong and they guarantee your employment. People cannot sack, which is companies cannot sack an employee just like that. Okay, it happens in other countries like India, US, or anywhere else. In Germany, workers' council is not going to accept, right? So regulatory, that means the regulations worldwide are converging on similar themes, like think about due diligence, supply chain transparency, climate disclosure, which means these are all the common themes around which all the regulations are culminating, right? So which means that way we will have opportunities for standardizing the approach, technology, and so on. Okay. So in the interest of time, I'll stop here, and maybe for next 2 minutes, if you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to.
It's a very, very insightful and very elaborative lecture, Naveen. So thank you very much. So one important observation is, so we talk more, see, the ESG part, the environmental, social, and governance. Governance was there on focus from the beginning. Okay.
Yes.
So even pre-independence and everything, the governance, everybody is trying to optimize governance to make it more profitable organization kind of thing. So by focusing more on governance, so it led to some bad practices, which is creating a problem for environment and also for social. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is becoming so big that eventually even the companies itself tend to fail. Okay, because of this. So now everybody realize this problem. So if we don't focus more on ESG, it is not that these companies are going to benefit. Even the good performing companies also may fail. So that is the reason ESG is one of the main parameter for every investor look into it. So they will definitely pay more attention to the ESG compliant companies. So what I see is even if you want to do service or even if you want to export your products to Europe, US, and so they may ask you to show your ESG compliance. So this is something which is very, very important at this point of time. Okay, so even if an Indian government, not it will take some time, but it will come up eventually. But even if you are exporting, you have to be compliant with that. So one observation, Naveen, maybe you can answer it. So environment, the governance part is for sure. There are so many legislations and conditions. Environment part, you just rightly said, main focus of the carbon emissions kind of thing. What about social? Okay, social part still needs to be really known, assessed very well, and then I think the impact of social part is not really understood by all. Maybe not. Maybe not. Not everybody understood this. So, what is your take on that?
See, my take is it is kind of dynamic and fluidic in nature when it comes to social. Because initially, like if you look at the evolution of workforce in India, right? People said, okay, it is okay if we have 33% workforce and still corporates try to, 33% of women in the workforce. After that, what happened? Okay, you have to employ LGBTQ community, people belonging to lesbian, gay, and bisexual and all. And in some cases, people prefer to open up saying that they are belonging to third gender or they are bisexual, and sometimes they don't. Means in reality, right? Though this organization, which has 10,000 employees, they have hypothetically, say, let's assume 20 people who fall under LGBTQ, but they did not open up. But there is a requirement from the government saying that, okay, 0.2% of your workforce should be LGBTQ. Since these guys did not open up, though they are complied, okay, but from the reporting perspective, I'm not showing that I have this 0.2% of them coming up. Right. Likewise, it is very tricky and little difficult because it is got to do with human emotions. And similarly, when it comes to neurodiversity, right? Most people, right, have this ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity syndrome and all. People cannot concentrate on that. But if I tell them, okay, you are ADHD, right? Suddenly their behavior will change. Hey, why are you pointing me like that? But corporate, I mean, the regulatory says that, okay, you should have at least 0.3% of people who belong to neurodiversity. But can I admit saying that I'm a neurodiverse patient? I feel obligated. I feel kind of very bad to openly admit that I belong to this particular thing because of social stigma attached to it. So here again, we may have to go with transparency, wherein if the employer can guarantee saying that your identity will not be disclosed and all, wherein you can openly tell about all the vulnerabilities that you have both physically and mentally, then I'll be able to track the metrics. Right. So we have to rely on some best practices which other companies are doing, but this is a very dynamic thing. That's why I don't see many companies maturing in that particular aspect. That would be my take.
So I think there is a tremendous opportunity to define what is the measure for social part of it. I think
Exactly.
that will come up in the next decade. So once this environmental part and the governance defines, then you come up with the social. I think social part is so subtle the effects sometimes, because of government reasons or whatever, you don't really measure it. So that has to be taken. And in the social part of ESG, it's not only about the organizations. As you rightly said during your presentation, it's about people. People take responsibility. Now you stop usage of plastic, and still you go to supermarket and you don't take your bags. Okay, and you say, as you said, people feel shame in taking boxes or something for purchasing something. This is, I think, the people also have to change. So I think that is the ultimate thing we can happen. Yeah. Fantastic. I think you nicely mentioned the regulation, the California, other regulation things summarized. I think that your presentation has everything related to the ESG. It's very insightful session, Naveen. So thank you very much for a wonderful lecture. And I think it was so elaborative and very self-explanatory that I think the team should have understood very well. So very nice. So any conclusion, takeaways, Naveen, from your side?
See, from my side, one thing as a human being, right? Let us not cause as much damage as we have already caused, or our previous generation has come. Let us not wait for the government to come up with a regulation, just like government has done, saying that you have to wear helmet. If not, you get penalized 1,000 rupees or something, right? Let us be sensible. That would be my take. Instead of somebody else directing us and we following their directions, if we are sensible and if we can drive the change internally from our side, then we will be better citizens, better employees, better employers as well. Okay, that would be my key message.
Fantastic. So thank you, Naveen. Thank you very much, and have a great time. So
Thank you. And I unfortunately I have to leave. I have a conflict. And thank you,
thank you.
everyone,
So
for
take
your
care and have
patient
a
listening. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to Naveen. So, thank you, Naveen. Very insightful, very detailed, and very thought-provoking lecture. And I with that kind of understanding of ESG, I can say this is one of the best presentations I have seen. Thank you very much, Naveen. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time now we almost completed 2 days of session. So, we would like to, we have one session missed, the last session because of some unforeseen items. But yeah, so just I would like to conclude today's session. So, yesterday we had around 10 sessions. Starting from, let me just quickly take it up. So we had day one, we talk about supply chain planning, intelligence, and also the technology yesterday. So we had around 10 speakers giving on a different topics yesterday. Right, started from Suresh Kavali. He has explained the AI in operations and supply chain management. Then continued by you on IBP and SNOP. Then Dr. Captain Sanjeev Kumar has given very nice insights on the governance part of supply chain. The Rajiv Ganju has talked about manufacturing excellence and Industry 4.0. So Ms. Hanuma Pogaru, she very decently explained about the overall technology, especially AI in forecasting and other supply chain systems. Okay. So we had a wonderful session from Samir Kaiwar, who gave the wisdom part of the whole ecosystem. So how the wisdom of human wisdom can help you to do better. On top of it, whatever technology. Okay. Then we have Alexander Borg came up and talk about orchestrating end-to-end supply chain optimization. Very nicely, he can put it the topic. Alex Goma, he talked about practical insights about sales and operations planning and IBP and how leadership should manage this. And then I was fortunate to give a lecture on supply chain processes through AI optimization methods and IoT. Okay. So then Chris White came and he talked about fantastic topic on collaborative planning. across multi-enterprise supply chain networks. Then finally, today, we had around 9 sessions today. So one is greater than others. So we started with Pankaj Srivastav. So he has talked about warehousing, future of the warehousing in 2030. So automation, robotics, and beyond. It's a very, very important session where how does that warehousing will look like in next 5-10 years. Then followed by Rajesh Selvam, he took about the one of the key process in the supply chain, last mile deliveries. So and how this is affecting the whole supply chain management. And we are lucky to have a Faisal Ziauddin. He talked very nicely about some very key insights about smart manufacturing, lean, and agile. Very insightful lecture on some very important concepts in. So then Ms. Sanita talked about the supply chain execution processes, the VUCA environment. She gave a nice demo of FUSI, warehouse management and manufacturing execution. And then Muhammad Imran Ghani, he gave a very nice concept on ESG. Unfortunately, he could not stay there for full session, but whatever sessions he has given, a very insightful topic. And Biju Nanakutan talk about the orchestrating end-to-end supply chain optimization through KPI and strategy. He said very nice, very insightful examples, and then key topics, very well organized lecture. Then we had one lecture from Akram on OT security, the operational technology security, which is very important, cyber security in operations technology. One of the most important part at this point of time, because of we are talking about AI, IoT, and other things. So he jumped in and then fantastic lectures. Then followed by I gave one lecture on the strategy management. So it was just I tried to help the overall strategy formulation process, right from strategy analysis, formulation, alignment, and then execution. Then we had Naveen Savala. So we talk about very elaborated lecture on ESG, its standards, its practices, and also the way forward, how it look like. So I think we had a wonderful sessions for 2 days. I take this as an opportunity, and I take a big pride in moderating the event. Really learned a lot during the session today and yesterday. Thank you all the participants from all the channels, Zoom, YouTube, LinkedIn, and others. And I thank all the participants of yesterday and today. So, and I thank organizers, Praveen and Jyoti, so for relentless work for 2 days and then all these days before to make this program successful. So thank you very much, and look forward for future events. So we always from Data Labs India team, through C and through strategy. So we take pride in connecting best of the best consultants, industry leaders to the organizations, and then try to help them to share the knowledge for the betterment of the governance, business, and everything. So, and we are very happy to do that, and we keep doing it. Okay. So as we go on, maybe in the next we try to improve. There are some ditches of organization because we are not professional event managers. We are engineers. But we tried our best. If there is any mistake, any inconvenience caused to participants, speakers, please apologize for us. So from bottom of my heart, on behalf of participants and everybody, thank you very much. Have a good time. Thank you very much.